Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna move down, I'm gonna talk about.
Well, traditionally, my face lands on the screen, but I didn't put myself on. But good day, good to see you. How are you? The usual greetings. Good to see you. How are you? How was the day? Good to be in your company again. So we go at it again. A gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian space. So let's see what gift is on offer today. But before we do anything, I think we may have found a solution to the goings on in Niger Republic. You know, I don't know quite why nobody thought of this before, but I think we may have found a solution to the goings on in Niger Republic. Watch this.
And if the government commissioned me and my people to go to Niger Republic, we'll go, we'll defeat them, and we'll come back victorious. It's not a boast. If the government commissioned us to go, if Benin Republic like, let them go and bring anybody. They are human beings, or wicked men, or lotu. They are human beings like us. We'll go there, we'll defeat them, and we'll come back victorious, and we'll restore democratic order in Benin Republic. And I don't think Niger Republic is any match to Nigeria. I don't think Niger Republic can stand Nigeria.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The solution to Niger Republic. I wonder why, you know, that will be killing two birds with one stone. If you send Azari Dokubo to the Niger Republic, and then of course the obedience space will hopefully hope that he never comes back. So that's a solution right there. So get rid of him and then let him go to Niger Republic to go and contend with the goings on there. So yes, so we started off with that. So good to see you, good to be in your company. How are you? So good to have you here. Always a delight, always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a pleasure, never a chore. So happy to have your company. So the usual protocol, just click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. We say that routinely, and a lot of you are actually starting to, you know, lean in that direction, but we need more of you to lean in that direction. You all know the reasons why people that do this sort of stuff ask you to click on the like button. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. It pushes you up the YouTube, let's call it the chain of command or food chain, or it pushes you up the YouTube algorithm and makes you more visible. So it's for visibility mainly. That's why people always ask you to click on like, and it is at no cost. So why not do it? Unless you viscerally object to doing it, then you have every reason to do it. So do that as your sort of a nod to the, do that as your entry ticket. Let's put it that way. So click on the like button as your entry ticket. So do that, click on like, and then if you're not already subscribed, so if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then that means you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that the subscribe button is grayed out. So click on like and subscribe. Is that a long-winded essay that I just gave you? So click on like and subscribe. And then the other thing that I'm going to invite you to click on as well is this hyperlink right here that I'm putting in the comment section. So that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it immediately brings you into the studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the talking points, and Folly, don't leave, by the way. We've not heard from you in a long time. So Folly, don't leave. If your connection breaks, come back. We would like to hear from you. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, especially if you're new. We're always canvassing for new voices, so you can be the debutant voice of the day. So make your debut on the One Man Went to More platform. You've delighted for so long in all of the traditional voices that you've always heard on this platform. So let people delight in your voice and your wisdom as well. So come share your knowledge with us, add that to the mix, and enrich us with what you know. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and off we go. So let's go immediately to the headlines. So we're contending with this. We are contending with this. El Rufai to reject Tinubu's ministerial offer, even if cleared by security reports, sources. So yes, I think El Rufai is taking somewhat of a umbrage to being somewhat turned back at the screening. Because as you know, of course, El Rufai is still awaiting. I think that may well have if that's already in place, then you can let me know. But as far as I'm aware, El Rufai is still in anticipation of his clearance from the security agencies, which is to tell you that Nuhu Ribadu is holding him back. So it looks as though the ignominy of it, the indignity of it, has just made him turn around to say a plague on all of this. El Rufai to reject Tinubu's ministerial offer, even if cleared by security reports. So that's sources. So we find out exactly what's in play there, our little man from Kaduna. So now, a lot of you, of course, would have seen this clip already, and I've got the clip if you haven't seen it. So it was what's his name? It was Godswill Akpabio dropping somewhat of a huge faux pas at Parliament. In fact, I've got a clip. So why don't I just play it to you now? I've got a clip. Let me just play it to you now. So this is Godswill Akpabio dropping a huge faux pas at Parliament.
Of the leader, and then as soon as Senator Omai takes his oath of office, we shall rearrange the office of the leadership in order to enable all of us to enjoy our holidays. A token has been sent to our various accounts by the clerk of the National Assembly. I will not. I withdraw that statement. In order to allow you to enjoy your holiday, the Senate President has sent prayers to your mailboxes. Has sent prayers to your mailboxes to assist you to go on a safe journey and return. This Senate.
So you heard him right there, and that is the problem, isn't it? Of all of the monies, so that token, by the way, is 2 million naira. You can already see it on your screen. So that token is 2 million naira. Monies where is that money coming from, and what purpose is it meant to serve? As though these people don't get enough already, and this is what enrages Nigerians: the cost of governance. The Senate president, they've sent a token to your account. And then when he realized he dropped a faux pas, he said, I withdraw that statement. And as he said, I've sent a prayer to your inbox. How does the two correlate? What's the correlation between the two statements? I sent a token into your bank account, and then I sent a prayer to your inbox. There is no slip of tongue that could have slept that into speech, other than him saying exactly what they had done. So where is that token coming from? A lot of that, Nigerian senators upset with our Senate President Akpabio for exposing them for collecting paltry 2 million naira bribe after pocketing millions from 1 billion received from Tinubu's ministerial nominees. So there's a lot packed into that headline, And you know, all of these people that we were seeing asking to take a bow and go, they were just not strolling in or off the back of their credentials to be asked to take a bow and go. Their journey to that red chambers is littered with gold leaves or dollar bills. So they would have bribed somebody to bribe somebody to bribe somebody to be on that list. So that's the first phase. And then when they get on that list, they would have then gone to the Senate to do another round of bribing in order to be passed through. That's the second phase. So it's an expensive business, because of course, immediately they get into that office, within a week, they've recouped everything that they used to buy their way in. So that's what's going on. And as though the bribe from the nominees was not enough, the government now also parachuting a happy weekend payment into their bank accounts. But what is happening to Sule down the road? What is happening to Fadeke? What is happening to Okechukwu? You know, he's having to work. He's not working to work, he's walking to his brother's house to beg for money because he cannot even afford. So do you see? So that's where the problem is right there. So that is where the problem is right there. So that is where the problem is right there. Of course, we cannot ignore Niger Republic. So let's go to Niger Republic, see what's going on. Local businesses in, this is not actually Niger Republic, but the fallout of the sanctions are being imposed on that space. Local businesses in northern Nigeria feel the sting of regional sanctions against neighboring Niger. So, of course, we have seen endless narratives of countless. There was a time they said about, you can see it on your screen anyway. There was a time they said about there were about 300 tractors, 300 lorries parked just at the border of Niger Republic. So the fallout of those sanctions is this. Let's get this one out of the way. Local businesses in northern Nigeria feel the sting of regional sanctions against neighboring Niger. So let's just go through it. This is from ABC. The last one I saw was from CNN, but let's take it from here. It says a decision by a bloc of West African nations to shut down their borders with Niger as a way of sanctioning its coup plotters is harming local businesses in northern Nigeria, where a cross-border economy has boomed for years. The block, so this is from ABC, by the way, the American network. So you can expect a particular sort of language. The block known as ECOWAS restricted financial transactions and shut the borders between Niger and its member nations as part of measures to force the coup plotters to reinstate Nigerian President Mohamed Bazoum, who was overthrown last month by soldiers in his presidential guard. But the sting of this sanction against I used to call it junta. People are now calling it junta. I'll call it junta. The sting of the sanctions against the junta is being felt on the other side of the 1,600 kilometers and is 997 miles, by the way, long border in Nigeria. So our border with Niger Republic is 1,000 miles. So how do you even patrol that? How do you? So that's why they say we have a porous border with them. Niger accounts for 75% of the total value of export from Nigeria's cross-border informal trade, according to a study by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The bank's latest report in 2016 values goods traded across the border with Niger at $934 million a year. In Nigeria's northwestern Katsina state, the border closure and restricted traffic on nearby roads left dozens of trucks stranded for days, most of them loaded with food items and other perishable goods. Prices of livestock, animal products, and some commodities usually supplied from the city of Maradi in Niger have increased, local residents said. So yes, it's a matter of who breaks first, really. Nigeria's authorities are enforcing the restriction. Nigeria's authorities are enforcing restrictions of movement across the border. I'm not quite sure why he's reading that way. Nigeria's authorities are enforcing restrictions of movement across the border, but the measure has also impacted traffic in the surrounding area, including truck drivers not heading to Niger, but other border towns in Nigeria. Truck driver Usman Kwara said he was ferrying bags of gari, a type of cassava flour, worth about 15 million naira, $17,000, from Nigeria's Benue State to another part of Katsina when he got stranded for 5 days in the heat in the border town of Jabia. So and by the way, gari exposed for that long is perishable. Anyway, it goes on and on, but you get the drift of that. So you get the drift of that. So let's go on from there to the next headline. Senators get credit alerts secretly, but Akpabio pressed the alarm. So this is Shehu Sani mocking as ever the goings on within the Nigerian space. Shehu Sani, a former senator from Kaduna, Shehu Sani, a former senator from Kaduna, says legislators usually are paid discreetly away from public scrutiny. Sani was reacting to a gaffe recently suffered by the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, when he announced to the lawmakers that they have been paid to enjoy their recess. On Monday, the upper legislative chambers concluded the screening and confirmation of the ministerial nominees recommended by President Bola Tinubu. The senators, after the exercise, adjourned the plenary to September the 26th. Addressing his colleagues before the adjournment motion, Akpabio said monies has been sent by Magaji Tambuwal, clerk of the National Assembly, to the senators to enjoy their holidays. In order to enable all of us enjoy our holidays, a token has been sent to our various accounts by the clerk of the National Assembly, Akpabio had said. The Senate President was promptly alerted by his colleagues that was speaking on live television and press cameras. Upon realizing the magnitude of his remark, Akpabio swiftly beat a retreat. I withdraw that statement, he said. In order to allow you enjoy your holiday, the Senate President has sent prayers to your mailboxes to assist you go on a safe journey and return. Akpabio's off-the-cuff comment raises further questions about the allocations of funds to the lawmakers. The salaries and allowances of federal lawmakers are often shrouded in secrecy. In a tweet on Wednesday, Sani, who was a senator between 2015 and 2019, said Akpabio mistakenly brought the matter into the spotlight. And this is what he said: crediting the legislator's account are done under mute button. The uncommon Senate President mistakenly pressed the alarm. So there it is, that they've been stealing money for years, is what he's telling us right there. So they've been stealing money for years, is what he's telling us right there. Buhari preferred Mamora, not Oshibanjo, as vice president. So this is only really newsworthy, only really because of the source of the news. So this is coming from Boss Mustafa, who was secretary to the government of the Federation under Buhari. He, of course, replaced Bashir Lawan, the grass cutter guy, the one that stole $500 million naira. Yeah, so the headline tells it all anyway. So the headline tells it all. Akpabio under fire over money has been sent to senator to enjoy recess. So there is that. So there is that. So there is that, and then there is that, and then what have I clicked on now? What's going on? There is also a narrative of there's also a narrative of the Nigerian president, which now seems to be playing silly on my screen. There's a narrative of the Nigerian, okay, here it is. So there's a narrative of the Nigerian, or the former now Nigerian president, Niger's ousted president, reduced to eating dry rice as hopes for a peaceful resolution of coup fades. So hope of a peaceful resolution of the coup fades. But I think actually there is one more headline. Let me see, where is it? There is one more headline of the emir of the former emir of Kano now. You know, everybody turned back, but the former emir of Kano actually got to meet this guy. Let me just see if I can. Let me see if I can quickly grab that. Hold on. Yeah, just wait there for a moment. Let me just grab that headline. I did have it lined up. Yes, I'm sure you've all seen it anyway. So there's a headline of the former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, actually meeting these coup plotters. And that was pardon the pun, that was a coup for him, by the way. Because the leader of the coup plotters, he's turned down everybody that's attempted to meet him. But has met with Lamido Sanusi, only really because of his role as the Khalifa of something or the other. Anyway, I'll find you that headline in a moment. So I'll find you that headline in a moment. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. We especially want to hear from new voices. So if you're a new voice, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let's go to the care guides and then we'll kick it off. So let's go first to the care guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. So there it is. May death have nothing to do with us. So I'm not going to labor through all of the readouts. I'll only leave it at the headlines, but I will give you this readout though, this one on the screen, just so we can kick off the conversation with the people assembled. Still plenty of room as ever in on the screens if you want to join us. But this really is a real coup. If you pardon the pun, this is a real coup. For the former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi. Former Kano emir Sanusi meet Niger's junta. So the real coup is that he actually met the leader of the coup, something that the Americans could not achieve, something that the Sultan of Sokoto could not achieve, something that the emissary sent by the ECOWAS space could not achieve, and something that Abdul Salami, the former head of state, he could not achieve. Former Emir of Kano, Alhaji Muhammadu Sanusi, has met with the military coup leaders in the Republic of Niger and amidst international pressure to reinstate President Mohamed Bazoum. Sanusi, who was also a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, met the military leadership on Wednesday after the junta aborted meetings with representatives of the African Union and Economic Community of West African States. So, of course, also ignored was the Sultan of Sokoto, as I said. I'll play you this clip in a moment. Let me just give you the readout. The footage of Sanusi's meeting with the West African country's coupists surfaced on social media with the effort to end the crisis in Nigeria's neighboring state. Recall that a delegation raised by ECOWAS chairman, President Bola Tinubu, led by former head of state, General Abdusalam Abubakar, could not broker peace with the military rulers as they declined a meeting. But on Wednesday, footage of Sanusi, whose Tijaniya sect has a large following in Niger, went into circulation. Sanusi, who is the Khalifa of the sect in Nigeria and a respected Nigerian economist, met the junta leaders in the company of the Sultan of Damagaran. Damagaran is the third largest city in Niger. According to correspondents, sources revealed that Sanusi was in Niger to see a possibility of ending the crisis through negotiations. His Highness took the trip in his personal capacity, but with the knowledge of President Bola Tinubu, following his concerns about the impasse and the likely consequences it is already having on Niger/Nigeria relations and the citizens of the two countries. Meanwhile, Bola Tinubu has scheduled a meeting for Thursday after the 7 days ultimatum that ECOWAS issued for the reinstatement of Bazoum expired. The regional bloc had slammed sanctions on Niger and threatened a possible military option, a move that was widely rejected, especially in Nigeria. So here is Sanusi meeting now, the coup plotter. So this guy right here is the lead man of the coup. That's Sanusi, of course, and that's the emir from that city that they just told us about. So a real coup for Sanusi. Ekene joins us. Good to see you, Ekene. Ajanle Koko is in the house. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Folly joins us. Good to see you, Folly. Bishop is here. Happy to have you here, Bishop. Kumi joins us. Good to see you, Kumi. And Thomas is in the house. Happy to see you, Thomas. So that's the assembly. That's the assembly so far. We need more people coming on screen. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you do want to join. Let's kick it off with Folly, who hopefully has good connection and is ready for us. Folly, good to see you. Folly B. Folly B. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
I can hear you now.
All right. All right. Good. Yeah, yes. All right. I think we have Folly now. So yeah, Folly, how are you?
My big brother, hello. I salute you. Good evening.
How about it? How is Nigeria treating you?
We are fine. We are eating it. Corn and agbado.
Look at that. Have people adapted to the new reality? Have people adapted?
It's promise keeper now. He promised us and he did it.
All right. So, yeah, catch us up with where you are in the news cycle. Where are you? What's the latest development in the news cycle from your point of view?
Well, fine. As of today, I think a dollar is 9.15 to naira. As of today, and I'm still wondering what the magic that Tinubu will try to perform that will make us to get out of that economy that we find ourselves. Because I don't know where that magic wants to come from. Because I believe that we are the one driving the economy of the country. And most of us now, we are sitting at home. We are not even going out anymore because of the fuel scarcity of a thing. Because, before we can actually decide to go out, go and hustle, whether something will come out. But now, if you don't have anything tangible doing outside, you are not going. And I'm sure that will be affecting everybody as well. So I'm not seeing us escaping this situation we find ourselves. The state is getting more tough every day for Nigerians at large. The only people that are joining Nigeria today are politicians.
How are people coping?
People don't have any option. Nobody is coping. They are just there. Nobody is coping with the system. If anybody tells you that he's coping, it's maybe that person is maybe he's stealing he's stealing money somewhere. Nobody can cope with the system. It's only we have been defeated.
For Libby, there will be light at the end of the tunnel. There will be light at the end of the tunnel.
Please, Oga, please, if you don't know what to say, you better keep short. Sorry using that word.
Folly. Why are people not taking
one
to the
man,
street?
please? That is not acceptable now.
You have to accept
but
what you are saying is irritating. You have to accept
no, my brother. Don't be frustrated. That's not acceptable.
I'm frustrated already.
Yes, if you are frustrated, you can leave the platform.
You cannot
ask me to leave. No.
You cannot ask me to leave. This is not your platform. Stop saying rubbish here.
No. Gentlemen, settle down. Thomas, life is hard in Nigeria, is what our Folly is telling you.
But woman, what I said? Have I said anything wrong?
You say anything wrong? Must we die before the tunnels come up? Before we join the system?
Come on.
Must we all die?
All right. Yes. So I think what you are hearing, you know, Folly as a gentleman, what you are hearing is the frustrations on the streets. If somebody like Folly can be talking like that, then that tells us that the matters are even a lot worse than we imagined. Folly, you have the floor, but let's hear from Alexander Gomez, who's just coming to say a few words. Alexander.
Hello, how are you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to have you.
Thank you. I feel Foley's pain. People are suffering. There's pain in the land. There's hunger in the land. We shouldn't trivialize it. We shouldn't be insensitive. The exchange rate of the dollar to the naira is indicative of how bad the economy is. And like I was talking to a revered person on your platform this morning at length. We need to start thinking about the ordinary people on the street. We're not talking about the upper middle class, upper class who can add 2 and 2 together and just soldier on. People, I was even told today, when you see people in Nigeria these days, they look so gaunt and haggard. That's because they're not eating. They're starving. People are starving in Nigeria. Things are really bad. And like Foley said, I'm really eagerly waiting on the kind of magic that Tinubu is gonna put in to turn the country around. I think we've gotten to a point where we need to start accepting the fact that it's unacceptable. We can't be pro Tinubu and be logical at the same time. It's not fair what's going on right now. Every time the price of the dollar goes, the value of the dollar goes up, and the value of the pump price of petrol goes up, things are just getting more expensive by the day. It's I don't know. It's so sad. It's really sad. I don't know. Tinubu Tinubu is making the worst president we ever had in Nigeria. Go ahead. What did you say? Hello? One man.
Alexander is clear. He's clear. We can hear him very well.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's from you. We can hear him very well.
All right. All right, carry on.
We can hear you too. We can hear you too, one man. We can hear you.
So that's my position regarding the poverty level in Nigeria, one man. I feel the plight of my baby brother there, Foley. People are strong. I mean, I've sent so much money this week to Nigeria to people I hardly know, because they just call you asking you for money, and what do you do when you have have maybe $200-300 in your pocket, you know you don't readily need it, and the people in Nigeria who can take advantage of it.
I've never had that experience having $200-300 in my pocket that I don't really
Well,
need. Maybe I'll get.
you know, you people in the United Kingdom are naturally very stingy. So even if you do have it, you say you don't have it, won't you?
No, but let me ask you this: Do you think because that is what we seem to be hearing from Foley's voice? Do you think we're that detached from it that we turn it into an academic exercise? Because of course we're so removed from it, and our own immediate families, we easily insulate them. All you do is to, all I've just done is to either for some people double or some people add an extra 50%, and that was just it. So
I think that's one of the
from the reality. Are we too removed?
I think that's one of the most important questions you've ever asked on this platform. Yes, like I was talking, and I mentioned, I was speaking to the great Ajalekoko this morning, and yes, a lot of people in the diaspora are far removed from what's going on because they can help people out in Nigeria, and maybe their families are kind of insulated because they have relatives abroad who can send them money. But what about the ordinary man on the street who is not fortunate enough to have someone abroad that can send him money or send her money to survive? Things are very hard. Things are very, very hard. I don't know the kind of trick Tinubu is going to pull, but from the way I'm seeing it, and from the group,
Alexander, let me tell you a personal narrative. There's this person I know. For going on 18 months now, he's a family man. For going on 18 months now, he will send me a message on Instagram that XYZ, and I'll send him a set amount, sometimes about 50K, something. I'll send him something. So every single month he's been doing that, and he was doing it every single month. And then I made the decision then that I am not going to complain. I'm going to let him get to the point that he will feel that it's too much. Do you believe 18 months running is every single month is still doing it?
But Nigerians have the natural propensity. Nigerians have the natural propensity to do that. If you enable them, they take advantage, and that's the sad thing about it. But the reality is, people are going through a hard time. This guy obviously is taking advantage of you. I have people that I know that do the same thing too. But what can you do? If you have $300-400 in your pocket, you know you don't readily need it. The right thing to do is just send it out to people whose survival depends on that money you have in your pocket you have no use for. It's very important for us to help each other out because the country is in dire straits. People are really, really going through. I don't understand how this economy is going to turn around.
Do you think people can recover from the psychological impact of what is going on now? I'm especially talking about young girls who would have had to have done unspeakable things to keep themselves together.
The thing about it, and I have to go very soon. The thing about it is that once I've been around for way over 60 years, and from my experience, when things goes up in Nigeria, they never come down. So I think this is the norm now. I think the only thing they can do to alleviate the poverty or suffering of the people is for them to increase the minimum wage. But if you're expecting anything in terms of policies to drive down the price of commodities, it's not going to work. So what you do is you do an Udoji award, you bring out money in circulation and give people more disposable income to be able to readily afford things that they can't right now. My only problem with that is the inflation. If you do that and it's not planned properly, then you introduce hyperinflation to the economy, and then your naira is worthless. I can't believe in my lifetime. I knew Nigeria when I said it on another platform yesterday. I knew Nigeria when a dollar was 45-50 kobo. You go to Tottenham Court Road in London, right in front of the train station, right in front of Virgin Records, and you exchange your money. You know, they give you pounds for now. I can't believe in my lifetime, Naira is about to become 1,000 to £1. It's incredible. How did we get over here? Well, we can only say that we got over here because in the last 4 years, people in government have stolen way in excess of $1 trillion in 4 years, and this is the aftermath of what's going on in Nigeria. We had the worst president in Buhari, and now he's making Tinubu look like a mediocre president. So I want to see what Wale Edu is going to do. I want to see what these guys are going to do to turn the economy around. But I'm not going to hold my breath. It's going to be very hard for that economy to be turned around. So Wama, let me thank you for having
Mama,
me.
I
Let
have
me
a
let
question.
you go to other panelists.
Baba, before you go, I have a question, please.
Go ahead.
Before you go. Kale Baba, sir. Yeah. Can you, yes, yeah, Lafia, yes, sir. Can you say that at a very particular time in your life,
yes,
is it that the subsidy remover in Nigeria that prompts people begging for money? I can say categorically to you, my brother, Gbami, even before the subsidy have been removed, Nigeria is a beggy. They beg
no, but it's not as bad.
So,
it's not as bad. It's not as bad. People have become skeletons now because they can't afford to eat. I mean, it's never like I just said to me earlier today. When we were younger, you'd had the working class, you had the middle class, you had the upper class. And upper class obviously would drive the Mercedes and BMWs, but you never, even the working class could eat 3 square meals a day. It's not like that these days. And a country that produces crude oil should not be having a problem with providing affordable fuel to the citizens. The only reason why that is like that is because we have maribound refineries. And I am somewhat of an expert in oil and gas because I did it in the 80s. I saw crude in the 80s. I know this space very well. We have maribound refineries that are not fit for purpose. We don't have. How can you have a country that produces 2 million barrels of crude a day, OPEC, 5 million barrels of crude a day total? Because you get off OPEC, people are stealing all the time. People are selling off OPEC. OPEC is not concerned about that, and we cannot give our citizens affordable petrol. It does not make any sense. The only reason is because we don't have no refinery. And I thought this Dangote thing was going to help, but I didn't know it was all a joke. I mean, how can we turn the most respected black country in the world into a joke like this? It's unbelievable. It's unfathomable. I can't believe what's going on. It's getting worse by the day. So, well, Jackie Malo, I'm very upset.
Please, sir, before you go, can I quickly have a quick interjection?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I have to go though because I have someone here with me. Go.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission.
Bishop, I'm sorry. I will come purposely for you next time. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine.
All right.
So, can I make the submission? Or?
Yes, I'm here. One man is not here. Yeah.
Oh,
go
okay,
on, Bishop.
Okay. That was what I wanted to say in response to Papa Alexander Gomez. I actually supposed to send a message of appreciation to him. I mean, he reached out. Is that, look, let's be a little bit what's the right word now? Holistic. Yeah. I had what fully submission, even though I don't totally agree with it. And I want us to go back a little bit back in time. Remember those days in Nigeria.
Bishop,
yes,
please make your comments. Don't mention Foley's name, please. Just make your comment, please.
Oh, is there any problem?
Please. I said, please. Just make your comment, please. Thank you.
Bishop, you are free. I'm Foley. You are free to mention my name.
So I'm not quarreling. I actually dropped off when you were making your submission, so I had to reconnect again because I was
we come after you now. Start fighting.
No.
What
I want to say. No. What I want to say. What I want to say.
Can you please mute yourself, Foley?
What I want to say is just very simple.
You to mute yourself.
No offense. I'm sorry. Apologies, gentlemen. What I want to say is very straightforward. Fully, please. Apologies. Now, we remember in those days when we were growing up, when things were a little bit bad, that you go to parties. I go to parties sometimes, and I see it's easier when you see young children packing food remnants. I don't know if anybody has experienced that here. You know, putting it into nylon bag, go to where they gather plates that they want to wash, and people are gathering food remnants and putting it in nylon. I don't know if anybody saw that in back in the days. Now, it got to a point that it was no longer little children that were doing those things. You go to parties in Lagos, you go to parties in Ibadan, you go to parties in Port Harcourt, you go to parties, you see some people looking around. They were not invited around where they are going to wash plates, and they are scavenging for leftover remnant food. That
Bishop, things are significantly worse now than they've ever been before.
Hold on, let me. I'm coming. I'm just trying to be holistic. I'm not praising anybody. I know there are times are tough. Roma, times are tough. If I had the opportunity of making a recording of something I saw 4 days ago to you in Utah, Salt Lake City, you will be. I don't know the right word. You will be. I was just telling my friend today that I met a lady that told me that she's been living in U-Haul for 5 months. She hires this small U-Haul, the small box truck, the one of $20. And she's been living in it with her family for 5 months. They drive around, you know. I said, but is it not cheaper to gather that money because you pay average of $30 every day? She just smiled. And she's a white lady. But what I'm saying about Nigeria, let's go back to Nigeria, is that we have had very terrible time because we did not take the right decision at the right time. We keep patching cancer. This wound that before it gets to cancer, we keep patching it rather than doing a very holistic surgery. If we need to amputate that part of the body, the leg, the hand, the breast, the one that we need to remove, let's remove it and get a healing.
Bishop, irrespective of whoever,
I'm not talking of personality now. I'm not talking of personality, please.
Hold on. Irrespective of whoever was responsible for getting us to where we are now, and I was on a different platform yesterday, explaining to them that that what we're experiencing in Nigeria now is the culmination of decades of mismanagement. It's only now landed on Tinubu's laps, but I don't think people want to hear that. Tinubu is the president.
I'm not holding brief. I'm not holding brief for Tinubu. If you permit me, please, one man. I'm not holding brief. I'm saying it is the reality of how a journey. It was not a journey of one day. It was a journey of long time. But even that time that people are quick to make reference to, the privileged few had access to good things of life. The period where people were going to scavenge food in the in parties that I'm talking about was in the 80s. I don't know if you went to parties in Ibadan that some children are looking somewhere in the corner that on your table before you turn back, they have gathered, they have nylon bag steady. What they call
Bishop, please, if you don't mind, 30 seconds. My mom is a caterer, so I experienced that. They gather eba, ila, rice, they gather everything together. I have saw that before in the 80s. Yes.
So we've had, thank you. So we've had this challenge. The question is what is the way forward? Can we? Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes.
Is there any place now?
All right. Land that anecdote, Bishop, and then I want to go to Folly, then Solomon, and then I'll come to you. But land that anecdote, yeah.
Okay. So I thought somebody was going to ask a question. Okay. So what I'm saying in essence is this: we all know we are in big trouble. But can we continue to do the things the way we have been doing it in the past 40 years and expect a different result? My guess is no. If we need to do things differently and be a little bit more responsible, I have told a story here of a guy that has and that's my last sentence. My neighbor in one of the properties I own in Ibadan, he lives in his father's house. He has 2 wives and 11 children. He rides Okada. How are we not going to be multiplying poverty with people like that? And they are everywhere. People that does not have a solid means of livelihood, but raising children in their dozen. They are everywhere. In the north, in the west, everywhere, you name it. So We have been the question is, how do we get out of this mess, irrespective of who is at the helm of affair? Can we be taking jolly decision and be as if nothing is wrong and be pampering it and be covering it up with powder and pancake and think that things are going to change? I want Nigeria to change, irrespective of who is there. I'll wait for my turn.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. And that last sentiment, we all concur with it. We want Nigeria to change. But back to you, Folly, rather. So back to you, Folly. You were telling us just how increasingly difficult things are getting to the point that, and I was asking you that why has the people not had a reaction to the government by taking to the streets?
Yeah, one man. Sorry. I don't want people to look at me as if I'm the least in Nigeria that are supposed to be complaining. If as I'm talking to you here, I'm doing fine. I'm doing very good, as bad as the situation is. But I won't say because I'm fine, I'll be seeing others. I will keep quiet. So anytime I come here and I'm trying to say something concerning what is happening around, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for general people, but people who doesn't have the opportunity that I have. Okay? I can be on my bed making my money without going out. Okay? I do forex trade. I trade crypto. I know what I'm capable of doing. Okay? So if I'm talking here, nobody should just look at me as if I'm frustrated. That's why I'm. But if you are saying something, you have to consider people who doesn't have the opportunity that you have. And mind you, no matter what you think you have, if your society is not feeling good, you too are not feeling fine. Because one day you drive your car out, somebody will snatch the car from you. If you are lucky, they may just allow you to hold your life with you. And if you are not lucky, it can be the head of your life by them trying to survive their own way as well. So when we're talking here, we're not talking about whether somebody is desperate or somebody is frustrated. No, I'm only expressing what is going on in my society. And I will not encourage anybody to just come here and be talking as if people's suffering is destined for them to suffer. People are not destined to suffer. Some people make them to be. And as in your opening this evening, I think I share a message on my status, which you also share the same thing. That people they just share money today, and they mistakenly even telling us that they share money to themselves in a system where you want some people to die of anger. And these people that are sharing the money, they don't even need the money they are sharing. The people that need the money were outside here, suffering, crying for feeding, just for them to feed themselves. And we'll be here defending the same people who make us to be poor, who keep us in that position. That's my own narrative here. I'm not talking about whether we are not going to get it right at last. I'm here. Anything that will make Nigeria better is what I stand for. Anything short of that, I'm not here. Okay? But I won't be here thinking that I'm fine and people are not fine. And we keep quiet. We'll be thinking, we'll be hoping. We have been hoping. These people have been promising us. They have been saying a lot of things. A lot of programs have been rolling out. But yet, we are not seeing the effect of the program on our space. And you still want us to believe them? No. Who does that? So I'm not here with...
Folly, when I think about the situation, you know who I always think about? I always think about the mid-teens to early 20s girl in what these people would have done in order to survive. So if Nigeria does get better, the sort of psychological damage that those sort of people will be carrying, I'm not sure that it'll be irreversible. Some people will be permanently damaged, irrespective of if Tinubu gets it right or not. Just the way people are living there, it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah. Well, for example, now, let's say you are talking about somebody that gave birth to 11 children. I know those things are There are people like that in the space. Even in America, where you have people does that as well. Everywhere in the world, people are doing that. Some people do that. It's not everybody. Like me now, I only have 2, but I'm talking to you. The situation have make me to have almost 11 now. My own is 2. I lost a brother. I lost a brother that I have 3 2 years ago. I lost another one that I have 4. Add them with mine. Okay, see what is going on already in only me alone. So we're not talking about horse here. We're talking about system that give more problem to people. You go to school with the hope of getting a good job at the end of the day. Even if you are not getting a job, that you can use what you have in your upstairs to bring something out for yourself. No system is going to back you up to see the light of what you have labored for. So the system is not really working for everybody. We understand this thing. The damage is already been there. But you can't say you want to build a nation and you want to kill everybody before the nation you are building is actually matured. As things is going on in Nigeria, I pray a day will not come that Nigerians will not be able to even listen to any government again. That people will just enter streets and everybody will pay the price bitterly, because they will not even select you whether you're a politician or you are making your money on your own. As long as you are living fine, these people will come after you at the end of the day. The way things is going in Nigeria, I pray that day did not come. And I believe if this thing continue this way, nobody is safe in this space. That's what I'm saying here.
Where are people placing hope? What are they placing hope on, the average person?
People are not placing hope. People are being defeated. People are not having the kind of boldness anymore to even confront their government. People cannot even say anything against government anymore. You can only rant on social media. But when it comes to coming out to come and do the practical things, nobody is ready to come out. And I pray that will not. And I know that is even more dangerous for the country, because by the time people want to react, they can react in a wrong what's it called? With the wrong steps. They can react in a way that nobody will ever expect them reacting in that way. So it's better for people to even express themselves when it's easy for them to express than to allow them to keep it piling up. The day they will voice it out, I believe nobody will expect what will happen.
Do you think the government is communicating enough with the people to give them a plan of action that they can place hope in? Is the Tinubu government explaining sufficient enough to the people what is going on and what the future looks like?
Actually, concerning the communication of a thing, I think Tinubu is doing better. He's doing good in that aspect. But the problem is, an angry lion does not play with a feeding lion. Someone that is telling me to be hopeful, that I should be endure, they are living a kind of life that nobody ever believed that they can live. These people live on us, and that is not even the problem. The trust is no more there. Nigeria are no more trusting their leaders. That's the problem here. People are no more trusting what they are saying, because they will say this today, another thing will happen tomorrow. So nobody trusts them anymore. But if I'm talking about communication, I think Tinubu is trying, but I'm not sure people are listening to him any longer.
All right. Let me play you this clip, Folly. I suspect you would have seen it, but others would have seen it as well. How did people digest this?
In order to enable all of us to enjoy our holidays, a token has been sent to our various accounts by the clerk of the National Assembly. I withdraw that statement. In order to allow you to enjoy your holiday, the Senate President has sent prayers to your mailboxes. To assist you to go on a safe journey and return. this Senate.
Oh, right. I'm assuming you would have seen that, and I suspect a lot of people would have as well. So how are people reacting to that, Folly?
Yeah, people are reacting in their own way. I think that is that is what is trending today. If I even share it, I even share it on my status this evening when I saw it. These are the people that you are asking us to go and kill ourselves for, to go and endure that till we die. This same way, I think is it not Thomas that told me here that we are using SUV, that we should be using Corolla, and I have to go and yes, yes. I don't forget this. I have to drop my car last time I was traveling. Do you know Abuja to Ekiti before? I fueled my car with 14,000, but I have to enter public transport now with almost 17,500 naira to come to Abuja. So, if you ask me to endure, I think I've tried to live a kind of life that Thomas want me to live, but yet it's not convenient. 14,000 naira with my own car and 70,000 naira without car. Which one do you think I would prefer? And you still want me to keep quiet and thinking as things is normal, things is okay. If I can afford to pay 17,000, what about people who cannot even travel?
So if you had used your own vehicle to Abuja and come back to Ekiti, how much would you have spent in this current reality?
No, that means I will spend like almost at least I will fill my tank with 53,000 naira. Try and fro will be 106.
Oh God.
83,000.
53. Yeah.
So you'll be spending like 100,000 plus, like
yes, 100,000 for throw and fro.
Yeah. Okay.
But before the removal of subsidy, I will fuel my tank with 14,000, and I will come to Abuja. If I can even pick people, I can even help people on the way.
Do you know what the thing is, Folly? When you say things like that, people automatically, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people listening to this to your comments, people automatically make the conversion into dollars, and then they measure it against how much they are paying, and they'll tell you that it's still cheap.
No, in that environment where they are converting it, how much is their minimum wage? How much are they paying them as their wages there over there? They can afford to pay, but here, how much are they paying us? What do we enjoy here? The money that's supposed to make to build the country, these people are suffering it. They were taken out of the country. Let me tell you, a wages that you pay for workers we go around the circulation. But when the few people are only taking the money, they can take the money to go and buy land, go and build houses in another country because the money is big for them too. But if you pay workers a wages that will be enough for him, he will have to go to market to go and buy good food for himself. People in the market will benefit from that money. He will fix his own shoe. He will cut his hairstyle. Private salon will enjoying it. The fashion designer will enjoying it. The money will remain in the circulation. But few people are taking the bulk of the money to go and invest in another person's country. And yet, we are asking us to endure till we die before we can enjoy the system. This is not it. We should stand like Uma at times. Let's just add the Uma feelings.
All right. Is there anything else you're looking at in the news? Are you following the Niger narrative? Apparently, there are trucks parked at the borders of Niger because of the sanctions and everything, and they are filled with perishable products. So a lot of people will go bankrupt under this Niger thing.
And I believe that should tell us the kind of government that we have. The kind of government that doesn't think about people. They only think about themselves alone. A coup take place in a country, and you rush in. You are closing the border. You are doing this. You are doing that. You should have. What do we have? Our diplomacy. What do we have? All this. What's it called? People who can get involved in international affairs of people that can actually go there and negotiate first before you declare war on them, because you are afraid of You want to make them as an example so that the same thing will not happen in your own space. You want to make sure that you
allow me to
put
respond. Let me ask a question now.
Okay, go on. Ask the question. Sorry, Foley, take a question from Bishop.
Let me start from. No, it's just a correction and interjection. It's a fact. What he said last now, somebody said it yesterday. It is the coupists on the first day of their coup that announced a total close down of all borders, land and air. It was 5 days after when ECOWAS met that they said, okay, there's going to be restriction. The people make this reference. It was Nigeria that closed, but it was not Nigeria. Go back and read their statements. So just to put that fact out there straight. The second thing I wanted to interject is this. I really want us to look at what are the solutions. Is there a quick fix solution to Nigeria's problem? Is there something that somebody can just pray that God will just give us somebody that will just wave a magic wand, that we will have a super transformation into El Dorado without going through any pain? Honestly, I would want that. If it will take us 100 years to fast, so that kind of person, 100 days of fasting.
No, hold on. The people are not listening to the economic arguments when
I'm not
they
doing
are
economic argument.
Yeah.
No, I'm not listening to economic. Let's talk reality. I'm not doing economic argument. Is there a magic one? Can we discuss solution? We know all the problems.
Bishop, can you hold on? No, hold on. Let it be conversational, Bishop. People are starving and they want to eat. So that's just where people are. They don't want to hear reasons. They don't want to hear that it's the culmination of decades of corruption and mismanagement. They don't want to hear that it's not Tinubu's voice or fault, rather. People are starving and they want to eat. That's just if you boil it all down, that's just the most primal. That's where it is at its most primal.
Woman, you caught me that in the middle of the conversation.
Give all his good chance to speak.
I can't hear what you're saying.
All right. No. Land your point, and then I'll follow
you said. You did not. You said let it be conversational.
One voice. Yeah. Carry on, Bishop. Yeah.
You said let it be conversational. You cut me short in the middle of a sentence that I have not even spoken for 20 seconds. I want you to be conversational. So let me repeat my position. My position is this, and I will repeat it. The first one I said was to correct a fact that it was not Nigeria that first closed the border. Both air and land border was closed by the Nigerian, the coupists. That's a fact. There's evidence to that. Number two, I am saying we have talked about this problem, the challenges we are facing. Is there a quick fix solution? Let us talk about solution. Let us bring back ideas. Because lamenting, we have over lament. Everybody does that lamentation. People were jabbing at me and I'm not depending. I am being realistic. Is there a quick fix? If there is a quick fix solution, some people will say, quick fix solution is that let us reduce our population by half. Somebody says something like that. You want funny place. I said, so who do we begin to kill? It might sound funny, but it's absolutely ridiculous. We are here. What is the way out? Realistic way out, not some out of the moon, some how do they call these things? Some like voyageur something. The realistic. So we have spoken problem. We have discussed the problem exhaustively. How can we get out of this quagmire?
All right, let's fully pick that up. Sorry, let's have a bit of fully pick it up from
why do you everybody will interject when I want to come in? You say no.
Vin, I'm not sure if you were here, but we are trying to limit the interjections just so that the main speaker does not lose the flow of their thought. But you have that interjection, and then fully pick it up from where Bishop interjected, and then let's get back to the stream of it.
What I wanted to say is this: everybody is talking about have patience and have patience. The legislators that voted money for themselves for new entrants voted money again. Unfortunately for them, it was leaked. The man mistakenly said it. Are they keeping the hope? Are they keeping the hope? Just like my bishop said, I think it was these people, these Nigerians, closed their airspace after the ultimatum of 7 days was given to them. That was when they closed their airspace. I monitored it. It was all over, both in French, English, in the DWTV, BBC, and CNN, and NBC. It was there. These people did not just close their airspace. They closed it after the ultimatum was given to them. Thank you.
Yeah, you are right, Vin. So I
It's
was
not
trying
right.
to.
It's not right. Ajale Koko is not right. Bring out the fact.
Right.
They
Right.
closed their ear. Can you take a
Bishop, you are
bet on
wrong.
that? Can you
Bishop,
take
you
a
are wrong.
bet? Can you
They
take a
didn't close
bet?
their.
Ajale Koko, can you take a bet on that?
It was
Gentlemen,
after this.
Foley has the floor, but Ajande Koko have that send that we hear from Foley.
Yeah, it was after the ultimatum.
It was. It is not. It is not. It is not. I challenge you. Can we bring the facts out? That when they announced the second day of the coup, they announced the closure
was it
of
possible?
They only
Hold on.
closed their resources being taken out of their state.
How was the evacuation
How was it possible for French
How
countries
was the
to
evacuation
evacuate their people?
foreigners, all the Europeans? How was it possible for them to fly their citizens out?
Can I answer you?
If they close it, how do they allow their planes to come
Let me
in
answer that
to
question now. Let me answer now so that we will leave the
Oh,
floor
yeah,
for the owner of the floor.
answer.
Even in war situations, humanitarian flights are allowed to evacuate people, even in the midst of the worst of war situations. So asking me that how were they able to go and evacuate their
No, go and check
embassy
your
staff?
information. I think you did get it right.
Ajale
Go and
Koko,
check
that is
in my own line of this thing. That is not true. That is not true. Once you declare a space, nothing happens there. Nothing happens. That is not true. In Sierra Leone, it happened. In Liberia, it happened.
You might be right about the land, though. I don't know about the land, but I've done that here.
Yeah,
I know they closed it after the
in Sierra
ultimatum.
Leone. It happened in Sierra Leone, it happened in Liberia, it happened also in Somalia and in Rwanda. I was there. Even in Yugoslavia, it happened.
All right, back to you, Foley. So Foley, Bishop's question really is that we've heard all of the problems. So now, what is the solution? What do you see as the way out of this, and what are people identifying as the way out of this?
Yeah, I think before the election, we provide solution, and our solution is like we need fresh people, fresh brain, people who are selfless to lead Nigeria. As you are looking at me, I didn't believe in any politician anymore in Nigeria because we don't have politicians. We only have crook. We have them plenty in our space, ruling us. We don't have people who really genuinely love the country. Because what is happening now is a sign. Like what Akpabio just did today is a sign that these people are just there for themselves. They are not there for the masses. And that's why I didn't even bother to support Obi during the campaign. Because I know he still belongs to that caucus. That's why we choose our paths differently. That's why people are making guess of us, of our number that we have after the election. But we're happy because we've seen all these things coming. We want people who can look at the system and say, we want to make a change. And Nigeria will believe in them, not the same people that have been lying to us. And if anybody is asking me a solution today, I will tell you I don't have it. The only solution I have then is to change the players. And unfortunately for us, we are unable to change it. So I will continue praying for them.
If we change, Foley, if we change the players, what will the new set of players do to immediately elevate? I'm
telling you, if you change the players by now, all the crook in our health sectors, they will be facing their charges now. They'll be facing the penalty. All the criminals that is making the subsidy look like something that Nigeria don't need. most of them will have been answering the question now.
Would you like to see the subsidy reinstated?
Sir, the problem we have is not that subsidy. It's the crook, is the crime in subsidy space that we're supposed to manage. That's what the problem is, not the subsidy in itself. Now they want to give people 88,000. What do you think 80,000 will do for us?
They're not giving that 8,000 anymore. You guys
we cancel it because people said we don't want it. Why would you take subsidy from petrol and you are giving it back to us or at the back door where we will not even make any impact?
Another subsidy is gone forever. You need
Fine.
to find a solution. That's the thing.
Fine. I pray all of you that are standing this way, I pray God bring you back to Nigeria to come and let us be facing what we are facing. I pray.
We are facing it because
you are not.
Let me tell you, I know how much I'm sending every month, but I double it.
You know, you are sending now. You are sending what is convenient for you to send.
I'm double money now.
You are sending out of let me tell you something. Bros, let me tell you something. If you are sending something,
sorry, Foley, let me comment a little bit. Do you know that that subsidy? You know that subsidy that was removed by the Nigerian government. Do you know that it wasn't actually removed? It was just passed over to the people abroad, because we're the ones now filling that subsidy gap. I think everybody here will tell you that.
No, I get what you are saying. Yeah. You can only give out what you have now, but here people don't have it at all. There you have it to give out, but here we don't have it. People don't have it. But where you are, you can still send. If you don't have it, you can't send. Let's assume you call anybody in Nigeria that you need money. Nobody in Nigeria except the crook that can be able to feed to give to you.
Yeah, my brother. Yeah, quick one. Yeah, please. Now we are lamenting. We are condemning this man now. Right? And
I'm not condemning anybody. I'm talking about my space.
I believe his only policy this man is bringing up. Even they haven't appointed all the team he's going to work with. I believe we can just be a little bit patient to see what they are going to deliver, because the people you are saying is the answer. We saw the last performance. We saw what they did in the various states. We can see, because we saw what Peter Obi did in Anambra.
That's why I didn't support Obi.
Yeah, no, okay. Who is the answer then? You said
I support Showore. I support Showore.
Okay.
One man, so please, I beg you in the name of God.
Sorry, we have to let him land so that we can get to that.
No, I know. I just want to beg for a space. I want to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of press release by the Nigerian government on the day of the coup, 27th, if you don't mind.
Oh man, let's forget this Niger.
Can I read it out? No.
Let us say it.
Let me read it now.
Fake news that people are carrying around.
Let me read it now, if you don't mind, please. On the 27th of July, the statement says the military authorities in Nigeria have announced the suspension of incoming and outgoing air and land traffic in the country. Additionally, all government offices are closed. No immigration application will be accepted or processed. Every delay following the reopening should be expected. I don't know what they mean by that. All employers should ensure the safety of their employees and should account for expected immigration and travel delays. Foreign nationals in Nigeria should contact their home country consular or post to declare their safety and seek travel advice. At this time, information is fragmented. We are monitoring the situation and we will provide updates for every citizen as time goes on. It was in their language and interpreted into English. This was the release by the coupists on that day. They announced closure of everywhere there is a coup. The first thing they do, even in Nigeria, they first close air and land border. They open it up later, about 5 or 6 days later after this closure. That is the fact I'm referring. I'm not saying it was right or it was wrong, but that is the fact.
All right. Thank you. All right. Back to you. Yeah, no, but back to you, Foley. But it's a difficult and a tricky situation. The only thing that I can see as a temporary measure is for the country to mass import food and crash the price of food. So what you are paying in electricity, in petroleum, you get the subsidy back in food. Maybe just flood food into the market so that people can get a savings that way.
Okay, now the same people that can finance the subsidy, that cannot monitor oil for subsidy, we now monitor food subsidy, right? Is that what you are telling me?
Well, I mean, there has to be some sort of a solution. So I mean,
these people don't have what it takes. Even you know what people can even be hungry in this space and they will be happy when they can see future of what they are suffering for. But here we don't even have it. We don't even have it. People, if we have a leader today that can actually promise Nigerians, let's endure, and we know that he means it and he himself is practicing it, people will be happy. You know, Nigerians, we are ready to help government to make sure that government works. But government are not giving us their words. Even they give the words, we don't trust them. The trust is no more there. The gap between the government and the people, they're supposed to be governed, is too wide. That's what we're saying here. The gap is too wide. Someone is sharing 2 million naira, 1 billion naira for screening. What's it called? Senate. What's it called? Minister nominee. Today, 1 billion naira given to Senate, and they just share it. We just share it by ourselves. And somebody is asking me to go and die for food shop. Are we not in the same Nigerian? That's what we're saying here. We don't have that trust in our government anymore because they are not being truthful to us. That's the problem we are having here. Nobody can just give me a hope that someone has been telling me for almost since I was born, and we have not seen the hope. And yet you are still asking me to endure. Till when? Give us subsidy. Give us, monitor the criminals. Monitor the space for us. Now, even if you revise subsidy today, it can't even cure the damages that is already on ground. The bus that carried me from Ado to Abuja, the guy was lamenting. He said he collected 70K from us. The total money that this guy collected from all the passengers was around 140 something per trip. But he was telling me that as I'm looking at him now, because I sat in the front, he said the money only remained 53,000 in his hand, and he's still going to buy fuel when he's coming back. That means they're not even making the money.
And number two, a lot of people doesn't even travel anymore because of the
people don't even travel anymore.
Yeah, so they don't make enough money as they used to make before the petroleum subsidy removal.
Even if not people like us that will believe in, okay, we have to hustle to make this thing happen. That okay, I have business in it. I need to go take it to go and check. That's why I'm traveling. Else I will be sitting in my house here. I won't bother myself. I also have family in Ekiti that must check on. So this thing is getting more hard for Nigerians every day. I wish you could just enter street, sample people's mind. We are the one facing it. We are the one talking. We are the one telling to people.
Folly, can you do that for us? Can you? You have a smartphone. If you are able to just sample random people just to tell us what the experience really is on the ground. So sample a middle income person and then somebody at the lower rungs of society. If you're able to do that, and then send it in to me.
One man. Last year, right? I think you and your people sent 150K to Nigeria, right? To me, right?
Yes.
I gave the money to just 3 people. Okay? I give to a lady that was roasting corn. I show you the video. I send you the video.
Yes.
I give the second one to a guy that is doing barbing salon. I give the fourth one, the third one. No, the third one, I asked you that I want to give a man that have accidents, 10,000 out of it, right? And I gave it to that man. I gave the remaining 40,000 naira to one lady. I won't lie to you. The last lady I gave the money to, if you know how that lady valued that 40,000 naira, you would think it's 100 million I gave to her. She was crying. It was late that day. That's why you can't feel what this guy actually, the expression in her eyes. Just 40,000 naira. I know what I'm talking about, sir. During this scarcity, the money scarcity in Nigeria, this is how these people promise us heaven and earth for us to suffer for almost 3 months, and at the end of the day, nothing come out of it. Nigeria, they were looking for money to field, as in you have your money, you can't even access it during that period. And we hope something better will come out of it. Look at it where it is today. These are the same people you want us to rely on for removing subsidy. These are people that you think that they can promise us a kind of future that we actually want by removing subsidy. How do we show? These people are not there. They are not even there to represent us. They are just there for themselves. Look at this, what's it called? A Senate ministerial appointment that people believe that you have people that has the mind. But look at them, ex-governors, former senators. Only few that we have as technocrats among them. For how long are we going to continue this? That's what we are saying here. If you ask me to endure, fine, we can endure. As long, even my own endure, I don't even pray that. I don't even want it to be me enjoying it. But leaving a country behind that I'm proud of, that is my joy. Like, okay, we make a sacrifice for our born generation to come and enjoying it. That is our pride here, not for us. So when we are talking here, nobody should see us as if we are bittered. We are not bittered. We are only looking at our future. I'm working hard now, but how is my 60 going to look like? Can this generation give me peace at my 60? Or do you think I need to travel out for escape? I need to escape out of this space because I want to live life when I have the best weather in the whole world, when I have the best space a human being can live. And because we have just leadership problem, I should run away from that space, or I should look for a solution to the problem.
Mr. Foley?
Yes, sir.
Do you live in Lagos?
I live in anywhere. I'm a business person. I travel around.
Where do you reside? Okay, you don't have to share that, but you reside somewhere in Lagos, right? I mean, in Nigeria, right?
In Nigeria, yeah.
So, the state that you actually reside, when was the last time you actually hold that governor of that state accountable?
These people will silence you within 5 seconds.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you, they have the weapon to silence you within 5 seconds.
I understand what you're saying, but when was the last time you actually, speak against the governor of that state or intend to look at what they're actually doing in that state?
Okay, I will tell you something. I'm the AAC chairman in my state. Okay, so you should know that I'm not a dollar.
No. Don't misconstrue what I'm trying to say.
No, I understand you. I understand you should know that we are trying. I'm just saying that we should know that we are trying our best.
Okay,
we are trying.
I use you as an example because I hear what you said of this one. What you said were valid, but we may not live in Nigeria. But what I see is a misplacement of anger. There's too much of concentration and expectation from the federal. The last allocation that was given to the state, I heard that the federal government more or less like doubled it because of the intending hardship that will come as a result of withdrawal of subsidy. I haven't heard from anyone, not even in Nigeria or in diaspora, that says, what has the governors done with this money? Yes, they are rolling out palliatives in some state where we're seeing it in the paper now that we're seeing people that actually benefited from it. But I haven't seen anyone that actually questioned, including the state government where I come from. I haven't seen people that actually question or ask if on the television and say, what have they done with the money? I haven't. And yet, some of these governors are responsible for their each states, and they failed to ensure that people that live in those states actually, have their life, better. But the concentration on the federal that the federal government are going to with, well, technically, Constitution kind of gives so much power to the federal, but what is the state doing? Let's say the local government are powerless. What are the state government doing to ease the pain, the burden on the people?
Yeah, can I answer the question?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you understand Yoruba very well. There is one adage in Yoruba that said,
"You are from Ekiti, aren't you?"
Yeah, from Ekiti, yeah.
So I'm from Ekiti too.
Wow. Okay. Wọ́n ní amúkùn, wọ́n ní ẹrù ẹwọ́, ó ní òkèlè ń wò ẹwò sàlẹ̀. Okay, and that is, I'm just trying to back up what you said, what we just said. All of us were looking at the top, and the reason why me particularly believe in that top is this: before we elect anybody, I think people that structure democracy, they restructure it to the level of having a councillor, so that councillor can relate with his chairman will relate with his governor to the even including Senate and Rep. They're in that same circle, so that we can be able to understand the problem deeply. But let me tell you what happened during the process. The councillor that we are having today is no more, people are no more the one electing them. Okay? They feed in their property, someone that can do their bidding over people. Whether you vote or you don't vote, they were not those guys as a councillor. The same thing goes to your chairman. Okay? All of us here, we don't need to face Mr. Governor before we can get a message across to him. But because the guy that's supposed to take our agitation to Mr. Sherman, the guy is also a puppet. So he's not even aligned with us. He has never seen us as part of his people that actually bring him to that position. So he believed in his mind that he's not owing us anything. And that is where the democracy has been having K-leg from.
So in essence, are you still there, Mr. Foley?
He is there.
Okay.
Ask him that question, respond, and then I want to go on to to manage the time. Yeah.
Okay. So in essence, you're saying that we have a culture that is more of inimical to our growth because we fail to account or hold our leaders account at every level of the government. Is that what you're saying in essence?
Definitely.
Okay. So in a situation where the culture does not allow to have a genuine minded leader to emerge, what do you think that kind of nation should do?
That's how we call for revolution. That's how we actually always.
What kind of revolution you're talking about?
People's revolution. People's coming out to say no. People revolting. People saying no. People telling them enough is enough.
Do you also agree that in the course of carrying out such revolution, that people could also means the goal as a result of that same culture that is still preventing us to have a genuine minded people?
And that is why it's difficult for us to have the revolution.
But I know, but when you said the revolution, people that hold on 1 second, let me rephrase this, maybe to have a clarity. So the people that are agitating for the revolution, or those who are in the forefront of the revolutions, what if they also have ulterior motive as a result of that same culture that prompted them to be able to have that voice, but they also have ulterior motive for them to grab power? Do you think there's something you can do to checkmate?
Asking us to,
and that is why
to move on. Yeah.
And that is why that's why when you see any one of us saying something, like me, we are not doing it for power. We are not doing it for anything. We are not doing it for what we want to benefit. So I can't speak for others.
You don't know the mind of people, sir. You don't know the mind of people.
In my own group. Let anybody speak.
All right. All right. Let me move it on. Stay steady, Foley. But let me do it this way, just to vary it. I'm going to give everybody a 5-minute monologue just as an introduction. I'll kick it off with Ekene just to run through it, and then we'll then settle into conversation. So, Ekene, give us a 5-minute monologue of what you are looking at in the news. Ekene.
Oh man, good day.
Good day to you. Been a while.
Yeah, I've been staying behind. Sometimes I come, I will just listen and go. Just because most of these days it's all about Nigers and all that. So I'm not really interested in that area because I think the problem we have in our country is more than what is going on in Niger. So that is why the last time I spoke on that, I asked, why did Tinubu take that position of being a co chairman, knowing the kind of problem we are having in this country? But anyway, he has chosen that part. You just like we have spent almost 1 month discussing about Niger, and the country is going down every day. The dollar, the euro, the pounds, the price of everything is skyrocketing every day. Inflation, and whenever there is an inflation, you take away money from people, but people don't understand that. I think it's just all about inflation. Inflation, whenever it happens, definitely money is taken away from people. So, but we continue to manage it, even as a businessman and all that. We continue to patch it, trying to meet up, and all that. So, but the government has spent and is still spending days and months talking about Niger. You can just lay your suggestion and leave them with their problem and come and face the problem you are having in the country. You used close to 1 month to talk about Niger. Close to 1 month, and your government is clocking 200 days. And you didn't even focus to give your cabinet their portfolios so that they will get into work immediately. You promise you will hit the ground running from day one. This government, the way they promised to hit the ground running from day one, and they waited for that ministerial list, and at the end, they're giving us this list, and they said that waiting does not worth it if it was this list that he would have given to us. But for me, I don't have any problem with them. My issue is let them do the right thing. Things are getting worse and the worst. And the direction that I want them to go in order to cushion all these things immediately, I'm not seeing it. I've said it in this platform. Go to the north, fight that insecurity there, and get farmers back to farm. At least for the moment, let people have food to eat in this country. We're going about Niger, going about other ECOWAS meeting and all that. The important thing that we have in our country, just look at the electricity agreement we have with CMS. We're thinking that I will have electricity at least in the next 4 years, in the next 2 or 3 years. I think they have shifted this to 2015 to 2025 also, or 2020. I don't know, which means we are not expecting electricity in this country anytime soon. Everything is all about fraud. I'm not even talking about what Akpabio did in the Senate today. I know that is what it is. I'm not surprised. So anybody that is surprised, maybe that person should be surprised.
What Akpabio did is just confirmed all of our suspicions about them. Everything we suspected, he just confirmed it.
Yeah, it's all about it. So how would that kind of cabinet work? How would they perform? Once money enter their hand, they will share it. And that is what I told you the last time Tinubu spoke on national television. I told you, it is not all about that beautiful speech. It's all about the implementation. Who are the people that will carry out those assignments? They are all crook. Once those monies are being rolled out, they will just siphon it, share it among themselves. The country will continue to go down. No accountability. Festus Kayamo couldn't even give an account of 52 billion. He was just lamenting. And somebody was defending him in this platform. I was just shaking my head. Defending somebody you know that is a crook. We are not telling ourselves the truth. We are not telling ourselves the truth. I know most of us in diaspora should be the voice of the common man in this Nigeria. But unfortunately, it's not like that. Even if we don't have the support of the government, we should be able to have the support of the diasporas to speak for the less privileged ones. We are not supposed to be speaking for this government. We speak for the ordinary man on the street so that they will do the right thing. And at least when you people, if this country have peace, you people will come here, enjoy, and still go back. Economic development and all that. So diaspora are supposed to be the voice of Nigerians, especially at this point in time. What are we defending? Is it the billions that are sharing? Is it the cars that are buying expensive, luxurious life they are living? Is it what we are defending? When a common man there cannot even buy a bread. Bread has even added money. That bread we are talking the other day, it has added some 100 naira, some 50. As of recent, just as of today and yesterday. And we are still defending them. I just pray that within a very short time, they will get things right. If not, the way I'm seeing things going, if it continues to go like this, I'm not seeing all these patients we are telling Nigerians to have, how long they will bear it. I'm not seeing how long they will bear it. But if they can bear it, no problem. We should continue to bear it. For me, I don't have any problem with anything. So let the diasporans do the right thing. Even if we don't have a good government, let us have good diasporans that speak for us, for Nigerians. It's our country. So one man, I don't have much to say.
Do you think the people in diaspora, do you think they weigh too heavily in the favor of the government? You think they make excuses? Yeah.
Yes. A lot of you, they begin to speak a lot of grammars to defend what I know that is not right. Even though you supported the president to come on board, criticize him. There is nothing bad in that. Even if you have to support him in the second time, no problem. Charge him to do the right thing. Tell him the truth. It's not bad. Dollar selling for 915 naira is not a good thing for our country. So what is there to defend? Tell them to do the right thing. For me, the simplest thing to do now is to make sure that food is available in this country at an affordable rate. Go to that north. Encourage those farmers to go to the farm. Give them much encouragement by fighting insecurity. Let them produce enough food. At least in the next few months, people will begin to buy things, food stuff cheap, no matter the cost of the dollar. But they're not even thinking towards that. I don't even know what they're thinking. I don't even know what they're doing. I cannot say this is their plan. The billions that was mentioned on national TV the other day, I don't know where the money is going to. I don't know whether they have started sharing it or they have shared it and some people have taken it away. No accountability. Nothing. No accountability.
All right, yeah. But bring it home, yeah.
So one man, if the diasporas want to do, if they say they love the country and they are patriotic, let us speak for the common man. I want to hear from Ajali Kokobi.
1 minute. 1 minute. You keep because I can hear from your voice that we diaspora we are on the side of the government, because especially someone like me. Reason why I'm a little beside beside the government.
Hold on. Give us that in your slot. I want to somewhat restrict it. But okay, actually, make that comment. Can I then round it off quickly?
Yeah,
we hear from Solomon and then Bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I'm a little bit behind the government is most of the news coming from Nigerian citizens, a lot of propaganda, a lot of lies, and we will not fold our hand to cause a lot of anarchy. Tension is already there. We should start applying more tension. No, that's the reason why a lot of people in diaspora set back. No, we will not put that country on fire. That's my own opinion about when you are
there is nothing like putting there is nothing like putting the country on fire when you are making a good suggestion for your leaders. If your leaders do this,
criticize. You say we should
let him round off. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's not. When I say criticism, it can be in many ways. Criticism doesn't mean you begin to abuse them. It doesn't mean you begin to call them names. It means you tell them the truth. This is what they're supposed to do, but they didn't do it. You promise us a cutting cost of governments or not that. You are giving us 47 ministers and all that. So if all these ministers and the senators and the House of Rep and all that, when they share all this money every month, how much will remain for the common man to build their welfare? Just think about it. You are giving us 47 ministers. We are talking about that the economy is very down. There should be cut in the cost of governance. You're already giving us 47 ministers, adding it up to the senators, House of Rep, governors, and all these allowances, and the former governors' allowances, former senators' allowances, and all that. When they have shared all these things every month, how much remains for the welfare of the common man? So what is that to defend?
All right.
Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant.
I want to hear from Ajani Koko very soon. I want to go. I want to hear from you.
We'll get to Ajani Koko shortly. So thank you. So Solomon, you're up next. A 5-minute monologue from you. Solomon, what are you looking at today? Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man.
Good morning.
Yeah. Mr. Foley and Mr. Kene, what they've said here is just it's nothing but the truth, but it's just very funny. What is making me laugh is that the way our politicians behave, the way they make the citizens look like fools, like people that don't know anything. Like, I don't understand. The way they just behave there. And this revolution they are talking about, I've been trying to picture out and figure out how it can be possible in this country. Because in a way, I think we need something like that too. But because of how divided the country is, anybody that or any place they try to raise that or to start that revolution is not going to be, it will not have head. That's just the thing. So I'm just trying to look for a way that, because they need to deal with these politicians. So let me be honest with you. They need to deal with them, because the way they have fall the Nigerian people's hand too much, and it's very bad. And I'm really looking for as in just picturing how this kind of thing will happen. They need to deal with these politicians. Look at Akpabio, what he did yesterday.
But that country, it does need a revolution, you know. Because the anger and the disquiet of the citizenry is not documented, and they pay lip service to it that we know the people are suffering, but we've dropped 10 million in your account, you senators, but I think they need to feel it, you know. They need to feel it.
Yeah. Imagine Tinubu saying that National Labour Congress chairman saying that Tinubu is living in 2-bedroom. Who is he fooling? If he was in that guy now, he supported Labour Party, and now they've bought him over, and he's coming out to defend president, is to defend Asiwaju that he's living in 2-bedroom. You see, one thing now, most Nigerians are just living life like every Nigeria has a price. to be honest with you, every Nigerian, like as it stands now, people in Nigeria here, most people, not everybody anyway, but most people in Nigeria, majority have price. They have a price tag already, and it's really crazy. And it has made the society just be all about money. I heard you talking about the teenage girls. One man, this generation of youth, I don't even know. It's not their fault. The elders really failed them. To be honest, they really failed them.
Do you think they've been permanently damaged psychologically? Do you think they've been psychologically damaged permanently? I'm talking about especially the young females in Nigeria.
One man is only God that can help. Now this one is now God's intervention. It's not just this one is not even by going for therapy or anything. It's just God's intervention, because people's mindset are, see, people can do anything for money in Nigeria here as it stands like this. People can do anything for money as long as the money is there for them to survive. They can do anything doable. They will do it to earn a living. Yeah, and people talking about diasporans, it's just few people that are just reasonable in the diaspora there. It's not about giving people money, but because they are still part of the people putting pressure in people in this place. You see some people talking because you are privileged in where you are. You'll be opening your mouth to measure with the small thing you have, to be carrying shoulders up and down. You understand? So they still part of the ones. If they are in that society they are in, that nobody send anybody, you still use that kind of mindset and still relate with people in Nigeria.
Do you agree with us with Folly that the language of diaspora is not sympathetic enough for the experiences that Nigerians are going through?
Of course, some people hypocrites that Nigerians are hypocrites, whether you are in diaspora or you're in Nigeria. I don't fancy people anywhere you are in the part of the world. I don't fancy. It's not about where you are. It's about your personality that I respect. I don't respect. Feel like being if I go to another planet, I don't respect his personality, because I know what I'm saying. Yeah, I know what life is all about. So what I'm saying, the people in diaspora they are still part of the problem. You come back and just be, everybody should be happy, but you should mind the way you do things. You should, at least as you're traveling, they say traveling is part of education. You're educating yourself, and you just few people. And thank God, I know few people that are very humble and very reasonable. I know them, and so, but majority of the people in diaspora are just hooligans. I use something like that. They're just anyhow people. So they are part of the problem. But we Nigerians, and they should stop looking at, because you are opportune or privileged to be where you are. You look at who is in Nigeria here and feel like this person, like he deserves less, or maybe you'll be looking at him less. If you are here, I don't even think you will survive the way the person in Nigeria here is surviving. Solly here, Folly is there talking his mind. Somebody is there saying, as in the comment section, abusing him. Say this, you get. These people are like all Nigerians, whether as long as Nigerian blood is flowing, in the sense, if Nigerian blood is flowing in your vein, yeah, even though we are different people, but we are still Nigerians. As long as your parents are from this country, you are from this country, most of them are hypocrites. Yeah. So what Foley and Mr. Kene were saying here, I agree with them. They are pains. Their boys even use pills to, even with the money that you're talking of, when you get the money, you have to use pills. It's not good, but you see them indulging, and I don't judge anybody. I have to just try, I can't even advise on my own. I just be like, God should just help this person. That is when somebody's doing wrong.
How do you keep yourself out of it, Solomon? How do you keep yourself out of what you see around you?
Well, man, I don't even really go out. I just like now, I just so that, because it now looks as if the society is just toxic. I limit the way I prefer to even interact with people online than like stay online, as in people that are even in Nigeria or anywhere, to just talk online. They're even seeing physical, like, because especially people in Nigeria, because everybody now, most people are just toxic. When you go out, people are frustrated. First, if you just use your own, scatter your own. So it better you just, I know, and you need to be prayerful. I won't lie to you. You need to be
So
prayerful. So that
you hide away from it.
yeah, you just be prayerful that God should just, when you wake up in the morning, hand your day over to the Lord, that He should, so that you mind the kind of people you associate with. And because right now, this time around, people are not smiling. Everywhere is just somehow. But I pray that one day this country will be good. But
Is there hope for a better future? Which is what I was asking Folly. Do you you are in Abuja, so what's the temperature? Is there hope for a better future? Do they see a plan? Yeah.
there is hope if we do the right thing, if things are right, if the right people get into, as in like get into governance and into government, and like the right when we just curb this kind of no person connection and all that kind of thing, when we just sanitize the society, that even a common man that has what it takes to have a better life can get it without knowing somebody, without going extra mile. Just do the needful, do the basic. That is when I feel like things will be better. But if our government are not ready to do it, if every night, see, Nigeria is corrupt now, that yeah, you can do anything if you have the money. So if we can just remove these things, do the basic, like all those prayer points people are praying in Nigeria here are things that people in other countries, their government is doing for them. When we can live up to that kind of they can start providing those kind of solutions and those kind of things ahead, then I think Nigeria will be good. Nigeria can be good by the grace of God. Nigeria can be good, and these people Nigerians are not really asking for much, just a platform, a reasonable platform that somebody will not tell you work hard. Imagine somebody telling you work hard, you want to kill the person. He has done the needful, and you're telling him work hard. So
all right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, let's go from you to Bishop. A 5-minute monologue from you, Bishop. Let's hear from you.
Okay. I've sacrificed so much time to wait for these 5 minutes. Anyhow, good evening, Nigerians.
This is just the
wherever
introduction.
you get me from. I know. I'll get on. Like I told you, I'll get on the road, and I will not be able to get network again, most likely. But that's by the way. Good evening, fellow Nigerians. Please, I'm looking at the 173 people watching, and there are just 38 likes. If you can just do us that favor and click on the like button, if that's the only thing you will do, please, I beg you, click on the like button. Let's take it up at least. We have 171 person watching now, and just 38 likes, so we can bump that up. I'll try and summarize those things very quickly, but we have kind of narrowed ourselves back to the situation in Nigeria. Unfortunately, I won't change. My position remains the same. I won't do what is popular. I know we are challenged as a nation, but we are not looking at solutions from within ourselves. Everybody is pointing fingers at the other persons. Our politicians are from among us. I have not been lucky enough to have one politician as my relative or relation or friend or brother or what have you, but they are from among us. The worst of the corruption in Nigeria is not among the politicians. It is everywhere, from the school system to the church system to the ministry to workers. Even set up a private business in Nigeria today. If you are not there, you are doomed. Even the one that you are there. It was an ordinary Nigerian in ShopRite in Lagos that switched the pay, what they were using to collect money, to our own. She was using what they call this thing, point of POS machine. She was using her own POS machine. Even after stealing more than 5 million, she still did not desist, and she was spending money like that's another Nigerian. We are challenged. We are not the worst challenged, economically challenged country in the world. Situations have been really bad before COVID and even till now. Some countries are barely just making it. Officially, they told us, everybody used to shout, Ghana, oh, Eldorado, until Ghana declared bankruptcy. Officially, Ghana is a bankrupt country. But everybody keep complaining. These issues are going to be tough. It's going to be very difficult, but we are going to pull through. If people think that revolution and encouraging mayhem, that when people tend to see who is going to remain, there is a saying in Yoruba, Orun Yabo. Kishori and Mayale, everybody will have a feeling of it. If you are not there, your parents, your family, your relations, your friends, they are there. They will be part of this issue. Now, very, very quickly, I remember Tofoli said, I don't know whether I had him right, maybe he was a party chairman or something. You know, there are classes of challenges we are going through as Nigerians, different level. Some people in this same level, as they are complaining, they are building houses. As bad as situation is, some people are sending their children abroad on vacation. As bad as situation is, some people are buying brand new cars. They are registering brand new cars. A few months ago, somebody we were discussing on cement. I would have loved to bring that discussion here. When he was giving me the data of cement production in Nigeria and sale, how the price had gone up. But it has not affected the sales of cement. That more people prefer to be landlords. So you see level 5, level 6, level 7.
Sorry, Bishop. You know, it's actually funny what you just said. In spite of all of the things that are going on, people are still buying all of these things in the shops.
That's the reality.
Commerce is still going on, you know. Yes, yeah.
That is the reality. There are challenges, but it is going on. It's just that we have formed a pattern that let us just say everything is bad. Oh, let's just destroy everything. It is not the way out of the problem. People are building. I know a teacher, a secondary school teacher, just recently that was telling me she needed some money. I gave her some money to buy some WC toilet sittings. 2. I'm not boasting. I gave her to buy 2 toilet seats because she just wanted to move to her house. That they managed to plaster the inside. But she's just a secondary school teacher in government school. I gave the money to buy 2 toilet seats that you can even go to. They have done the soak away and they have plastered the inside. They will just put a net on the window, but they are moving into their house. So I know things are tough, but honestly, it is not as bad as sometimes we want to make it look that everything has collapsed. There are countries that are facing far worse things than we are facing in Nigeria. Now, one of the problems I have is this. We were saying things, for example, about the senators talking. Look, maybe because of the times we are in, the senator couldn't have said it, but every one of us, we have what we call leave bonus, holiday bonus. The bonus or vacation bonus of the Senate is a constitutional matter. It is in their law. I heard you say 2 million. I want to verify, was it the 2 million that they say? Because I know that they are even for the Senate president is under maybe 400 or 300,000, less than 500,000 for his vacation. It is once in a year, and they used to pay it to them when they are going on their annual vacation. So sometimes when we allow media to touch hit up things, and because some of us are already very angry, we are looking for every means to express our anger. Sometimes we don't even bother just anybody to just say it. We have taken it up. I always like to ask the question: is it the truth? Can I confirm? Can I verify it? Because I don't just want anybody to walk me up unnecessarily. Now, Nigerians in diaspora are not different from Nigerians at home. Anybody that is making that mistake, in fact, some of us are even more passionate than people at home. That's the truth. We are far, far way more passionate, and we contribute to the economy as much as people that are within Nigeria are contributing. The truth of the matter is this: it is not everything that you want, that you desire, that you will always get. When you manage the ones that you get to compensate yourself so that you wait for when the next opportunity comes. Maybe it's someday I am the senator. Senator Sandy that was talking, somebody should have asked him, when you were there, did you collect your vacation bonus? If you collect, how much was it? Tell us, so that we will not necessarily be heating up the polity with some of these outbursts and pronouncement. I take time to listen when some people on some other platform, I don't contribute there, I just listen. And when people, if you give some people from today till next 10 days to complain about the problem of Nigeria, they will complain about the problem of every other person, but they are the only saint. It is only them that love Nigeria, even though everything they do is criminal. They cheat, they steal, they make, but when they are talking about it, oh, the president, every other person is the problem but themselves. And that is every one of us. We look at the problem as it affects, or as the other people are the cause of the problem of Nigeria, not ourselves. Even the parent that is going to buy paper for their child, for their exam paper for their children in school, even parents that are lobbying, even people that paid 5 million to go and lobby to buy a federal civil service lot, even people that lobby. I have 2 minutes more. I'm looking at time. So basically, if when we get to those times, I wanted to talk about, I mean, the senators talking the fact about it. Let's forget the sensationalism. Let's address the fact. Was it okay the way he said it? Maybe not. But some people they were talking about 1 billion. They're talking about they gave them 2 million. If there are facts to that, I would really love. On the Mamora Oshibajo issue, I think the man that just spoke nonsense. I mean, I don't think we should give that any attention to him.
That was Boss Mustafa.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should pay attention to him. Honestly, I don't think so. Because there are times that elders.
What did Bob Mustafa said? What did he say?
No, they said
he said Buhari preferred Mamora to Oshibanjo as his vice president.
So the question is, Buhari did not make the choice. Buhari gave somebody the choice to make, us Tinubu, and Tinubu even mentioned 3 persons, and out of those 3 persons, Mamora was not there. So if silently, quietly, Tinubu had told Mustafa Boss that I would have preferred that man, wisdom would have said it's just like a father confiding that he preferred the child in somebody, and he coming out to say, oh, the father would have preferred that this one is the first son. So for me, Tinubu made the choice, and he had not regretted making the choice, even in the face of heavy provocation. So I would not want to dignify that. Buhari did not say so. Maybe in their private conversation, he said maybe he would have preferred Mamora. But Mamora was a speaker and was a senator, and they did not choose him. He was not even number 2. He was not even number 3 in the possibilities as mentioned by what do you call it?
He was talking about what Buhari would have preferred, not the options made available to him.
That's what I'm saying now, but not, you see, there are consequences of our things we say sometimes. Is it the right time for somebody that is considered to be an elder to come and spill, more bad blood in the system, in the polity? I don't think so. That's my view, and my view is irrelevant. I just don't want to dwell on that one. On the Rufai space, quite honestly, I want to wait and see how this unfolds. There's a lot to unpack in it, but I've not gotten the full grasp of the whole thing. And I want to wait when the thing unfolds and we know officially what he discussed with the president. Everything we are hearing, I just snipe it from the grapevine. So finally, please, I appeal to us Nigerians. I know these are difficult times. Some people are abusing me. I'm not defending government. No, I am saying we have been speaking about this problem for so long. What are the solutions? Are there easy way out? Are there things we can do differently? People are talking about the size of government. Oh, they are recycling people because some people have said it. Okay, hey, we have 7 governors that participated. They won an election. Election is a reward system everywhere in the world. So if he had 48 ministers, and 47 of them are part of the people that they fought and stood and won the election together. So be it. That's my view. Yeah, it's a mixture. I said it before when we were deliberating, postulating about the possible nominees. I said it's going to be a mixture of some politicians because they have paid their dues, and some new ones, and some technocrats. There's going to be a mix to get a balance. And honestly speaking, I think the man is even if Jesus will choose, people will still complain about them. He chose a undergraduate to groom. People are complaining that and what experience? What it brings me to mind the song of Obey. I say, but I really wish that I pray that we get out of this challenge. Nigeria has very great potential, but we need to get our hands together. It's not going to be a roller coaster. It's going to be painful. But at the end, honestly speaking, we will all sing Hurricane. Thank you.
All right, brother. Well put. So to you, Ajande Koko, then Vin, Ajande Koko, 5 minutes monologue from you. Speak to us, Ajande Koko.
One man, you can come back to me. You can go to someone else. Come back to me.
All right. Is that you, Kumi?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's hear from you then. Let's hear from Kumi, then Vin. Kumi, let's hear from you.
Good day, everyone. Yeah, my own stand and my own suggestion is any other country than Nigeria. 5 years ago, people in Ukraine, if I believe what is going on in the country now, they don't see it coming. No matter anywhere we Nigeria, we are staying, no matter how, they're still gonna address us as a Nigerian. Even you have a Britain accent, you have American accent, they're still gonna ask you where do you come from. We don't have any other place than Nigeria. And all what is going on back home, I believe no one in diaspora is happy with it. I believe because we love our country and we don't have any other place. Now, how do we get here? Sometime last year or 2 years ago, Buhari closed all the filling stations near Nigerian border for smuggle of petrol. Imagine with all our resources, we are using our money to subsidize with all the West Africa. Nobody. After they close all the border, they close the same Nigeria are still applying pressure on Buhari then. No, we cannot continue like this. Food are not coming, blah, 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 blah. All these things. There is no way we can go back. This subsidy needs to be removed. Even is not Tinubu remove it. This subsidy is not in the this year project complete project. Buhari only subsidized it for 6 months, and when Tinubu come, there is no money for it. Do you know before Buhari left the office, they are already borrowing money to pay for subsidy? As a new president, do we still want him to continue on that way? No. We must find a long-lasting solution in our problem. And this thing, we've been crying about it for a long time. Me, I will never criticize this government for now. I will wait after 1 year, 2 years, after he have all his team, everything is on the board. I believe he's have more money now because they are saving a lot of money. And even to say that if it's not going to...
Are you looking at anything in the politics outside of just defending Tinubu?
I'm not defending him. I'm just talking about how do we get to this where we are today.
Right.
Because when we are subsidizing petrol for all the West Africa, and Nigerian citizen is not okay. We need to find a way of doing all these things. A lot of waste, and after that, nobody ever mentioned any governor here. Last year allocation almost double. Do you see any governor putting any money on board for palliative or for supporting the subsidy? They don't do it. All our focus is the president, someone that never appointed in full squad on the never appointed full team, and we criticizing, we want to kill him. Me, I don't support Siwaju, but all these things we need to face it, because they say people in diaspora, they don't know what they are going through, which we go through it, because I know what I'm sending to my parents before. Now I know what I'm sending, and I don't see the money. I work hard to get the money. I work day and night to get the money. It's not maybe money is flowing from somewhere that everything is comfortable for us. We're in diaspora. It's not really easy as most of Nigerians think it is. And we pray we have a good team that can work with this man. Maybe if they can bring more food, they can subsidize food and a lot of food on the citizen. Maybe it's going to bring down all this issue.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. I think Vince's network has dropped, so let's go to Dewale Europe next. Dewale.
Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you.
Oh, okay, awesome. Good to be back again.
Are you in a good place to talk, or do you want me to come back to you?
If the background noise is not too much, I'm in the store, but I can talk. I have my Bluetooth.
All right. Carry on. If it gets too much, then I'll let you know. Carry on.
Okay. What am I speaking to now?
No, we're just taking a 5-minute monologue just for you to speak freely. What you're looking at in the news. What you would like to talk about.
Okay. Pretty much what was. Well, I heard that I saw that piece of Akpabio's statement. You know, we're all upset. All Nigerians should be upset. You know, in every nation, I think there's a way. Our own presidential system is kind of weird. Weird in the sense that our lawmakers are paid such a manner that is, I don't know, even people that we copy the same system from, they don't get remunerated in such a way that, you know, we do to our lawmakers. I mean, at the end of it all, they're going on the field. I don't know why or see reason why they should be paid in such a way that, you know, the token that he mentioned, you know, through the statement, but that alone trigger a lot of Nigerians, and that's why most of what we're going to hear on this show tonight is probably triggered by that statement that there have been prayers being sent to their email. That, to me, that is it's more like a slap on the faces of Nigeria. You don't do that. And in other crimes, lawmakers are paid by their sitting. That is, every time that they sit, they get compensated or paid a token. I mean, some of us that are being abroad, that are in America, we serve in the jury position, and we don't get paid. You get paid by a token for the hours that you spend, you know, judging.
Diwali, we can barely make you out. There's a heavy background noise.
Okay, you can't hear me now, right?
Well, we can hear you, but there's a heavy background noise. But carry on.
Okay, anytime you don't feel comfortable, let me know. I will stop, okay? I think it has to do with where I am now. I was somewhere closer to, I mean, far away from this noisy area before, but let me move a little bit away from it. So the way the system is organized, take account of every penny paid by the taxpayer. So to me, that triggers these small actions about, you know, everybody feels being used. That's the way I see it. But nevertheless, I think
no, there's a lot of noise, a lot.
Okay.
Is a child screaming?
It's a store actor. Those kids are even a little bit far away from me. But let me use the floor to others, and then once I'm out,
I'll come back to you. All right, brilliant. All right, let's hear from Darati. Darati, hopefully you have a better connection now. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here with you.
Yeah. Speak to us. Give us a 5-minute monologue. What you are looking at in the news today. Not necessarily Tinubu praise worshiping, but current affairs.
Okay. Well, there are a lot of things that I saw in the news today. I also saw that issue of Akpabio, you know, with this, is it gaffe or should I call it? Well, anyway, you see, one thing I noticed is this. I've known that an average politician in Nigeria finds a way to what? To steal, or I mean to shortchange the people one way or the other. What we are just saying is that they should respect us more, at least when you are even doing it. And they also do it in other countries also. Oh, many of the countries of the world. But they have the shenanigans, or the level at which they do it, or which they take the people for granted is what differs. Because they have better institutions to take care of some of this. So when they do their thing, they do it under the cover. But in our own case here, they begin to do some certain things that they are not supposed to do, and we should call them out. I think that is a very wrong statement. Yeah, and if it is true, I don't think it portrays that Senate as one that is reliable. and it's a stain on them. It's a stain on them when Nigerians are going through this kind of challenges that they are going through right now, economic challenge.
Yeah, but what about sorry, Darati, what about what Bishop said, that really these are just payments that are already embedded in the system that they are entitled to? These are just traditional leave payments.
Well, it's not they normally pay them leave bonuses. No doubt about
Bonuses,
that.
Yeah,
leave bonus. So, and anybody that is also well versed in, the workings of the civil service, we know that they normally pay workers leave bonuses. Although they are bastardized, they've bastardized everything in Nigeria. When I work for a multinational company in Nigeria, when you are going for your leave, they pay you that money probably when you are going, or probably immediately you came in. But now in Nigeria, 3-4 years, you will not even get your leave bonus. At least my parents work in the civil service for a long time, so I understand. So, but the way he also spoke it, with the way things were in the country, people will lash on to that, and they will use it to criticize them heavily, because everybody was saying, if you are saying we should hope, and we should take this subsidy removal the way it is for now.
Darati, one of the things that upset people the most is what Akpabio just did, because they are asking the rest of the country to tighten their belt, and they're just sharing money amongst themselves. So it's just
So, and I think somebody was saying something about, I watched the broadcast. You see, there's actually no news. Actually, all the major newspapers in Nigeria that don't have their platform. I live in Oyo State, so I have BCS on my phone. I watched the telecast of Makinde, that's the Oyo State governor, and he said there will be no increase in the state government workers' salary. And he gave a reason, although he has been doing well in terms of payment. 25th, he pays both pensions, including my own parents, pays them as at when due. But him saying that he will not put something on it, he will not do anything about it after you have collected double. And your state is one of the largest, the state that collects all the largest allocation in the state. It's what I don't still get. Although he rolled out some plans, I still feel it's not too comprehensive enough in a state of about 10 million, almost 9 to 10 million people, not to 9 to 10 million, within that range. So I expect the state governors to step up their game and do more, and not use this opportunity to siphon. And I think Tinubu needs to do more on that. I has been doing that at the beginning, but I think he needs to do more to tell them that this money was not just given to you to be gallivanting around. If Oyo State is collecting 8 billion before, it means that they will be collecting almost like 15 billion. That's what it means. With the state, with the local government allocation. So you can imagine the kind of money that will be in their hands right now. So they need to pump money out and let the people breathe. And one thing I think we should do as diasporans, people that live outside of the country, people should know that we are also every country right now has one or two challenges that is facing. And we that we're also living in them, we're also facing it with the people that are citizens of that country. But what I normally do is, before they remove the subsidy, I've been preparing my people, my family members, I've been preparing them since last year. I've been telling them, see, they are going to remove the subsidy.
Yeah, so, what do you mean preparing them? So they will still feel the effect. What do you mean? Have you been putting money in their account?
Of course, you do. Yes, apart from doing that, you can advise them. It's in form of advice. Like, what can they do? What can you do to mitigate the effect when it comes, so that it will not be too much on them? I can tell you, things are tough right now in Nigeria, and even anybody that wants to go home now, amongst us that we are on this platform, we know how much they're going to cough out to buy a ticket. I was speaking to a friend from UK. He said, going home at this point, no way. The money is just too much. and so just like that for everybody. So, but I'm looking at it that probably with the way things are going, I think the federal government has not spent.
Sorry. Why is the money too much for him in the UK? They've not removed fuel subsidy in the UK.
They have not removed fuel money from in the UK, but
yes.
the money they are going to. Do you know that to travel to UK? Are you aware that to travel to the UK right now from Nigeria, you are going to cost?
No. Is it traveling to the UK? Is it? Oh, hold on. No, that's not. Is it traveling to the UK or is traveling from the UK? Because you said you were speaking to your friend in the UK. So where is it traveling from?
I'm saying that if you are traveling to Nigeria,
hold on. Yes. Where is your friend? Your friend is in the UK.
Yeah. I'm saying
hold on. They've not removed fuel subsidy in the UK. So what has that got to do with him? How does that affect him?
What about the ticket?
Sorry, please. Can I chip in something?
A lot of things that are affecting everybody. 2007.
But the price, the Nigerian economy, it doesn't affect the price of a plane ticket in the UK.
Sorry, please. I live in UK.
Hello. As do I. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Please. I live in UK, and I had a plan to travel this month because I was on vacation. But when I checked the flight ticket, man, it was something else. I was supposed to travel with my family. We are 5. So I was looking at 8,000 pounds. That's about 8 million naira. And you know, it's to and fro. It's not just from UK. We also check from UK to Nigeria and from Nigeria to UK. When you travel, you need to come back. So you should also consider that.
Sorry, how much did you say?
About 8 million naira.
No, how much in pounds?
That's 5. We are 5.
Yeah, no, how much in pounds?
8,000 pounds. 8,000.
I don't believe that.
Okay, check it out. Do you live in UK?
I live in Kent.
Okay, please, after this program, just check all the flights.
I checked as early as yesterday, and the prices were averaging about £700, £700.
To and fro per one person.
Yes.
One man. But okay, let's assume that let's even take your own price. 800 pounds per one person. If that is not a small cash, it's not.
It's not. That's it. Do you know that last week?
Just to add to that, when I came from Sweden, because I came from Sweden, I spent like 200,000 naira to move my family from Sweden to the UK. Just 200,000. That's about 200 pounds. So anytime you're traveling from here to Nigeria, it's more expensive. If you're going to France or any other place.
In fact, you can get tickets as cheap as 260 pounds.
From where to where?
Now. From Heathrow to Lagos return. Yeah.
Which airline is that? Because I checked British Airways last week. Probably you saw something in the news when they were talking about Lagos.
I don't accept that too.
2,777. I was on Turkish airline because me when I see things, I don't believe it as this face value. I will go for it to Google. I will go and verify. I went on Turkish Air. I went on British Air. Turkish Air is 1,300.
Forget Turkish Air. This is KLM on your screen. This is KLM.
But go to British
Air. Forget British Air. Now, are you looking for the most expensive or the cheapest? You say you can see the prices on your screen. So let's not get carried away.
That is
from Heathrow to return from London to Nigeria. There it is.
The issue is this. Just that whether we like it or not, I know how much it was, how much the health ticket
Hold on,
was.
Hold on. What do you mean whether you like it or not? Can you not see on your screen? It says KLM.
Hold on.
It gives you August, and look at all the dates.
Hold on.
327 pounds.
Hold on. Is that to and fro? Is that to and fro or just going? It's not that is just going now. So it's about 7.
One man. This is August. People already booked their flight. Let me tell you, August is always cheaper. We always have cheaper flights in August. People have already moved to their destinations.
He's telling us that it's going for £1,000.
No. I use what I checked was a British this thing. That's what I checked. I didn't check
British Airways. Look at this guy. You want to be flying British Airways? Look at you must. If that is your level, there you shouldn't talk about price now. If you are a big boy, then you have to be fully big boy. Look at this guy. And by the way, you know they are very rude on British Airways. I'm not quite sure why you want to go. They are very rude. Yeah, but
what kind of rule, please?
The air hostesses, and especially if you get an air host, you know, the last time I went to Nigeria, I flew British Airways. I had to write a stinging letter. I got a compensation. The guy I told him to get some water, and he went into a tizzy, and I had to, bring him down, but he ruined that flight for me,
So one man. I think the issues are just that what happened in Nigeria also had a bit of ripple effect on some few things over here. I mean, outside of the country too. So, but I think we just need to take it cool. I think the president has not. I think probably has not done his own part of the bargain. The things that he said he was going to do, he has not done them. But the money he said he saved, I think is still with him. So I think he needs to start to roll out those things. That's just the way out for us to make sure that. And another thing I saw something about the tax policies that they are trying to reform the tax, and everybody was saying, "Oh, yeah, coming again to come and tax the hell out of us, or this or that or this," but probably. It's just a way of blocking loopholes. I heard these days that they said they are going to move those money generating revenue generating agencies. There may be a kind of restructuring so that they will curb all these loopholes. Do you know that I saw something on somebody's wall today, and somebody is already saying that no, the people will find another way to create another loophole. Somebody said, you know that this dollar issue, you know what they are doing right now. They will, when you get to the bank, they will say they will give you $5 note. You want to collect like $10,000. Now that $5, you will like that $5 will be too much. Can't you give me $100 or $20? Then you see one guy sitting somewhere and will just walk up to you. Now, what is the problem, sir? Something, and you say, okay, I'll give you $100. When they give you that $5, bring it to me.
Bring it to me.
That's where the problem is. Nigerians are also part of the problem. They are just screaming, but they are not ready for the change. I think we need to. So let me just leave the stage at that point.
All right, thank you, Date. So let's hear from Vin. Vin, 5-minute monologue from you.
Okay.
Vin.
Okay,
we have to win. We have to win. So sorry. Stay there, or stay there, because you're a new voice, and I really want to hear your politics. But Vin has been waiting for a long time. Vin, let's hear from you.
Okay.
Thank you, one man. Good evening to everybody in the panelists here and those that are watching us. all over the world and the comment section. This is my little city, the beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the upper eastern part of Ghana. I bring you the greetings of the Kusasi people from upper eastern part of Ghana. One man, there is something I would like to, what my brother Bishop was saying before. I have it on the screen here, my screen here. Niger junta closes airspace as ECOWAS deadlines expires 7th August 2023, DWTV. The ECOWAS deadline expires on Sunday, and immediately after it expires, for fear, this is very, very common with the military. Immediately that ultimatum that was issued by the ECOWAS heads of states expired, they declared their airspace closed for fear of any air attacks. And that thing has affected, just like what my brother was saying, that said he's going to pay about £8,000 to fly his people in and out to Nigeria, has affected air travels from Europe to Nigeria. Because as I was looking at it yesterday, when they were complaining, even in Nigeria, some of the politicians in Nigeria was complaining. They said it is going to take them about an additional 1 hour, 30 minutes to 3 hours to navigate Niger to come to Europe. That is what they said yesterday. And the airlines that I watched on CNN here also commented on the same issue. It is not going to be easy for them. So that is just to put that they declared, they closed their airspace immediately. ECOWAS ultimatum, expired on Sunday. So that is that. My brother, Nigerians are going through serious challenges. From 1960, politicians has promised to keep hope alive. And up to today, Nigerians are still asked to keep hope alive. I do not know when that hope will materialize. Instead of materializing, it is getting worse by the day. I am not a prophet of doom like my brother August said, told me in the comment section. I hope it never happens. Nigerians will give credence to Muhammadu Buhari. Because when you look at what happened, there is no government that took over. The government that takes over that will be better than the predecessors. If you look at it, just look at the trend. In the change of leadership of Nigeria, there is no government, a new government that is going to be better than the old one. It has been happening from 1960 was better. Then the rest of it, one man has been the same, total failure. For those of us that are telling us here that will be light at the end of the tunnel, the new entrants, these politicians, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, no matter their ethnic, inclination, don't have your interest at heart. The interests of the ordinary Nigerians are not paramount to them, one man. That is why they do what they do. The new entrants in the National Assembly was given about 25 million to 26 million, or thereabout. As they are going on recess, they have collected millions as well. I think you showed it on the screen, about 2 million. Whereas the people are suffering. The Nigerians are suffering. What they voted for, if at all they voted for Tinubu, is not what they are getting. And the anger is still piling, like most of our people have just said. The anger is piling. Nobody knows. They say tomorrow is pregnant. Nobody knows
what
what are you anticipating, Vin? What are you anticipating? Because the anger is palpable, but where is it going to land is the thing. What are you anticipating?
I I don't want people to criticize me in the comment section of calling me prophet of doom or someone who doesn't like, the progress of Nigeria. Look, I served that country many years, and I suffered gunshots in Liberia, trying to protect the interests of Nigeria. But due to what has happened, I said I will no longer, because when you serve your country, you are expected, not just the people that served. One man, if you go to Yaba Military Hospital as we speak today, you will see the remnants of the difficulties soldiers pass through in war front, as in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Sudan under AU operations, even Yugoslavia. So you will see them there. Those people, nobody is talking about them. Those that were KIA in the war front, their families were chased out of the barracks. So what will make any soldier? The reason why people are just wearing that uniform is that because there is no job. If there is job and there is a very enabling environment for people to at least do their own businesses in the way they want to and get remunerations, one man, I don't think anybody will look at what we pass through and still go and don that uniform. What I see, I am looking out interventions, but I do not know where it is going to come from. Because these politicians are more corrupt. They are grossly corrupt than the Kake boys. One man, you can go and check how much the military stole from the Nigerian coffers and compare it with what is going on now in that country. They are stealing, and when they stole, they will now begin to mock you. Akpabio that said, let the poor breathe. After making that statement in the National Assembly Hall, will you also come back and justify that statement he made? Let the poor breathe. These people are original politicians that resigned and took refuge. Today they are taking refuge in the National Assembly. They are the same people that they are circulating all over again. How do you expect such country to work with these same people, and you are telling Nigerians to keep hope alive? It is going to be difficult, but I do not know. I cannot just wrap my hands around what is going to happen. What will happen with this thing, if this thing continues in this manner, is going to engulf the whole of that country. And when you look at the problem now caused, the rise of petroleum products. Petroleum products, one man, and my people that are in this panel and those that are watching are not supposed to cost much in Nigeria, because Nigeria, like one person said here, on daily basis, is it OPEC, standard, 2 million barrels every day, or 1.5 million barrels every day. How do you expect the citizens whose on their land, ancestral land, this natural resource is being produced and it cannot be refined in their country? Rather, they pay even more than those that doesn't even have it. It is very, very bad for man. And the anger keeps piling. I do not know, like I said before, tomorrow is pregnant. We do not know what it is going to give birth to. I said it before here, I say, if the civilian leaders that's supposed to do more, better than what the military did, refuses to do it and continue to make an enabling environment for people to weep and cry on daily basis,
the Kate boys are nearby. I am speaking to you based on what they don't want to speak, because once they come out and speak now, they will not charge them for mutiny. Okay, so that is how it is. So for them now, for this subsidy that has created a lot of problem for Nigerians, the commuters, and other people, passengers are paying the price of all this. And remember, once you tinker, I'm coming there, once you tinker with the petroleum products, the price of every goods in a community or nation will go up. I would have loved that some certain measures should have put in place. It is not easy for you to pull out the feeding bottle from a child that you want to win. You need to at least begin to take up measures in order to finally pull out the plug or the feeding bottle from the child, so that the child will not feel the impact of that abrupt or sudden pull out of that feeding bottle from him or her. That is what I expected this government to do. But look at the after effect of the pulling out sudden or emergency pull out of those feeding bottles from Nigerians. So that is what I have to say. Thank you so much, and God bless you, bro.
All right, thank you, Vin. And Vin, it was enjoyable to listen to you, but the audio was it was somewhat quaky, but we heard you anyway.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good. We know. Yeah, are you on your farm? Is that
No. It's 12:50 here now. I'm home.
Oh no, but are you in the countryside? Is what more?
Yes, I am in the remote area. Remote area, not even in the satellite town or municipal. I am in the remote.
How many cows do you have now? How many herds of cattle do you have now?
You know, the cattle give birth every year, once in a year. It is right now. The matured ones are 278, and the 50 calves. And at the end of this year, I am going to have another 50 calves, added to those ones.
Look at that. And it's about $1,500. It's about $1,500 a head. So you're a dollar millionaire, and you come here and be pretending like look at this guy.
My brother, it's a family business I inherited, and there are so many uncles and aunties that are also benefiting from it, and their children. So every year we inject. There are ones we keep for beef. We inject them within 6 to 9 months. They are so big, and they become bulls. And those are the ones that they sell.
How much is an average size cattle in Ghana?
It depends on the size and the kg. There are some that are over 130. If you feed them very well, 180 kilograms. There are some of about 125. The price differs when they weigh them.
So that's about $5,000.
The highest one we have, so there is about 1,000. Let's say about 10,000 Ghana cedi, which is about $950 dollars. That was about 118 kg.
Look at this guy. You are a Ghanaian big boy. Look at, and you come here to be pleading poverty. Look at this guy.
Can I have a quick pushback for Vince? Just 1 minute.
No, sorry. No, Bishop, we have to move on.
When are you going to move those cattle along how do you call this area? When are you going to move them along this place, Sahel to Nigeria?
I will not because
one man, I was begging for an interjection. He said no.
I can't do it.
But that's
you know,
that's inequality.
hold on, Bishop. Let me say this.
Yeah.
You want to push back against what
It's still an interjection, yes.
No. Can you hold on? You want to push back against what he was saying about when the coup was announced, when the borders were closed, and then he will push back, and then it could go
But
on.
I said something to you. Did you see what I said to you?
But this is a monologue now.
No,
man.
now.
I thought we were trying to monologue.
But people interject now. People interject now. What do you mean? It's a monologue. People interject. When I had my own, people interjected.
Yeah, just for the benefit of people who have not spoken, should we try and accommodate them, Bishop? I mean, you make that decision. Make that decision for me.
No. Are you saying I was interjected when I was talking? If you say go on now, that's fine. That's fine.
Hold on. Yeah, okay,
that's fine then.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's hear from Osivane. Osivane, let's hear from you.
Yeah, good everyone. I'm happy to be here. I just want to have you. Yeah, I just want to make a few.
Are you subscribed first?
Not yet.
Okay, do that later. Yes, let's hear from you. Introduce yourself, and we're just talking generally. So tell us what is foremost in your mind.
Yeah, I think I just want to speak briefly on the happenings in Nigeria. Okay, I think most of us, even though some of us that did not vote for President Tinubu, I think it will be unfair, quite unfair, for us to keep blaming him for what Nigerians are passing through, because I think we missed it when Yaradua died. Jonathan came, there was so much money, he didn't know what to do with the money. Instead of fixing the refineries, people were carrying money up and down. Then when Buhari came, we thought it's the Messiah that is going to stop those corruptions. But unfortunately, the corruption intensified under his regime. And we failed to fix our refineries and at the same time build new refineries. Some of those refineries, I think 4 of them were built in the 70s, if my memory serves me right.
I think the last round of refinery building was under Obasanjo. Military Obasanjo military, yeah.
So since then, we've not really had new refineries, and we keep paying for this subsidy since from there to now. And it was when Buhari came that he then now finished the whole thing. When Tinubu came, there is nothing much he can do now. Before he came, Nigeria was borrowing money to pay for subsidy. It was a very dire situation, and he inherited it. And you can't expect him to perform magic. And the only thing I think where the problem is that this presidential system is too expensive. You hear the senators sharing 70 billion naira and so many other. That is the one we hear. We have governors, other people, So it's really expensive, and it will be difficult for us to navigate our way out of this situation. There is nothing, like the last speaker said, it's going to be difficult. It's good for us to have hope that it will be okay. But looking at the indices, it's going to be difficult for us to come out of this problem. The number one is that the refineries are not working. And you keep bringing fuel from overseas, the price is not going to change. People are going to suffer. And once the price of fuel is affected, every other thing will also be affected. So it's a very big challenge. And like I said, it will be unfair for us to blame Tinubu for this. And what I expect him to do as a matter of urgency is to cut the cost of governance. That is the only way we can solve these issues.
Sorry. How would you like to be referred? Do you want Ossi or Vin? What do you want us to call you?
I think Ossi will be better. Ossi.
Yes, Ossi. If Tinubu, if they cut the cost of governance, that will just be tokenism. Because I don't think I don't think the cost of governance especially affects the economy in any significant way.
No,
even as overpaid as they are, Nigeria is one of the top 30 wealthiest countries on the planet. So there's the country has plenty of. It's corruption, really.
Okay. Do you know that every state governor, there is what they call that these accounts, what is it called? Security vote. Yes. Do you know how much these governors born in those security votes? 36 states. So that we have rich people in Nigeria, but Nigeria itself is poor. This money, they just share it. Nigeria is rich, but the country is very poor. See, do you know that Nigeria is borrowing money to service our debts? It's just like you now. You collected money from someone, loan. And even your salary is not enough to service the debt. You are borrowing money again from another person to service the debt. It's a very serious situation. So we need to do one of two things. When I say they need to cut cost of governance, it's not just president. It's going to be, it will cut across the National Assembly, the Senate, everybody. It can't be carrying 50 cars convoy from one place to another. It doesn't make sense.
That security vote has to go.
It has to go.
Look at the level of insecurity we have in the country.
Yeah.
So what they don't audit it. They don't account for it.
They don't. Yes. They don't. And it's a big money. It's not very big money. And he cannot hold any governor responsible for, he cannot hold any governor accountable for that. He can spend the money anyhow. So it's really quite unfortunate.
That security could vote is invested on education, on healthcare, on building roads. Do you know how Nigeria would have been transformed?
Yeah, so the system is faulty. So if we need to fix the system first. See, if Tinubu ruled Nigeria for 50 years, nothing will happen if you keep practicing this kind of system. It won't work. It will not. So we need to change the system. And again, I just want to add more thing to this. The Ministerial, these guys he appointed, Wike, former governor, and all those politicians, they have done their best. It's not just working is not by building road.
Sorry, which ones of them do you object to?
One is Wike, Rufai. Why? What are they coming to do?
No. And no. Do they have a record of performance?
No. See, when you say performance, let me tell you what Wike did. I'm from Rivers State. Let me tell you what he did. Wike will build like 3 roads, 1, 2, 3. He will commission them in 1 week. He will commission like 3 kilometers today. Tomorrow, next week, he will call another person and commission another 4 kilometers road. It's just a political show. He was just doing, him. He was just doing political show. Do you know how much Rivers State collect every month? These are the things that we need to check.
Not as much as Bayelsa State. What has Bayelsa State done?
But to build a road in Bayelsa is more expensive than to build road in Rivers State.
But how so?
Oh, you've not gone to Bayelsa?
I've not been past Lagos.
There are some places that you cannot, before you build road, you need to do a whole lot of job first before you can even put stone on the ground. Everywhere is water. You understand? It's more difficult to build roads in Bayelsa than Rivers. So I'm not holding brief for all of them are the same thing. So I'm not saying that the governor, that one is better. No. These guys are corrupt.
What of 12 flyover?
Do you know how much debt Wike left? My brother, let us stop praising these guys. These are not, when a governor pays salary, you say, yes, that one is trying, he is paying salary, he's building road. The governance has gone beyond that. And we will not progress if we keep judging governors. This guy tried because of he built road, he built flyover. And you don't look at how much he received, how much debt he's owing. These are the things that we need to check. And if we continue to praise them based on that, we'll keep getting it wrong. We'll keep getting it wrong. Wike shouldn't be there. He has no business there. Let's look for people with fresh ideas. We have talented, intelligent Nigerians everywhere.
What about El Rufai? El Rufai is not a performer.
El Rufai, my take is he's a bigot. I'm sorry to use that word here. He's not morally. He shouldn't even accept that. He shouldn't accept that nomination. He shouldn't. He's not supposed. He doesn't. He has no business becoming Minister of Federal Republic. He's a religious bigot. We don't need that kind of people. That you know that this person you has something to offer, but because he's a Christian or because he's a Muslim, I will not pick him. We don't need that kind of mindset if we actually want to grow. In UK here, do people don't consider if you're a Muslim or do you have anything to offer? That should be the most important thing. So that kind of people has no business. They have no business in governance now if we want to grow. So I was surprised when Tinubu, these people should travel to other countries and stay if we want to change Nigeria. Otherwise, we will keep having the same results. He was minister for 8 years, governor for 8 years. You are coming back again to become a minister. So what are you going to offer? We need a fresh idea. Wike was minister for. You are coming back again to become minister. It means that we have over 240 million Nigerians. So you cannot get any other person. They are born to become minister. It's not okay.
Hold on, I'll say. The ministerial list is a blend of old and new. Is it not?
I quite agree with you. Very true.
Is that not how it should be?
No, it shouldn't be. What I'm saying is that you can get older people, but it shouldn't be people that have worked in a government. You keep recycling them. That is what I don't want.
So you wanted a ministerial list of completely new people to governance.
Even if they are not new, let's look for people. Maybe you've worked as, local government chairman, but you've not had the opportunity to prove yourself.
You don't want people with proven track records.
Exactly, because you had the complete 8 years as minister. You were governor for 8 years. So I think you've given your best.
You know that no minister under the Buhari administration made it into the list.
I know, of course.
Right.
They are,
so to all intents and purposes, they are new faces.
Yes. But what I'm saying is that
Rufai has never been a minister.
Wike was a minister under Jonathan.
He was a junior minister, wasn't he? Was he a full minister?
He's still a minister. Junior minister or senior minister is still minister. Rufai was a minister under Obasanjo, senior minister.
You mean FCT?
Yes.
He was. That's more of a mayor, isn't it?
No, he was a minister.
Yeah, but it's more of a mayoral sort of the minister of the FCT is more like in fact, they should change they should really give it its proper name, which is a mayor. The minister is not really a minister, is he?
Yes, I agree with you.
It doesn't oversight the whole country.
Yeah, you oversight the whole country. But you are right. But what I'm saying is that fresh people should be given opportunity. Let's You can't be doing the same thing and expect a different result. Let's try other people. We can find somebody that can actually change things. That is the point. They've given their best. I don't think
Okay.
they can.
So is there any name that excites you in that ministerial?
Yeah, there's one guy, one Yoruba guy, one tech guy, the one that the Senate asked to apologize. I don't know his name.
Bosun Tijani.
Yes, I think he's a good pick. In fact, he's the most outstanding for me, in my opinion. And I believe he will do well. These are the kind of people that want. You understand?
Do you know who my pick is in that ministerial list?
Who?
El Rufai. That's the one that and Wale Edun. Those two. Those are the only two that excite me. but especially El Rufai. He's the. I'm expecting the performance from him. Yeah.
Well. El Rufai as a person the only problem I have with him is those religious fanatics. I don't just like that. That is just the thing. He's a performer. I don't like his view in, as regards religion. That is all that.
All right, stay with us. We're still going to go through topics in depth. So stay with us just for as long as you can. I was coming to you, Shaw, but you just dropped now. So let's go to the most intelligent man now on this platform, Desmond, of course. Desmond, good to have you.
Oh man, I'm fine. It's been a while. If you like say, I don't come here. I be spectator now.
No. So yeah, you know, everybody complains that I don't get to them quickly enough. But yeah. So, but sorry about that. Yes, let's hear from you.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Where do we start? Let's start with. I mean, I have a lot of comments with so many things that a lot of people have been saying. First of all, I ask one question. Is it like cement don't finish? May person tell me. Have cement finish? Eh? Because this
Why
is
are you building?
No.
Yeah,
this is the person that you guys have been hammering. He built Lagos. He can't reach Nigeria. Cement can't finish. So, I want to know whether cement don't finish. But anyway, back to the real deal now. Talking about so many people trying to blame, the ordinary citizens of Nigeria in the problems that Nigerians are facing. I think that is quite wrong. Very, very wrong in my own opinion. I mean, you cannot blame a barrel pusher. Maybe he stole something, or he's a corrupt barrel pusher, and you're coming to blame it in a general view of the suffering of the people. The main blame should go to the people that deserve it, which is the people in governance. You get, and I'm saying this because a lot of people have made a comment about the senator, what they are earning. Today was just bad, seeing what the Senate president said today. I'm like, are these people kidding us right now? It got me very upset, to be honest, because if you say that, what is the solution? Basically, you're saying what is the solution, but you're defending the wrong things. Then I don't see how you even want a solution in the first place. When people are saying cut the cost of governance, and you're saying it's already been there. It's a solution, first of all. If you cut the cost of governance, you begin to change things, yeah? I mean, I believe that the senators make about roughly 34,000 a month. $34,000 a month. That is
You mean
crazy.
your senators in America?
No, in Nigeria, they are actually the highest paid senator in the.
dollars. No,
Yes.
sorry. Yeah. No, when you said 34,000, I was dollars.
No,
Yeah, that
no.
sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, about $35,000 a month in Nigeria. It's crazy. They are the highest paid senator in the whole world, if you can check it. And you're saying that we are a very poor country, and we can't even afford to pay our debts. and you're paying those people so much money. They even earn more than a United States. How much these people earn? Who earns about roughly 225,000 a year? Calculate 35,000 every month for 12 months, and you see how much we are talking about. So some people are saying that it doesn't change the fact, even if they remove the cost of governance, it won't change any. It's gonna change a lot, because it's gonna basically make a lot of people very dissatisfied or disinterested with coming into that power, because there's nothing to gain. There's not much to gain again in that seat, because they don't have that. There's no money there. So what are they coming to do? Those corrupt people that's always thinking about money. The only people that's gonna be coming there are people that actually wants to serve. So it's just the truth. There's a lot to be done in Nigeria, but we as Nigerians, because of our bias, we don't tend to see it. We do not tend to see it. But then again, that is why I always said Nigeria is not gonna work. We need to start trying to find a way out, and I'm not trying to sound like a Biafran whatever right now, but the truth is that
you know the figures you quoted is actually wrong, because I just went to check. Let me just infuse this. It says and this is as early as 2023. So it says Senate President and Speaker. On paper, the Senate President and Deputy Senate President earn more than the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. According to RMAFCS's remuneration sheet, the Senate President and Deputy Senate President receive double salary. They receive separate salaries for being in the Senate and for leading it. The Senate President's monthly salary is 724,000 naira, which is those are the official figures. Why are you laughing at?
Why I'm laughing now? Why I'm laughing is that it cannot be true.
What do you mean? These are official figures.
Joking? Are you joking me, one man? Are you joking
it's on
me
your
right
screen.
now?
It's on your screen.
You're more intelligent than that.
What do you mean?
That is the basic now, without the allowances.
Constituency
allowance, newspaper, wardrobe,
constituency allowance.
All those
so many things.
All those allowances, they didn't let us know all those one.
They will not tell you.
Look at, they are just going on research now. They said
and they share something.
They say money already in their account.
In fact, from this, really, they are underpaid.
No, they are not. What do you mean? Sir? Look, one man, go and check all the allowances. It's the allowances, that is where they hide all those juicy, all those juicy stuff there. So, but those one, they didn't, bring it open for us to see. But we should be able to see it as citizens. Is our
we know what their allowances are. They get a newspaper allowance. They get allowances for staffing, and I think they get allowances for staff strength of about 3 or 4. They get accommodation allowance. They get wardrobe allowance. The total of those allowances, I don't think is up to 2 million naira.
You don't know.
No.
You don't know.
And you forgot to mention.
Look,
you forgot to mention constituency allowance.
Actual thing.
Look, if they have, if this thing is in the public space for everybody to see openly, there won't be any talk that, oh, look at how much they earn. Why are they hiding it?
But I just dug it out in the public space now. Where else did I get it from?
How much did you see it? How much did they put amount?
Yeah, no, I quoted the figures. You mean for the allowances?
Yeah, for the allowances.
All right. All right. Let's just do this now. Let's do this now. So let's do this now. Nigerian senator salary structure. So this is Nigeria. Let's just go to where the figures are. It says salary structure of senators in Nigeria 2023. Let's examine the pay scale for the upper legislative chambers in Nigeria. This will display the precise sum that they produce. So the basic salary is 2 million. Let's just say 2,026,000. So that's the basic salary of a senator. A senator in Nigeria makes a base salary of 2,026,000. In fact, that's annual salary, by the way. Let me just read it. A senator in Nigeria makes a base salary of 2,026,400 naira annually, discounting bonuses and allowances. The annual, hold on. It gets to that. The annual base pay for a member of the Nigerian House of Representatives is approximately 1.98 million naira. So that's per annum. This does not include the allowances listed below. So let's get to the allowances. Allowances comes to about 12.9 million. The annual allowance for a single senator in Nigeria is about 12.9 million. A member of the House of Representatives receives an annual allowance of 9.5 million. In Nigeria, the senator is entitled to the following: vehicle fueling and maintenance, constituency, domestic staff, personal assistance, entertainment, recess. So is that recess that Akpabio let leak? That yes. Utility, newspaper, periodicals, houses maintenance, wardrobe, ESTA code, and duty tour. So if you add the 2 million basic plus the 12 million, let's round that off to 13 million. There are approximately 15 million. The Nigerian senator plus the packages and the allowances, they're not taking more than, they're taking just a little over $1 billion a month.
$1 million?
$1 million a month.
No,
yes.
A month. No, it's not true, sir. It's not true.
Do you want me to send you the link? Let me send you the link.
Can I say something?
You're very funny.
Can I say something? Woman.
No, don't argue with figures. Bishop, let's
Can I say something? The truth of the matter is this. You are correct. They steal a lot of money because they create opportunity to steal. But this mantra of they are the highest paid in the world, blah, 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 that's been going on, it's been so recycled that people are beginning to take it as true. The document you just read is open. Yeah, do they find a way of circumventing it and creating ways of when they do oversight function and blah, blah, and corruption to enrich themselves? Yes. But the way we make it to look like, somebody just quoted that they pay Nigerian senators $34,000 a month. Sometimes.
I will
Let me finish, please. I beg you. I have had opportunity of discussing two senators, not in this dispensation, before, and they are complete, but I know there's a lot of corruption there. I won't say 100% of them are involved, but maybe 90%, maybe 85% of them are involved. And sometimes, if you go to an office senator, the office of a senator, and you see the list of long people from their constituency, some people will come from villages. They will not have anywhere to go. Then in the evening, the senator they will not say he did not see his people, and he's there to see them. You'll be sharing 5,000. Okay, don't worry, go and look for somewhere to sleep. Come tomorrow. Okay, you take 10,000. Okay, you go and sleep here. Well, a senator will settle sometimes 10 people in the night, so that they can still come tomorrow, because some people will just carry their bag. They want to go and see their constituency senator in Abuja. They don't have any place to sleep. So with that kind of a pressure, some of them are forced to look for money when they are not supposed to look for the money. But officially, what they earn is what you have read. Thank you.
Yeah. So the basic salary plus allowances is just short of 15 million per annum.
Sorry,
Can I chime in for a second, if you don't mind? One man. Can I just add something to?
One man.
Yeah. No, let us come in, and then you enigmatic, and then back to you, Desmond.
Okay, I think for me, we don't actually know exact amount that these people take home every month. There are so many allowances. One of them is constituency allowance. That one is not small money. They will give you money to go and do project in your constituency. So it's now left for you to.
Hold on, not say.
Yeah.
I posted the link, but if you look at the highlighted bit here, this is the constituency allowance. It's still wrapped up in that 12 point.
No. That allowance is for you to use it and build something, maybe school or road, and it's not
you are mistaking constituency allowance with constituency project. They are two different things.
It's still the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not the same thing.
Hold on, Bishop. The constituency project is not an allowance to the senators.
Okay, who do they give the money to?
No. You see, a senator identifies a project that is needed in his community, and then they facilitate for that. It's not money given to them. It's not an allowance to them. It's for a specific project in their community.
Some of them don't do it.
Well,
that's the corrupt.
That's what I'm saying. There are so many things. Some of them don't do it.
That is when they go and buy bicycle and then
bicycle. This and share.
So
we don't know the exact money, the exact amount.
These are published figures now. What do you mean we don't know?
One man, let me come in like this. To solve this equation for these people seems to be confused. First of all, we know how much they earn or whatever their allowances or whatever is. Whatever the public document has read by one man, that is it right there. The same thing as the ministers, their take-home pay, salary, I'm talking of salary now, it's like 960 something thousand. Governors, maybe 800 or 600. But how do they make, when you look at the governors, will you say the governors are living on 600K per month? No. They have avenues to generate funds for themselves and for their cronies. It's a multi-layer, political loophole that we have in Nigeria. In the Senate, why people always want to hold the senators' account or probably hold them differently now with a different expectation is because of the noise people have actually created for them all this while. One, I will take this in two folds. Now, if you actually want to know the take-home pay and the allowances and the loopholes, do they have loopholes to make funds? Of course. The most powerful chairmanship position in Senate and House of Rep is the appropriation. That's why they lobby so hard and they give it to whoever is going to be the chairman of the appropriation is usually close to the speaker or to the senator, to the Senate president and the presidency. So that one, when you are a friend to that appropriation chairman, in the constituency allowance, you go and meet him. Hey, bro, look. It is already budgeted. They have a budget provision for that. For you to have more, you have to go through the appropriation chairman. They do that. But beyond that, now, if you want to know what I will speak in Nigeria parlance now. Every kobo and every penny that goes to each of the senators, we have 7 Labour Party senators there now. They can point us to that way. We can use them as the gatekeeper. As any one of them come out, first of all, to reject the 170 billion naira, to say, look, 7 of us, we are going to going forward, we will be different senators. We will reveal everything we are taking. We will be the torchlight of Nigerians, as we say, we are coming here to fight for Nigerians. Let's hold on to those folks, since quote and unquote that we've unilaterally and unanimously considered the APC and PDP to be the thieves. Let's use the Labour Party to be the torchlight. Ireti Kingibe was speaking today.
is it in Channel or Arise TV? They ask us similar question. Go and look at the answer. You understand the fact that it's easy to speak when you don't have the power, but when you have the power, they will always create excuses. So that is by the way. Number two, it's so easy to always criticize and say what is unfounded by these politicians. I want to speak to the guy who spoke about Wike, right? He said it from River State. What is it that River State, I mean, Rufai and Wike, you know, they have if you check that guy very well, he's either one of those obedient who does not like Wike for the role he played, and then Rufai who does not see eye to eye with all of them. So now going forward in the Nigeria Senate, let's hold on to the Labour Party guys to tell us the secret of these people, because none of them will return the money. They have the way. They can come out and say, "Look, obedient, we are thieves here. They've given us this humongous package. We don't want it because we want to work for Nigerians. We're going to tell every Nigerian, the secret of this."
Will you make everything about obedient?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to obedient. I'm saying something. If it touches you, you hold it. You hold your peace and take it like that. We can use obedient now. We can use obedient as a flashpoint to tell us the secret.
All right. Enigmatic land data. This has the floor. So
yeah. Let me land this so I can go. But I'm just saying now that
you can't land and go now. You can't talk and then go. Huh?
What I'm saying, they said they are bringing a new shift, right? A paradigm shift to the Senate. We have 7 of them. If they cannot tell us the secret going on in the Senate and House of Rep, it means they are part of the thieves. We should stop crying and pointing fingers to other folks.
Please, you read something that the senator from Abuja was on channels, and I think I watched the interview. I think they asked her if what would she like to change in the Senate, and she was saying that they are just 7, and the 7 cannot change anything, that they are not in the majority and blah blah blah. That is all by the way. But what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't make everything about obedience or bad or whatever. This is the reason why Nigeria cannot go. We have to
make it something.
It's all about.
We have an independent. We have an independent in the U.S. Senate. Hold on. We have an independent in the U.S. Senate.
Let me land now.
Hold on.
Let me land.
Hold on. Enigmatic. Let
me land. Come back when I mentioned Rufai and Wike. Remember that Umai is also former governor too. I did not mention his name. He did not support P2B. It shouldn't be who supported P2B and who did not support P2B. What we want Nigeria is for Nigeria, whether you are from the north or you are from Yoruba or Igbo, we need somebody that can move us ahead, that can take us to the next level. It shouldn't be you are obedient or whatever. We should see the senator from Labour Party. If you check them very well, some of them came from PDP, APC. They are all the same thing.
No.
I said some of them were once member of PDP or APC.
All of them.
Okay. Now some of them were voted because of P2B. We didn't. Some people that voted for them did not even know them. So it's not as if they are exceptional people. They are not. They are the same thing.
Bro, so I'm supporting you, but it's like you are not getting my point. Look at it from this angle.
The only issue I have with you is that you are making it look this obedient.
That's why you are not getting my point. You are looking at the you are taking it to be a negative stuff. Let me explain it easy for you in the street parlance. Now,
no, he said I complain about Wike because of
hold on now. Just a second. Hold on. We have obedience who say they will hold, right? They will hold their senators account. They should help us now. They should help us in conjunction with their senators and House of Rep members, right? You say you will hold them to the jugular. Hold them to that jugular now. Press their neck every day and let these people, let them come out to say 7 of us and the few numbers of us in the House of Rep, right? We're going to reveal the secret in these hollow chambers. Okay, so because we want to work for Nigerians and we are obedient, right? So all of them, 70 billion, none of them has come out to say, I'm rejecting mine, or I have mine, I'm taking it back. I don't want it. I'm fleecing Nigerians.
They won't do that.
Hold on now. None of them is saying, okay, with this token amount they are taking home for research, I'm taking it back because Nigerians are not eating or are not feeding well. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's use obedience now. Let's use obedience as prayer point now. A contact to those obedient, right? In the Senate and House of Rep. Let's drag the neck of these senators from the APC and PDP and all other political parties that obedient consider to be thieves. We can all do that. That's my point. If you understand what I'm saying. So let's stay on their neck so they can drag all these people. And then all those padded secrets that you guys are talking about, they can reveal the secret.
Are you saying that the way you're speaking, from what I noticed from the way you're speaking, is either you are saying that the senators are not thieves, they are not hiding anything. I'll give you example. When Akpabio made that statement, hold on, let me land.
One might explain to him, please.
Let me land. Let me land. When Akpabio made that statement yesterday or 2 days ago about token, he quickly retracted what he said. If they were doing the right thing, there is no point changing what he said. I'm not saying that those senators from Labour Party, listen to me. I think you are the one that is not getting me. Those senators, they are the same thing with other people. Some of them became senator because of the fact that Obi was running for president. On a normal, nobody will vote for them. They are all thieves. They are the same.
No, an excuse, but they are Labour Party senator.
No, hold on. So are you saying that the problem Nigeria have now is because of 7 senators of Labour Party? You should take responsibility for your failure.
I think we are missing the point.
All right. Let me just say this, and then we get back to this because we've deviated too much. What Enigmatic is saying is pointing out what he sees as the inherent hypocrisy in the obedient narrative, because this holier than thou, cleaner than clean, whiter than white, we will hold everybody to account. Every penny will be accounted for. So now the embedded corruption within the Senate, which are Akpabio let leak, are the obedient compliments in the Senate. They are also feeding fat on that. They are also lobbying to get into committees where they will have oversight of the oil industry and the arms and get all of these cushy little packaged dollars. So that's what is pointing to, that there's an inherent hypocrisy in that narrative. But Des, back to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I start talking, it gets rowdy. Is it something they get worked up for some reason? But one man, I'm sorry, I don't know where you're getting your article from or where you're getting whatever you're reading out from. But there have been so many senators, like Senator Shehu Sani, that went to BBC and actually narrated what they get paid. I can name other people, I can't remember their name right now. So where you're getting your stuff from, I don't know if it's better than the actual senators that actually served, that's saying what they actually get paid. I don't know. But I'm coming from where the Senator Shehu Sani, what he spoke in BBC about their salary and whatever they get paid every month. This is where I'm coming from. So I don't know where you're coming from. But that being said, I feel like Nigeria, Tinubu is actually not doing good. I mean, we can stand here and be APC member as we want, but the truth is very clear that we can't even deny it or hide it anymore. We can hide it from the first phase when he started all his balablu about subsidy. But right now, it is obvious that we can't hide the amount of wastage that is happening right now. including the whole 46 senators, ministers that he's appointing, so many things that he's getting wrong. I don't have any problem with the Senate, with the ministers, because I don't even know most of them. So depends on whatever they start, how they start working, and what their performance is. That's when I'm gonna rate them, because I don't know much about any of them right now. But going to the war, one man, I don't really want to go far in the war. In the case of that war, I don't think I've spoken about it. You have a situation that you're about to go to a country, right? The first thing about a war is you have to know your lose and your gains. What is Nigeria going to gain in that war? What is even ECOWAS in those countries that are supporting it going to actually gain? Let's remove Nigeria right now. Let's go to that ECOWAS country. If you're going to war in any nation has to actually, what am I going to benefit from this war? Look at the First World War, Second World War. If you study it, all the countries that went into that war know exactly what they are trying to gain going to that war. So you, as an ECOWAS, whatever countries that you guys belong to, are going to something without any benefit. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make any sense. That is why Africa becomes poorer, because we don't think things through. We're still here and we're still doing the same thing without thinking. The only war that Nigeria has actually fought that they thought things through was Biafran War. That is the only war they have actually fought that they thought, oh, there's oil here, we're gonna go get it. That is the only war. But after
is that what the Biafran war was about? There's oil here. And
come on, it is basically what it's about.
Right. No, I've not heard that angle before. So that's a new a new perspective. It is, but then you are a highly intelligent man, so
it
yes,
is. It is what it's about. We know that. You know, you don't even need to be intelligent to know that. It's basically logic. So I'm saying that let's stop being biased and try to analyze something logically and something that actually makes us quite patriotic. Let's be patriotic as people. You know, I don't have much to say, one man. Let's, in another topic, I think this is just a monologue. I'll come and say something, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So now let's leave the Nigerian shores for a moment and go to our West African cousins as we welcome Shaw from Sierra Leone. Look, you waited so long and then your system dipped. Shaw, I was coming to you just now, so I'll give you a microsecond to come back and then I'll go on to someone else because just for how long you have waited. So Shaw, if you're able to get back in, then you take the slot, or sure. All right. Let's go to Prince Daddy and take his opening monologue. Hopefully the Prince is with us. So Prince Daddy, we're just doing a 5-minute monologue or so, just for you to free flow to the space. What you have been looking at in the news cycle.
Okay. Hello, one man. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks. Just been listening to the background. Not been really following anything in the news, apart from what I've heard so far on your platform. The Emir Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, right, went to Niger. So that's a good sign, because the military, the junta, decided to see him. Apart from all the other dignitaries that have gone there. So I don't know if that's a plus or not. I mean, maybe they have a cultural affiliation, that's why. So I'm not sure what to make of it. Listening also about the Akpabio giving is it 2 million naira to the senators for recess. And according to what you read in terms of their pay package, it wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. It wasn't trying to to lie. I think it was just simply. I think it's a hard news for people to hear, but it was simply doing his job. Am I wrong? I mean, based on what?
No, it wasn't doing anything illegal. It's
right.
just people don't want them to even take a penny. That just seems to be the case.
Yeah, so exactly. So yeah, I'm glad you read that part actually, because initially from the hoopla, it sounded like it was doing something illegal, like on the. And I was thinking to myself, where does it get the money? Who approves the money? I mean, you can't just wake up and just decide to give them a bunch of money. And I'm glad you read that part of the pay structure. It's part of the pay structure. Now, if Nigerians think it's right or wrong, that's another thing to debate or talk about. You see, um, and also, what is it? The See, on the issue about people suffering in Nigeria, just like you said, we cannot intellectualize the suffering of the people by trying to justify with some economic, figures and data, or what is this and what is
Do, do,
that.
you, do you think we do that? Because in some instances, because we're so detached, it's almost as though we're cold to the reality of it. And when Foley came on and was giving us a real raw feel of what people were going through, I just had the thought that sometimes we're too clinical when we're talking about these things.
Well, because see, the way a leader thinks, even though the leader is in charge of the people, a leader or somebody that's charged in thinking critically about a situation is different from when that person detached from it, right? And that's what we tend to do here. Not because we're doing anything really wrong by analyzing the situation and trying to proffer the best solution to the problem, but there has to be a balance to it. Okay, so far in this past few weeks or months, the person's position I would say completely agree with when it comes to this issue is that of Bishop, because it's given different analysis from different angles to why it is the situation that we are in. It is the way. Um, See, and to me, and listen to him and other people, it sounds like Nigerians, or Africans, they just love to be lied to. Nobody wants the truth. I realize actually, nobody wants the truth. And in hindsight, I was thinking back, why do we blame Jonathan for not removing the subsidy? Why did we blame Buhari for over 8 years or 8 years for not removing the subsidy? Because that's what the people wanted anyways. Nobody wants the truth. Nobody wants to go through the pain. And I've always said, the Nigerians would rather uh like suffer in the short term, in the long term. They rather have the pain, okay, in the long term, than to actually do the right things. See, we like to compare ourselves to the rest of the world, especially the successful Western nations. But the reality is that if you know the true history of these countries, you would know what they've gone through. There have been times in America that people, barely had one meal to eat. I mean, Bishop was trying to give an example of how a lady in a U-Haul vehicle, with a family trying to survive. I mean, it's not always rosy everywhere. Even in America here and other parts of Europe, they are quick to adjust their expenditure or their lifestyle when things get hard. But it sounds like in Nigeria, we like, okay, we're barely making it, therefore nobody can adjust. But when something comes about, I mean, what Tinubu is doing right now, perhaps, I mean, it's almost ridiculous that people will complain that it's in just like 2 months or so, everything should be perfect. I mean, we've not even seen the bottom line of his policies. I'm talking about the hard part of it, how it's going to hit the people, because it's just 2 months. But what it's doing is perhaps is not going to we're not going to have the full benefit or the fruition in the next term, or within 5 years to come. Sometimes things takes longer for us to reap the benefit. But somehow, some way, and of course, again, it's hard to justify to people when they are suffering, when they can have one meal a day. And believe it or not, even people in the Western world, they eat once or twice a day. It's not always the case. You have to eat 3 times a day. Okay. Um, and at one point also, as rich or not resource scarce as America and the Western world seems to be when it comes to printing money and doing this other expenditure. Many times, if you look, it's usually the nonprofits and individuals that contribute to society that help cushion the pain that people go through. See, and I think that's the big problem we have in Nigeria, because not that many people, everybody wants to rely on the government, and see that's the problem. And actually, the reality is that not everybody's relying on the government, because again, unlike many African nations that will perhaps collapse in like a year or two, Nigeria has the capacity to remain buoyant for 3-5 years if the government quote unquote collapses. Why? Because of foreign remittances and foreign help from family members around the world. I think you mentioned it before, somebody did. Apart from the Indians, I think Nigerians are the second country that remits the most money to their home country. So there's a lot of foreign money that comes from private individuals to help people sustain their livelihood. Okay. And if we can improve on that locally by local charities or individuals, that will help cushion the pain on the people. The government, not even the American government, can do it. I mean, I think I showed the videos or some pictures of how many people were queued at churches or soup kitchen for their meals or for their supplies. Those were not government entities or orchestrating those help to the people. It's individuals and organizations. If we have those decent amount of such organizations in Nigeria, I think that will help cushion the pain. But we cannot rely on the government to do everything. I mean, are they doing enough? Who knows? Maybe not. But what Tinubu has embarked on, I think, is the right thing, even according to the so-called professionals, the people that know what is good to do. They agree with it. But now it's not like Buhari left a bunch of money and a solution to the problem, and Tinubu came about and make a mess of it. That's not the case. Buhari, the money itself, they barely got the loan from the World Bank, I believe. They really never put in place like really strategic plan for the people. They just did kick the can down the road and ran away. But there comes about a leader that doesn't mind being pointed at, took on the mantle, and decided to do what is right. But it's quite clear Nigerians will never be happy. And as they say, sometimes people, most of the time, people deserve the leaders that they get. And I can see that in Nigerians. Everybody don't care about the future, really. They just care about now. They just care about what they can get in their pocket.
But Prince, do you not concede that if the people are going through the page, they don't really want to hear or care about the history of how it ended up in that situation. All they know is that 3 months ago they were buying fuel X amount. Tinubu comes in and now they're buying it 4 times as much. They were buying Gari for 200 naira. Now they are buying it for 1.2. So they're not looking at Buhari or Babangida or Yadua or Obasanjo. They're looking at the man on the seat and insisting that he's the one vesting this, because that's how at the base level, and a lot of Nigerians, they're at that base level. That's just how they see it.
See, I agree, and that's why when people have grievances as such, I cannot debate and try to logically explain to them why it is so. People are hungry. The child is hungry. Who cares about what is going on in the country? I understand that, but these things are a reality. They do happen. See, unless you're telling me or anybody knows that, hey, Tinubu removing the subsidy at this time around was the wrong thing to do. The time to do it should have been on, let's say, January 1st, 2030. See, in finance, on investing, there are 3 parts to it: funding, the amount you want to invest, to allocation, where you want to put your money in. Earning or what kind of industry you want to invest in.
Let me ask you a question, Prince. Do you think, rather than remove the subsidy and then keep the money as savings, do you think you should have repointed that subsidy into something like food, so that it comes off petrol, but then it goes into food. So food is dirt cheap, which then insulates the high price of petrol.
Of course. I mean, I'm not sure what is planning. Yes.
Yeah, before you answer the question, let me remind one man something. Do not forget one man, always remember this. If Atiku didn't lose the election, if Obi didn't lose the election, if Kwankwaso didn't lose the election, right? If the three of them, any one of them, they had won the election, they after their inauguration on the 29th, 3 weeks after, right? Subsidy would have been gone because by the PR Act, there will be no more subsidy provision, no more budgetary provision for subsidy. So take it or leave it. If Tinubu had kept his mouth shut without even saying anything during the inauguration, right? 3 weeks after, he will have to deal with the subsidy removal. Either he likes it or not, it becomes an act of law. So that's what I want to remind you. So you can go ahead, Prince Daddy.
No, I agree with that. But how he has managed the aftermath is really where the thing is. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me get a charge of my phone. Well, yeah, exactly what is the enigmatic said. So yeah, you know, trying to explain. You see, in anything we do in life, timing is of essence. You know, timing is for man. You know, God is the one that knows exactly when things happens. It has to be the subsidy has to go. Unless again somebody knows the right time, that would be the perfect time for the subsidy to go. That I can't speak to it. But just like you said, you know, by law, it couldn't do nothing about it because the subsidy had to go. So that's where we find ourselves. And I don't think he wants to, you know, save the money from subsidy and embezzle the money or do whatever with the money. Yeah, if the money can go into food supply chain or into agriculture, why not? But do we have the infrastructure? Do we have things right now that it could put the money towards in terms of food that will help Nigerians? If there is such a thing, I think he'll be more than happy to do so. I don't think he wants people to be so upset at him and you know, just to suffer unnecessarily. I don't think that's his plan. That's my take on it. I don't think so. But to your guest the other day, Prince Adewale, it's easier said than done to fight corruption. We can't fight corruption. It's just it permeates every aspect of Nigeria's society. It's just hard to do. The best way to do is to remove the subsidy, and that's the best you could do at this point in time. Yes, they are the government in place, so any blame should definitely go on them. They should be blamed for everything. That is fine. That's what leadership is all about. And they should not be slow in trying to find solution, the palliatives or other ways to cushion the pain of the people. I totally agree with that. But sometimes, again, things as such has to be done. We have to make tough decisions. You know, a leader is not in the same mindset as the followers. But of course, he reports, quote unquote, to the followers. The benefit of what it's doing right now is to be gained in the next few years, but nobody wants to wait. What do we do? Anyways,
yes. But I just want to add to what he said. And the way I have issue with
Prince's name. Okay. Yeah, go on.
Huh?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, please. I just want to add to what he said. You know, I quite agree with him that the subsidy has to go. And the timing is also very important. I think I was expecting him to get his team ready first, get all the ministers ready, then, you know, do some consultations with the labor union and all those stuff before he can remove the subsidy. I think the timing and also the announcement from when he was the swearing in day was also wrong. He would have kept quiet. Maybe after the June something, then the subsidy, because what president says matters. So Then another issue I want to react is what Prince said. I think we don't need to blame any Nigeria. Nigeria has been suffering since 8 years, and you are coming to tell them, okay, have patience. It will be okay. It will be okay. But the senators are sharing money and saying that allow the poor to breathe, and they are making mockery of the poor. These are the things that Nigerians are looking at. And you can't be telling this person, the masses, no, it will be okay. Just have, exercise patience. And you are sharing 2 million naira to wealthy people, senators that are already rich. And you are sharing 70 billion for them to buy new cars. It doesn't make sense. I cannot wait. I will complain.
You know those payments. You know those are constitutionally obliged.
I understand. Everybody can make sacrifice. Everybody can make sacrifice. Senators can make sacrifice.
Yes, but it's not within Tinubu's purview to stop that money.
No, but it's APC now. It's APC-led administration.
Well, the Senate is comprised of PDP, NMPP, even Labour Party.
Okay.
It is up to the senators to make that gesture to say that we are either not going to collect this money, we are going to suspend it, or we're more probably apt to donate it to charity.
Yes.
But it's not within the powers of the executive to say that they make their own laws and they determine their own remunerations. There's a particular department that actually oversights remunerations for public offices. So all of these things are already fleshed out. So it's not in Tinubu's purview to say they don't get.
See, let me tell you how Akpabio has so much power as far as Senate is concerned. He can decide to in the Senate. You cannot speak if Akpabio does not say, okay, you say speak. So he can control whatever thing that happens there. So if they cannot make that sacrifice, okay, we are making this to 2 million. We are not going to share it now. Let's PDP, Senator, Labour Party, let them stand up and say, I am not going to accept this. Let them even debate it and see that it is not APC that is stopping this.
No, he cannot do that either. What he could do, he could do is that as the leader, he will say, as the leader, I don't feel that this is appropriate,
okay,
and I will not be accepting it myself, and okay, I invite you to do the same.
Fine.
So it could embarrass them into that position, but it cannot legislate it.
Well, so you don't have to blame Nigeria that are also complaining, because they've been suffering for the past eight years, and they can't take it anymore.
I have to go, if you don't mind. Sorry.
Did you want to come in, Enigmatic?
Round up, but if I can finish real quick.
Oh, okay, go on.
Yes. So there's nothing Akpabio will be impeached within a minute if he tries that. So first of all, it's like you don't even know all those senators play with their money. That's why I'm saying now. And that's why I say we have an ally now. We have some allies in the Senate and House of Rep, the Labour Party. They can help us carry placard. Nigerians will join you. We are thieves here. We don't want this money and stuff like that. Let them go that route. So that's by the way. Anyway, so about the Niger Republic. Niger Republic, Bishop and myself and a couple of us, we've been saying that before you see even a single boot on the ground, they would have exhausted every possibilities and opportunities of negotiation and diplomatic maneuvering. It will never happen because America, they've shown their hands and they've seen the tilting, the certain hand tilting towards one of their greatest enemy, Putin. So they will do everything. And do not forget the lady Nolan that actually went there the other day made an instructive statement. Now within 2 days, do you know, as I'm speaking now, anybody can check it because I'm following that level, right? Now there's a rebel group now that is actually
that is opposing the junta, those renegades now. So now they have another force within Niger now who can actually face the coup plotters. It could be tricky now, but and then you see Lamido Sanusi, right, having a breakthrough, because for a few days, even to the American delegates, they were rejected. They never saw them, the Nigerian delegates and all of them. But now within today alone, they've had a breakthrough of Sanusi having a conversation and a face-to-face conversation with that man. And then the same day, there's a rebel group that is actually coming up to fight against the coup plotters. So now what you are seeing is they are channeling their effort now, going towards a different route. But at the end of the day, there will be a diplomatic way out of this. These guys, they will either take the deal or they don't survive to see the country itself. So that's by the way. Then on the
you know that coup in Niger, I'll be surprised if it lasts till Monday. I will be very surprised. Yeah.
I won't give a day to that, but I can tell you things.
One man
Monday.
One man, like
that's 1 day, 24 hours.
It doesn't work like that, one man.
How many times will you be surprised with all this your timeline? This guy are still in place.
You can't put timeline to negotiation and diplomatic moves. So one man. So it's like I told you yesterday, right? It's a pyramid that they have to actually walk up. So the tip of the pyramid will be the last resort before they put a boot on the floor, on the ground. That's how it works. So before they do that, Niger is too small to even put a boot on the ground. They are landlocked. They have, if you look at so we can't really speak much about that. But like I said, they will find a solution. These guys will either take a deal or they won't see even Niger itself, the coup plotters. So they're already breaking in. They already have a rebel group. Do not forget that this rebel group could be an idea of the US. I'm not saying it, but already when there's a rebel group on ground, right, opposing the coup plotters, that's a signal already. And then there's a breakthrough by Sanusi having to see this man at the end of the day, regardless of the...
But the Sanusi went there on his own. Tinubu did not send him.
Part of that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Tinubu did send him.
No, he did not. He did not.
One man. That is part of. If he had gone, he could have gone as anybody. I say, okay, you know what? I'm here on my own. I did not come, through ECOWAS or through Nigerian government or American government or whatever. But do not forget that they will know about. But he cannot be saying that. That's part of negotiation. He has to go by proxy, affiliation. Sometimes when you go into negotiation like that. But they will always find a way to break that ice. They've broken the ice a little bit. They've had a chip of it, and then they will dig further. At the end of the day, they will find a way. Bazoum has been out of hostage yesterday. Now we know he's safe. Now they are moving forward. They are having somebody who is breaking through, having conversation directly with the coup plot, with the leader of the coup plotters now. And then we are having a rebel group. So that's like 3 phases already. So let's hope and then continue to believe that they will get to that point where they will take a deal eventually. Then the second one is on the part of the subsidy. We keep hammering the fact that hadn't been anyone, even let Omoyele Sowore be the one that was inaugurated on the 29th of May, right? Omoyele Sowore will have just the luxury of 3 weeks to plan on what he needs to do, right, to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. Because now subsidy removal is an act of parliament that for you to actually go against, you'll probably have to reinstate it. You have to go back to the parliament. The Petroleum Industry Act, people can read it and they will see there will be no more budgetary funding for subsidy. So anyone could have been president. You, one man, or Des could have been the president, and you have just 3 weeks of luxury to think about how do you get people on ground, how do you get things working, how do you do this, how do you do this, and by the time you get into office, everything is so you just have 3 weeks of luxury to think ahead of how to deal with subsidy, because it's a stark reality on your hand that you have to deal with. No more subsidy, no more provision. Even if you want to actually do something, no budget for it. Are you going to go to your own bank account and create budget for that? You can't do that. And do not forget even the Senate, the National Assembly, they were not even inaugurated for almost a month after the executive, came to power. So people should always understand those kind of things and how it works. It's easy, like I say, it's so easy to throw words out there and to criticize up and down. And then for Nigerians suffering, Nigerians have been suffering forever since 1900. Nigeria will not stop suffering tomorrow or next week, right? But as we have Americans, we still have so many people suffering in the US, but they are taking some hard stance. In the UK, people are still suffering. In Canada, people are still suffering, right? But when you have to take some stand, you take some stand. People who can understand, they will understand. If you do not understand, then in 6 months' time, where even in business management, right, and statistics and metrics, basically, before you start projecting if your business is failing or you actually, or there is returns, when you should be able to be having agitation, it's at least 6 months and beyond. So basically, that's that. And then on what the government is doing, you can see they are creating so many loopholes. Oronsoye report is in full-fledged operation now. They are taking so much reform in the civil service. I told you earlier, there's a bombastic approach behind the scene, right? Combing all 10 special prosecutors now, very special prosecutors. They work silently. You see, they are not using the EFCC or the ICPC or whatever because of the politicians who can be influencing them. They've commissioned a set of prosecutors. Those ones that took out that Oshoni Bank GMD that time, the Erastus Akigbola that sealed all the corruption in the banking industry. Then, three of them are part of the 10 groups. So they are working behind the scene, cleaning up, the books, audit or full audit of CBN and all CBN, NNPC, and all the revenue generating agencies of Nigeria. And one thing that has happened again today, people should follow up, is 62 or 72 of all the revenue generating agencies. Now they are not going to be working unilaterally now. They're going to be a synergize of effort going under FRS. So there's going to be one encompassing unit now, Federal Inland Revenue Service, as it used to be, where they failed to remit almost 5 trillion. All of them, 99.5% of them in the last Senate, they had a Senate ruling that 99% of them failed woefully to make any remittance for years. So now that will be stopped, and there will be a strict approach to tax collection over time. So when they calibrate and then they calibrate and put all these things together, then you see so many loopholes being blocked. And then the Orosanye report, one of those is that so far so good. They have the authentic report from the civil service, those who have been in the office, who should be in the office, a lot of civil servants, federal civil servants who are abroad, quote unquote, Japa, but they are still receiving salary, they are still receiving the perks of office and all of them. So they have all those things. Almost 500 directors will be gone, permanent secretaries, and a couple of that. By the time they do all those things, then there will be loopholes. There will be room for new hires. Employment will open up. Then the leakages will be blocked almost everywhere. The custom that is not remitting as expected, the NIMASA, all of them will be under one roof, Federal Inland Revenue Service, and then they have a tax and fiscal policy group now that was missing. They will have a team of experts handling the financial system of Nigeria and the economic team. They will have almost everything in place. And then 6 months' time, we can say this is where we're going or this is where we are. Good to criticize once again. Whatever they are doing, let's see how it goes.
Enigmatic.
Yeah, Baba.
Are you paid for this job, or are you working for Ungege, or what is that?
No, I'm okay.
So
I'm giving.
for that guy.
I'm giving. What I'm doing is what I'm doing is one man say we should give. No, Baba. One man say we should give our 5 minutes.
And you are just tearing everything into pieces. Enigmatic.
Well, he said that we should give him. I'm updating.
I hope these guys are listening. No, they have to call you for job. In Asoro, in Game, what is that mediator spokesperson? You should be the assistant to that guy, man.
Ajuri. I'm just giving them updates about our country. So what they are doing?
The super.
Babani, we are all Nigerians. At least we are all Nigerians. The ones that are Nigerians, so the ones that claim to be Nigerians. So we know ourselves.
We're not all Nigerians, though.
What do you say?
I said not all of us are Nigerians, though. Good evening, brothers.
I just made a proviso to that. Those who claim to be Nigerians, we have some people.
No. Hold on, enigmatic. He actually is not Nigerian. He's from Sierra Leone.
Oh, okay, my bro. You are still African now. We are one family now. What's up, bro?
Indeed, my brother. Indeed. Good evening, brothers.
Yeah, bro. So before I go, I know I'm trying to rush so I can have my 5 minutes monologue. So those are the updates going forward. And then on the political side, please, when I'm going to be people, I don't know if people gonna be mad, but I like that one man. So going forward on this platform, I'm going to be the watch on Abia State. That is the only state we have Labour Party governor. I'll come and be reporting on what is happening in Abia State so that we'll keep Abia on the toe. All eyes on Abia State Governor Alex Oti. So those people who are having all eyes on the judiciary, I'm going to be having all eyes on Abia State. And
but hello, before you go,
give us your first report on the vehicles that they bought for security agents.
Well, I made my comment about that yesterday. I know some people were not happy about that, but the fact remains that if Innocent Motors had been somewhere in Texas, in California, or Elon Musk, Alex Oti would have taken a trip to either of those locations, known that this is a person, a Nigerian, right, from the southeast, has a auto vehicle or auto whatever manufacturing company somewhere in the US. He will do everything to say he's going to have a meeting, investment meeting and stuff like that. Come back home, come and invest, and then he'll probably make some purchases, maybe 50 of those stuff. So what I'm saying in essence is practice what you preach. Before you get to government, do not run your mouth too much. Don't give
what did he do wrong, please?
Hold on. Have you heard that I said did anything? I'm just giving a report. Hold on. Hold on. Chill. Hold on. Please chill. Please chill. Please. I'm saying now. People said he has ordered his own private convoys or probably convoy and his private official vehicle. Good enough. Give him thumbs up for that. But if you have gone beyond that, right? Order the same vehicles for the police for just do things. I want to see things different. I want to see Alex Oti doing different things than the PDP governors, than the APC governors.
Okay, please.
Hold on, bro. They campaign that they're going to shift the goalposts. They're going to bring different ideas into governance.
Yes, and he's doing it.
Oh, I'm not. You are. If you are here to defend him, right? I'm done.
I am defending him because.
Hold on now.
Okay. Okay. When you land.
I'm not here to say he's doing good or he's doing bad. Like I said, I'll keep reporting what is happening in Abia State because it's the party that I'm interested in. It's the only party that has governor of Labour Party, and I want to tell Nigerians, look, this is what this man is doing as against what PDP, the ones they call the Fulefus, right, that are doing, or the Fulefus in APC. Let's look at the Jesus Christ in Labour Party and what he can do.
Okay.
What has
what
has he done?
Please,
like I said yesterday, one thing that hold on now, guy, waiting now. You got your time.
You've been talking.
But it's my time now.
Okay.
Abi,
go ahead.
What did he do? I want to know. Enigmatic.
I was speaking from the vehicles, right? Because it was our expectation that everything in Abia State now will be Innocent Motors, but he deviated when he got some vehicles to the police department being Toyotas, right? One, they said okay, his personal vehicle, his official vehicles, his convoy will be different. I expect him maybe to have just one official vehicle and maybe two convoys behind him. Let's see if that will happen. I want to see, they say they want a lean government, right? You can go, anybody can Google how many commissioners he has, the essays and all of them. People can Google that. I'm not saying this, don't take my word, right? Google all those things because they want to do things differently. Now, the same man that Accountant General of a state should come from the ranks of the civil servant, right? It's a career projection. After Auditor General Accountant, he went outside to bring somebody, from external body.
And it's a crime.
For Auditor General of the state.
And the Accountant General, Baba, like I said, don't take my word for it, right? Don't take my word for it. Go and check it out.
That is against the law now.
And then before I finish, because this guy is so agitated to speak, I don't know if I'm just, like I said, you've not heard me call Alex Oti anything now. I'm just reporting what Alex Oti is doing, and you are just so agitated about that. Then
because you are not reporting the right thing. That's why I'm agitated.
Alex Oti, his name is number one. His name is number one on APC register in Abia State. It was reported that he did not officially, tender his resignation either by way of resignation letter or doing communication to the. So as it is now, he has a case in court. Let's wish Alex Oti the best. In PDP, his name is after the executive governor. His name is one of the 10. In APC, his name is still number one. So in Labour Party, he was a candidate. So all those things. But once again, I want you to instructively say this one man. Whoever is coming to, I don't know who is this guy. Just that is not even giving rest of mind. Who are you, sir? Wait, who are you? What's your name? I collect your wife. I have my time. I'm not even letting you use my time.
Are you scared? Okay,
what's his name?
Please, why? Okay, just hold on. Why am I agitated?
What's his name, one man? Please, I want to know his name.
Why am I agitated? Why am I agitated?
Is it the guy that was speaking? Hold on now, guys. Is it the guy that was talking about Rufai and Wiki the other time?
Yes.
Oh, I understand. Now you can see what I was saying now, one man. No, you see what I was see why he's agitated now.
Hold on now. You should be listen to me.
Guy.
Listen to me now. Listen to me.
So that's all I have to say. My 5 minutes monologue, I think I've used the time audaciously and then so that people can speak. That's all I have to say. So going forward, when you see me coming to the platform, I'll come to be giving report on Abia State and OB and OT.
Unfortunately, the first.
Thank you so much.
The first report you gave me is all lied.
From Abia State.
It's all lied. You lied, and it's not good. That's why I say you should hear from me.
Okay.
You should hear from me.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Alex Oti. He wanted to buy. He requested that Innocent should supply all the House of Assembly their official car. The House of Assembly, majority of them rejected it, said they need Prado. Okay, now, his official car, the one he's driving, government house, is from Innocent. As we speak, Alex Oti is the best governor as we speak now. He's doing all the roads in Aba, all the roads in Umuahia. He's taking everything at the same time. Google it. So why are you coming here to say that Alex Oti is this, Alex Oti is this? It's working. It's working. Aba has never had this kind of governor for a very long time. Please, when you are coming to give report, please give accurate reports. It's okay to give reports. And again, you said his name is number one in APC register. I don't know. He has contested election in Labour Party 4 years ago. Not just 4 years ago. He started 8 years ago. This is the third time he's contesting under Labour Party, even before Peter Obi came. So why can he be in a Labour Party? A man that has contested for governorship position for 3 times, and his name is in.
So he has been jumping from one party to the other, like Peter Obi.
No, that wasn't what he said. He said he's always been.
I think he was in Labour Party even before Peter Obi. He has contested governorship in Labour Party This is the third time.
Okay. So, but he has been member
So
of
if you are coming
APC
to give
before,
report,
and
let's
member
give
of
accurate
PDP.
reports.
So he
He
was
has
member
never
of
been in
APC
PDP.
and
He has
PDP.
never contested in APC. He has been in Labour Party, and this is the third time he's contesting. So there is no way his name will be in PDP.
So
While he
you are
has
saying that he
contested three
never
times.
been to APC or PDP. He never been member of APC or PDP.
No, Ossie, we want one voice at a time. One voice, yeah.
So
you are telling, how did his name
when-
get to the register of the party if he never been member of those party before?
That's what I'm saying. Is it possible for somebody who has contested election, Labour Party, and his name is in PDP and APC? It's not possible.
He is not, but he has been there. He has contested for primary in those parties.
No. He has never contested. He has been. I'm telling you now that he has been in Labour Party.
This is what we had before. We knew that he contested for primary in
where he contested for primary. Listen, where he contested for primary before was in APGA.
All right, we must move on because Shaw has been waiting for a long time. But Prince, did you want to come in?
No, I guess I just wrap it up. The guy talking, I guess Alex Oti is the new Peter Obi. You can't say nothing wrong about him, or you can't do wrong, but that's okay. Yeah, that's it. All my thanks.
Yes, I'm just looking. Actually, let me just do this. Alex Oti, a Nigerian economist, banker, etc. Oti is the former group managing director of Diamond Bank.
Diamond Bank,
yeah. Can you mute yourself for a moment?
Okay, sorry.
Oti was a gubernatorial candidate of Abia State on the platform of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, on the 31st of December 2015. The Court of Appeal, which sat in Owerri, removed Akpabio of PDP, etc. So it was with when he contested in 2015. It was with APGA.
APGA, yes.
So, but you said it was with Labour Party.
No, I mentioned APGA. Did I not mention APGA? I mentioned APGA. I said Labour Party and also APGA. I mentioned.
All right. Let's hear from Shaw. Shaw, apologies that for the long wait, but let's hear from you. Shaw, good to see you again. So what have you been looking at in the news, Shaw?
Good evening, gentlemen, and again, thank you for the opportunity. The wait was definitely worth it. I thank everyone for their brilliant contribution, and there's quite a bit actually that I wanted to touch on based on what I've heard from you guys. And I would say this, I would love for corruption in Africa. I mean, number one, I believe that we can end corruption in Africa. We have seen examples of it. We see Singapore do it. We see Vietnam does it. We see China has done it. I'm not saying there is no corruption there, but it's not in the effect where it strangled the government. And part of that solution to me, I don't believe in death penalty, but I think every African, especially ECOWAS, when I speak of Africa here, for me right now and moving forward, my focus is more of ECOWAS. I think we need to bring death penalty on corruption, especially in the political level that affect the whole country. Starting there. And part of this, I believe, we need to build our institutions strong. And I will even advocate not paying politicians. I'll give you guys example, and even with this Nigeria, from what I've heard, you guys have like 44 ministries. Just ministries. If we had a bold leadership, why not say, I'll bring that to 24, consolidate power, and save that money for that 24 ministries and use it to help the people on the ground by giving loans, entrepreneurship. Just that 24. And even with that 24, you even move forward and challenge the diaspora. Couple 100,000 of you abroad. Can you imagine challenging the diaspora $25 a month from everyone to use with that save what we can do in our land to build our land? Just on that basic, just start there. Because if you are asking the people to take the pain, we all have to take the pain. Not just our brothers on the ground, but the government and us, the diaspora. We have to also be part of this. Some of this stuff that we can do, part of the diaspora, not just government. If we see hunger, what we can do in our own neighborhood where we came from. If it's one bag rice we're able to spare a month, hey, it helps. Can you imagine? So the conversation in Africa, especially ECOWAS Africa, to all of us, we don't have a choice. And earlier you talk about hope. Yes, we don't have a choice, but we must hope, and we don't have any other choice. We must be successful. And we all have to come together. I mean, we have people that are blaming this government.
Sure. Let me ask you a question. How do you see this? How do you see the situation in Niger Republic playing out? Because there's already murmurings of mutiny by a rival group, so that's already in play. But then now we saw the former emir of Kano having now direct contact with the lead person of that coup. So when the Deputy Secretary of State of America went all the way from America to Niger, he refused to see her. When the Sultan of Sokoto went, he refused to see him. But now he saw the Emir of Kano. Do you think the noose is starting to tighten around the neck of that coup, and they're seeing that the game is up?
Well, they understand their time is limited, but at the same time, they have not been a consequence of military coup in Africa until Africa, especially ECOWAS, until ECOWAS finally stand up and make a statement. I am in favor of diplomacy in every way aspect. I understand they refuse to see US government official, European, and even ECOWAS, but with this gentleman that is in there, pray God that he's pray to God and that he will be successful. But we cannot allow this to stand, because you already seen what's happening. I talked about this the other day. If this stands, that country itself will go into a civil war in different factions, from the Islamic militants to people that are trying to overthrow or fight back against the government, and all this. And who will suffer more is the people of Niger. And guess where they will come to? They have no other states to go to. They ain't gonna go to Mali. What Mali can do for them? They're not gonna go to Burkina Faso. Benin cannot afford it. Togo cannot afford it. Sudan is a failed state. Niger is, Chad. Go to Chad. And we're not talking about the refugees that are already in there. forget what you want to say. This is American pressure or European pressure or whatever you want to call it. Nigeria, from the way I said it and from my experience in Sierra Leone, it's a direct threat to Nigeria. Period. And no president would sit down and see a direct threat to his nation and do not act. But I pray for diplomacy, but we cannot allow this to go on because, as I say again the other day, we have other countries in Africa right now. Sierra Leone is one. Liberia is about to go on election. Who knows, based on the pattern that's going on in the region where elections are not credible, who knows what's going to happen in Nigeria? And that also will open up ready for coup.
Let me just ask you this. What are people saying about the elections in Nigeria? Do you follow the news? I know you are based in America, but you are from Sierra Leone. So do you follow the news back home? And if you do, are they talking at all about the elections in Nigeria and what are they saying?
Well, they're using the election in Nigeria based on partisan politics in Sierra Leone. The people that are APC in Sierra Leone, which is the opposition party that lost the election, so-called lost the election because we really don't know very much. There are questions. Those people would use Nigeria as an example whereby election they believe was stolen and it was allowed to go on. In that parallel, the SLPP will use it in a different way for their own advantage. And the thing is, this should not be a surprise to any Africa, because I don't remember a day in Africa where a president lost and then, or someone lost election and just call the other candidate and say, congratulations, you win. Everyone that lost.
It actually happened in Nigeria, 2015.
Okay, Nigeria. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. I apologize for that. I apologize for that. And thank you for that fact check. And I really appreciate what you have been doing tonight with live fact checking. I mean, we don't even see that in the United States. I thank you very, very much for that. That is so awesome of you to do. And just like you just fact checked me right now. Thank you for doing that. You know, thank you for doing that. But we don't see a lot of good examples like that in Africa. If you look at every contested elections in Africa, the losers always have problem with the results. And they bring questions about the legitimacy of the winner. And it just brings insecurity all over, where it gives conditions for military coup. Perfect example, Niger. Mr. Barum win that election, not just once, twice. Because they went to rerun. The first run, he had 35%. His closest competitor came 17% of the votes. There were over 20 candidates running. On the second round, he had 57%. 56 point some percent. So, overwhelming majority voted this man in less than 2 years ago. What if we allow
can you see him coming back as president? Because let me paint you a scenario. What I see playing out, I do not see these elements that have seized charge of that country. I don't see them holding on to that country. No, but I don't also see this Bazoum. I don't see him. I don't see him being reinstated either. No. What I do see is that is either there's a counter coup or these people are persuaded to hand over to a military administrator who is then guided through a 12 to 18-month process to run an election and have a democratic government there. But I don't see these elements, these characters, I don't see them keeping that country. No. So that's our, yeah.
And I agree that might be the route they might go, and that is a sad route to go. You know, we should not go that route, because if we do that again, we still do not solve the problem. We just put a bandage on the problem, and then we see it happen again 2 years later, because this is what's been happening in Niger since 1992. This has been going on in Niger forever. When are we, Africa, going to say enough is enough? Doing the same thing and doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. When, my brother? This has been happening in Niger forever.
But sure, if this coup does not succeed, do you not then see it as marking the beginnings of the reversal of that culture?
If this, yes, exactly. Hence, if this coup does not succeed and bring this man back to end his term, we will start setting a precedent for Niger, because Niger, this is the first election whereby the former president passed presidency to this guy peacefully. The first time in their history. You know, so we need that for Niger to go that route. It's either that or let them go a different way, monarchy or some other way to rule themselves. But we cannot pretend to have a constitution and a rule of law where no one follows the rule of law. And this is the biggest problem in Africa. There is no accountability, my brother. In every level, in every institution, in every engagement, there is no accountability.
What would you say that because there's an argument to say that a country like Niger, it should somewhat be like a protectorate, somewhat of a country like Nigeria. Not to say that we govern them directly, but we govern them remotely because they're too strategically close to our nation for us because they've had endless coups in that country, and their instability cascades into our country via the northern borders. So should we sort of have some sort of remote control of that space, not directly governing them, but having somewhat control of who governs them in order to maintain their stability and protect ourselves?
Well, yes and no, in a sense that, yes, you have to have influence against Niger, not just for this time, but for the next however long the world exists.
At least 2 centuries.
You know what I'm saying? You need that. And it's not just through military. You can do more investment. You know, you can trade more with them. You know, you can do different, just like the United States does to Mexico. Because if we know Mexico is destabilized, it's a problem for us. So America, biggest trading partner in the world, it's Mexico. Because you know it's direct effect to you, my brother. You share a border with it. You cannot protect a 1,500 mile border. You cannot. Look at us in the United States. Can we protect our southern border? No. No matter how much, this is the biggest military in the world. You cannot. right? But you do your best to do other ways, other things to influence the country and influence the people for the long term, not just the short term. And one big way of doing that is trade, and investment, infrastructure. You know, if you do that, they will see, and generations will see that. They will take you as your brothers and sisters. We Africans need to start looking our next door neighbors, their security linked to our security. If they're not secure, we are not secure. If they're hungry, it's going to be a problem for them, and that's going to directly affect us. Again, I said this again the other day. If Nigeria, with all this complaint that I've heard tonight, that our brothers are complaining, if you look at that, majority of it is economic reason, my brother. If Nigeria today open trade with just ECOWAS, we'll go from 400 billion to over $1 trillion in a very, very quick amount of time. That will improve all of our lives and security. We need bold visions, and it is sad that the founders of our land, the brothers that fight for constitutions, our forefathers that fight for independence, if you look at their dream of one Africa, because they realize what was going on in the world. They understand the geopolitical craziness, the Cold War that was happening. And we see that returning again today in Africa in the form of the Sahel corridor, where we have Russia have troops there in Wagner going against the interests of the so-called NATO and the West. And now that is extending to Niger. My brother. So the NATO and Russia, that Cold War, they're bringing it back to our land for us to fight hot war among ourselves. Look at the propaganda, Russia. You think all this tension that's happening, do you know Russia propaganda underneath all this, my brother? Russian propaganda, all this to raise the tension, to escalate the tension, because it's in their interest, especially right now. It is in their interest to open another war front against NATO in a different way, give NATO distraction. And that war, they don't have to fight it. But we do. We have to kill ourselves. My brother, hence Nigeria, for its security and for the security of all of us in the region, if diplomacy does not work, they should get ECOWAS to stand up and do something. And I appreciate Mr. Tinbo. This gentleman has only been here for 2 months or so. I appreciate him speaking strongly against military coup in West Africa, and I hope he stay resolute on that and never back down on that. Don't care what they call him. We need to change this mentality, and I hope not.
Let me ask you one more question, and then I want to play this clip, and then I don't think people have heard from Ajande Koko yet. What are the people on the streets? What are they making of the elections in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone? The everyday man. What did they make of what happened in Nigeria in February?
I mean, as I say again, some people think it's corrupt. Some people think because of the misinformation that came out. You know, the misinformation that came out right away, that came out. You know, so that vacuum of not someone, because one of your other brother the other night was explaining to me, because even me, I have felt for that misinformation until that brother explained to me that no one has ever challenged the numbers itself, you know, and give me details. And hence we need programs like you, right, to continue fact checking and to continue what you are doing, speaking the truth, and be truthful, be balanced, be transparent.
All right, brilliant. Let me play this clip. This is Lamido Sanusi, who now reports back from his mission to Niger. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I came to brief him on the details of my discussion with the leaders of Niger.
Would you say your intervention was positive, successful?
Interventions are ongoing, and we'll continue to do our best to bring the two parties together to improve understanding. This is a time for public diplomacy. It's not a matter that we leave to governments. All Nigerians, all Nigerians need to be involved to find a solution that works for Africa, a solution that works for Niger, that works for Nigeria, and a solution that works for humanity.
There also reports that you took this initiative by yourself and you're not the government delegation.
No, I'm not the government. I'm not.
Okay.
I was not sent by the government. Okay. The government officials were aware I was going, but it was my personal initiative using my personal contacts to get there, and I will continue to do my best. It is my duty as a leader to do that.
All right. So let's have Ajande Koko. So Ajande Koko, Lamido Sanusi, of course, is the Khalifa of the Tijaniya sect, which cascades all the way through the Sahels. So he has great influence within that country, and I think he has leveraged that influence now to try and intercede. So what are you then making then of Sanusi being able to meet the now leader of the coup plotters, something that everybody else had failed to do?
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, the current military leadership in Niger are playing a very good high-level diplomacy. They have successfully defeated the ECOWAS, a team of countries that failed to exploit all diplomatic means to get this guy on the table and work this out with them before they hurriedly slam them with economic war, before they unleash economic war. All those economic sanctions against those countries, I see them as economic war against Niger, which are very, very unnecessary. So how can you unleash economic war against, group of, I think there are 15 members. How many countries are there in that ECOWAS? Is it 10 or 12 or 15? With Nigeria being the biggest economy in Africa and the biggest economy in Africa, hurriedly unleash economic war against that, the second poorest country in the world. Why do they want to strangulate the people? Why on earth Nigeria particularly have to unplug electricity against these people to destroy their hospital, to destroy all their well-being and all means of production of these poor people? So they fail completely for hurriedly taking economic war against these people, and the senseless ultimatum given to them. They fail completely. And today, or since yesterday, you can see the presidential spokesperson of the President Tinubu retracing his step, trying to change the story, trying to, what do you call it? How is it described? It is damage, trying to do some damage control. President Tinubu is not a man that believes in war. He believes in peaceful means of resolving. He did not support war. War effort. Is not. He's a man of peace. I said, look at all this nonsense that is coming from these people that doesn't think and cannot do the right thing at the right time, because they are facing so much heat, because it's blowing back on their faces. All the West African countries that gang up against this small country, they've seen the reaction of the leaders from the north, the political leader, the religious leader, the common man on the street, and everybody around Nigeria standing up against the irrational decision to go by slamming economic war against this country, and before taking a military war against them. So the diplomacy, the tactical diplomatic game that this small country play against them by cherry picking those they want to speak to, is the best I've ever seen in the recent time. The best I've ever seen in the recent time. They slammed the door against Undersecretary of State of the United States. They slammed the door against the ECOWAS state. They slammed the door against the OAU. They slammed the door against Maya of Sokoto. They slammed the door against the former president of Nigeria. To tell them.
Ajalico, can I interject you?
Let me land, please. You interject. They slammed the door against them to show to them that, look, you are our enemy. We are not engaging in any discussion with you. We have nothing to talk with you because you are waging economic war. You are all supporter of this economic war against us. So why do we what do we want to talk with you people? So, but for them to allow this guy, Lamido Sanusi, to have one-on-one discussion, to open the door for him to come out, is to tell them that, look, we have not had anything bad from this guy. And once again, we want to open a channel for discussion. If you people are ready to discuss with us, if you people are ready to come on the same table with us to talk as brother, yes, we will do it this time, because all your effort, particularly your 7-day ultimatum, has failed, and we are in full control now. So those guys are in full control. They've been able to mobilize their people across the country in support of their new government. And now they are well established after their distance. They have appointed the prime minister. They are ready to govern. That is why they opened the door for Samsudé Lamido that, okay, now let us talk. Let us open this little window opportunity for discussion, and let's see what will come out of it. So these guys have done well to allow Sanusi to come in so that they can start engaging in discussion, and they can start, putting before the ECOWAS and others what they want to do, the direction they want to take their country. So it's a fantastic diplomacy, and they done well for allowing this thing. And I believe the religious position that he holds, because I think Sule Lamido hold a kind of religious title that cut across all those.
Yeah, it is the Khalifa of the Tijaniya sect.
Yeah. So they are showing respect to him and to the religion and others that are affiliated to his leadership across that Sahel. That yes, it's one of our leaders that we highly respect.
Look at this comment by Crown. It says, Ajande Koko, the double standard man that believes in democratic governance in the West, but wants military rule in Africa. So yes, your stance on this, it runs contrary to your broader political views as we know it.
Look, they don't understand my position. My position is that
one man I want to talk to.
Every country on earth have the right to govern themselves in any form of government that they like. It is not the responsibility of any country or any group of countries to dictate to a sovereign state on how to govern themselves. Yes, we may not like it that their military, they took over from a corrupt, democratically elected president. But here we are today. They are in control. Why can't we sit down with them? Why are we taking up economic war against the second poorest country in the? These people have. I mean, how do I do them? The economy is fragile. Everything is fragile about them.
Sorry, one moment, Ajande Koko. I think Omoniyi is saying that 159 watching, only 60 likes. So please get us to 100 likes at least. But carry on, Ajande Koko. Yeah.
You want to obliterate these people? They don't have no. I mean, they are weak in everything that you want to look at a nation. In every indices that you want to measure a nation, this country is very weak. Why are we ganging up against the poorest country in the world? Because we have a military there? Is there no way to negotiate them out? What if nonsense double standard that the West African corrupt country, the group of corrupt country coming together in West Africa, what are they talking about? What are they doing? The Chad is led by military junta. What have they done to Chad? What of other countries that are led by military?
Is Chad not in transition? I thought they were on democratic.
War. They are not in transition. The former president was killed in the war. His son is a general in the army, and they appointed him to lead. That's a military rule right there. They make it look like democracy, but this guy is from military, and they just confirmed him.
Buhari was from military. Was Buhari not from military?
What I'm saying, this guy was a practical military officer. He was in service when they picked him up after the death of his father and just anointed him with the position of leadership. Why didn't they kick against that process? Why didn't they kick against his nomination?
It wasn't a coup. It wasn't a coup.
Chad is not even. Even Chad is not a West Africa country.
it's coming from Simba. Simba, there's a lot of noise in your background. Yeah. Carry on,
So, but what I'm trying to say here, one man, is that look, this country is, there's no way you can detach this country from Nigeria. We have long time historical relationship with this country, be it religion, be it family tie, be it, you know, economic tie, so many. All tribes in the north that exist in northern Nigeria are in that country. Is it the Fulani? Is it the Hausa you want to talk about that are not there? Is it the Fulani that are not there? Is it the Kanuri that are not there? We are connected. So waging war against them is waging war against Nigeria. I mean, I don't know the kind of leadership that we have that doesn't understand the
you're not popular in the comment section.
I don't have to be.
He's coming after you.
Mr. Ajanliko, can I ask you a question, sir? Can I ask you a question, please?
Okay.
May I ask you a question?
I have. Let me learn. I have Bishop before you. I will let you ask. Bishop is on the line. Let me learn. So let me tell you this. Ye and Niger inseparable. And for them to have the country
okay, I think we've lost Ajan Lekoko to connection.
Yes. Can I talk?
I am here. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you broke off for a moment, but carry on. Allow the interjections though. Once you land, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it is not the duty of Nigeria to dictate to them how they should govern themselves, who should govern them, and the form of government that they should run. So it is for us to manage them to our advantage. Are we doing that now? We are not doing that. In fact, we are taking a very wrong approach that could cause instability in Nigeria, that will bring a long-time enmity between the two countries and between the two people. So we have this. We have to manage this situation well so that those people in Niger will continue to see Nigeria as their big brother, as friendly, and see us as a reliable partner and not enemy, and not country that want to impose them. If we go, who tell you that if you go and flush down these people by force now, or use some machinery to flush them down, who told you that tomorrow another group of people cannot gang up to come and flush those people out too? So we are going to create an avenue for how do you do it? Counter coup after counter coup, and that will never stop. And as long as that is allowed, it will cause instability in Nigeria. So remember, Nigeria want to pass our pipeline through that line, through that country. And Chevron have invested $30
you're breaking off a bit. But let the interjections come in. But it's going to be micro interjections because I want to get to the other voices that have just come in. So we go Bishop first, and then we go Shaw after.
Yeah, and Prince, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
And Prince as well. Yeah. So Bishop.
One man, you didn't mention my name. Now be required to talk since.
Okay, thank you.
You've just come in now. The star.
Okay. Okay. I'll be very brief. I'll be very brief. I promise you.
Yeah.
I'll be very brief. Ajanle Koko, Baba Ajanle Koko. And practically, I was shivering and kind of when you were talking. I want to tell you a few things. We've repeated this over and over again. By the way, I want to see you, please. I know I will pass your state in one of these few days, please. So I want to beg you, between you and me, let a woman link us together so that we can sit down. And when I pass through your city in one of these days, do you know there is a rebel group that has risen up in Niger now against the coup? Because the man too have been trying, and there are 2 other rebel groups that are gearing up, preparing to take up arms against these coupists. Are you aware of those facts? Now, if we have 3 rebel groups that rises up, that say, look, we gave peace a chance because we believe that there was a democracy in place. But if this one is taking up arms, we are going back to the trenches. Have you read those reports? Please look, the level of destabilization that we are subtly encouraging by what we are doing here. It has I don't know the right word. If Nigeria and ECOWAS remove their hands from Niger, Baba Ajale Koko, I tell you, and I'm very confident with what I'm saying. I have some privileged little back information. Niger is set up for a very terrible tragedy in the coming months and the years. If 3 rebel groups will rise up within just 1-2 weeks, somebody was saying that in just 2 months the Niger coup is just less than 2 weeks. If it has generated this amount of acrimony, and already a rebel group that has been put, I can't remember the name of that guy now, one of the former rebel leader, one council something resistance something, I can't remember. If I have my way, I will bring out the name. So look, we have a terrible situation on our hands. And whether we like it or not, Nigeria is going to be greatly affected.
Council of Resistance.
Council of something resistance. Thank you. Nigeria is going to be greatly affected by the outcome of what we do or we don't do now. It's easy to always take the popular way out. Great leaders don't always follow the popular.
Exactly.
The popular paths. They follow difficult but necessary path. Baba Ajale Koko, what you are saying, listening to you alone, I'm shaking. Look, I have sacrificed a lot tonight to listen and be clear, because yesterday I was not happy that I couldn't make my clear thoughts. So I packed. I'm in Nebraska. I've stayed since for past 3-4 hours. I stayed in a Wendy's store to participate in this. So it's a sacrifice. If I have been traveling, I would have covered at least minimum of 300 or 400 miles. And you know what that means? Baba, we need to talk after this. We are in great danger if we don't do the needful. The needful might not be necessarily popular. It might not be what majority of the people want. You are following the popular path. Look, populism is not what rules the world now. We need to take necessary. These guys there need to be stopped. There are 3 rebel groups already. If we unleash those rebel groups, look, I want to see they will run Balabala, they will run Kabi Kabi. And at the end of the day, we'll have a situation we cannot control. People will die. Either way, whether left or right, people will still die. So if Buhari goes ahead, people will die. If it doesn't go ahead, people will die. But let us weigh the options. How do we want to run it in the best interest of Nigeria and Africa at large? I hope one man will come back to me so that I can make my full contributions.
All right. Let's hear from Shaw. And to Nigeria, please check the private chat. Shaw, let's hear from you. You wanted to speak to Ajane Koko.
Can I ask Bishop one question, please?
Ajane Koko is in focus, so you can ask Bishop, but Ajane Koko is in focus at the moment.
Okay.
Sure.
Bishop, please, I want you to be...
hold on. Ajane Koko is the one being asked questions at the moment. So Let Ajande Koko take his set of questions, then you can ask Bishop later. Sure, let's hear from you.
Okay. What my brother just spoke of, exactly correct. The situation in Niger is unfortunate. We have used languages and words that are not appropriate for it. We are not advocating war, not with the people of Niger. We are talking about
exactly
a military, a few people that is not represented of 0.00001%. And the irony of what you were saying about the country being poor is because of military coups, my brother. Because it does not lay the foundation, the stability for investment, for people to grow. My brother, hence, that must stop. They just went through, for the last 10 years, we had a president that run and then finish his term, and then another president is elected. They were beginning to take a path. Human being, when we were born, before we crawl, we'll lay down on our belly first. Before we stand up, we have to grab things first. Before we can walk, we have to stand up. Before we can run, we have to walk. But we have to give the space for it. If this regress back, as my other brother was just stating, of all the rebel groups, I talked about this the other night, and even including the military. You got to remember, over 70% of the population live in the rural. They don't live in the city. They are brothers and sisters. Let's give negotiation a chance. Yes, I agree with you on that 100%. But even with that, have a time limit. We cannot negotiate forever. And we have seen examples before in ECOWAS, again, when military take over, then we put them out and restore the government. We did that in the early 2000s in Sierra Leone, including ECOWAS help. And lay the foundation for the first time, to democratic election. And we went through that now for 24 years. Some clean, some not clean, but at least we have the opportunity to vote. Why can't we give the people of Niger that same opportunity? Let's forget the Western sentiment. Let's forget all that for a second. Let's look at this on a practical level. Niger have been ruled by military with all its richness, with military for the last 3 decades, 4 decades. With nothing to show for it. Even light, electricity, you have to give them. Come on, my brother. That's all we're talking about. We need to end this in ECOWAS. ECOWAS, this is what's happening in ECOWAS. We did not do that in Mali. If you look at Mali economy, since the military took over, it shrunk. It brought more pain to the people of Mali. The majority, the mass of Mali get much more affected and destabilize the whole country. We're seeing the same effect in Burkina Faso. You look at, since the military took over, you see their GDP went down, economy went down, everything went down. People suffer more. So we have to stop this. We must find a way to stop this. If diplomacy don't work, military must work. And what my last brother said, a leadership is not popularity. We don't want managers anymore in Africa. A monkey can manage. Manages repetition. We need leaders. We need bold leaders. It's not just for today. What we are talking about, that destabilization will affect Nigeria for the next 10, 15, 20 years. You share again, I will go back to this again. It's 1,500 mile. And as you stated, you guys have family ties. And if we see you right now, if you see your family is suffering or someone is doing something wrong to your own family, you will want to interject to help your family. And that's what we're doing here.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So let me take this window now that Tunaja is here to bail out and hand over the rest of the session to him. So Tunaja, acknowledge that you're ready.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Please, before you bail out, so I will bail out together, not only you. But
please, okay. I want to say something too before you bail out. Let me know.
Okay. I don't want to deal with Tunaja.
One man, I want to ask you the questions before you
go. What kind of attitude is that now? Why you don't want to deal with me?
Hold on, I want to correct something.
Because you gave him a flogging the last time, I think.
No, it's an obedience, so you know his position. And I don't know if that is right on this platform anyway, but that's by the way. Number two, woman.
We cater for all voices. You know, we can't say we promote free speech and then exclude a voice that you feel. So everybody, it's an open house. That's
okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, on this platform, right, we are very strict on misinformation and people who call people liars. The guy who I don't know his name, the guy who was criticizing anything that had to do with Wike or Rufai the other time, I forgot his name. That wouldn't let me speak. Yeah, he wouldn't let me speak when I wanted to. And I think Abia people should be paying me because I'm going to be promoting and advertising Abia State. So they should see it from a positive mindset, rather than the negative of it. And all the time that I spoke, I never said anything condescending about that guy. I was just reporting. I'm just a citizen reporter. That's what I'm doing. So now he said I was lying. Okay. He said Alex Oti was never an APC. So does he really understand what he's speaking about, or he's just reading from an?
I think that was why Simba came running. Okay. Is that not what brought Simba in?
Okay. Instructively, Alex Oti was APC's candidate in the last gubernatorial election. He has contested almost virtually in all the political parties, except maybe PDP. I stand to be corrected if he was in PDP. I know for a fact he was in ABGA. He contested in ABGA. He even almost became the governor of Abia State. He went as far as Supreme Court. He won at the appeal court. The appeal court sided with him, but at the Supreme Court, they reversed the course and then allowed Ikpeazu to continue in office in ABGA. Then he moved from ABGA to APC, right? In 2019, he was APC flag bearer. He contested the gubernatorial election. He lost. Then in 2023, this election that just passed by now, he was a candidate, a gubernatorial primary contestant under APC. He lost in the primaries. Then he moved to ABGA. He moved to Labour Party. Labour Party. Right now, his case is in court. Right, he's been challenged, and I challenge people on this platform to go ahead and start following the tribunal. All eyes on Abia Tribunal and see what is happening. You will see Alex Oti. His name is number 1 on the APC register in Abia State as we speak. In Labour Party, the same thing that happened, I think 2 or 3 Labour Party House of Rep members and 1 senator, they had issues in court now. They've been, they've lost their cases. Of course, they still have the appellate court and the Supreme Court to deal with. But so far, so good. 3 of their senators, 2 of their House of Rep members, 1 senator, they've lost at the tribunal. So the same thing is happening to Alex Oti now, because they've seen that he was not properly nominated by Labour Party, the registrar, whatever, that by act of the new 2023. So I'm just trying to put the record straight. If the guy was so sure that he knew what he was talking about, he shouldn't be so you know, he shouldn't miss this few, you know, obvious fact. They're out there. Alex Oti was a candidate of, he was in APC up until the same time Peter Obi left PDP, you know, for Labour Party. So just to get the record straight. So basically, so if he comes over here, because I knew that the way he was speaking about Wike and Rufai, I knew where he was coming from. He was one of those guys who don't want to hear any. How would you say Wike did not do anything? How many governors can you compare?
You know Wike is under that criticism that for all of the things that he did, 80%, if not 90% of them were just vanity projects. Projects.
Okay. Let. How many governors did any vanity project in the south, in the southeast? Have you been to Bayelsa before? Bayelsa has just 8 local governments, 1 man, 8 local governments, and they have just one major road, the dual road that goes into.
Yeah, but Ossie was telling us that the topography does not lend.
Forget what Ossie is talking about. Go and look at the FAC allocation of. Go and look at the royalties that come from the IOCs. You know, when you don't like something, you always want to find excuses. But the one you like, right? You jump into it. You want to be agitated to find defense. That was what he was doing. He wouldn't let me land my point. And what I was doing, I was just reporting. I did not say Alex Oti is a bastard. Alex Oti is already stealing money. I was reporting what Alex Oti is doing, and he wouldn't let me speak. So once again, if we have like three of Wike, okay, Wike.
Who's that noise coming from? Oh, sorry, carry on.
Is he going to say the law school is a vanity project? The House of Assembly quarters, the various projects. There is no local government that does not witness Wike's input in government, right? So all the money. Okay, let's even assume the Wike is evil as they all want to see him now. The same Wike that only the week that Peter Obi was in Rivers State, Wike became the best person in life. One of them, right? So now let's assume, as he was claiming, are you aware of the fact that Buhari paid lump sum of some billions, right, that have not been paid by even previous PDP government for years, lump sum to all the Niger Delta states, including Rivers State, including Delta State. Obaseki got his own. What did he do with his? The guy from Bayelsa, he got his. What has he done with that? What did Okowa do with his? What did other governors do with their? It was even Wike that came out to call them out. So what are they talking about? Can you compare Wike with any governor in the southeast, past or present, or in the south, past or present? Okay, they should even do their own 12 flyovers now. Let's see the structures. So they can. Alex Oti is a guy man politician. We all know that. And people, if you are in the corporate industry, you know. But don't come and say because he's a. And that's why I'm trying to promote him, right, and advertise him to Nigerians now, being the only Labour Party president. So for now, I'm from Abia State. I'm going to be the voice of Abia whenever I come to this platform. So Alex Oti has been
enigmatic. If you are going to be the Abia State correspondent, we are expecting a balanced report from you. So don't just go and look for
balanced. He's flagging off roads. He's flagging off roads. One man is Abia State is probably the debris capital of Nigeria, if you like to say. Right, dirty and nasty, is cleaning up the mess. Of course, I pray that he surpasses whatever PDP has been doing for 24 years. That is the dream of everyone, and that's why I'm saying for now I'm going to be a person from Abia. So so far, what he's doing is flagging off roads. Right, is that cleaning up Abia State from what it used to be. But let's see what will happen. See as a case in court, because it's one leg in, one leg out. So far, the eyes are on the judiciary, while my eyes will be in Abia State and Alex Oti, and I'll be the reporter.
So all eyes on Abia State, at least both yes. Your eyes on Abia State. All right. So there it is. Our roving correspondent from what's the capital? What's the capital of Abia State? Even?
From Umar here, but I'm based in
from Umar here. Look at
I'm
that.
from Aroshuku in Abia State.
You know that space, don't you? You went to school there.
I know all those places. Oh my lord!
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So, permission to fall out to and hand over to Niger, acknowledging, of course, Ayo with the super chart, and then Prince, but not Prince Daddy.
How many of us are going to follow you?
I don't follow you.
I will follow you because I will not get a fair space with True Niger. It has happened before.
How can you say
thank you very much? Because it has happened before. President is a rule.
The military, the field marshal.
So thank you very much for the time today. I've sacked myself.
Oh, did you want to say parting words before you go, Bishop?
Well, I mean, I was just going to. I know I just made an interjection with what Ajaneko said. Maybe I was a little bit too emotional about what he said, and that's what I felt. That was how I felt because I know that military has no space. They don't have anything good for us. If we allow Niger to continue to descend, honestly, there's going to be anarchy. 3 rebel groups are already gearing up that, if they can have it, then let's scatter. We try to have it, they did not allow us. And we should not allow that region to descend into that level of anarchy. So my own call is from a very passionate point. It's not, we don't have what we want, but if we go back to that space, it's going to be bad. And that's my fear. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So yes, let me read the super chat. Ayo Aseva with the welcome super chat, and then Prince. We have so many princes here. We have Dewale, we have Babati, we have Prince Daddy, of course, but then we have a prince that doesn't even is so confident in his princehood. He just calls himself Prince. So there he is, super chatting to the space. And he did that 3 times. So thank you to those two. So thank you to those two. So I'll hand over to Niger now. So to Niger, it was an excellent session on your platform yesterday. I thoroughly enjoyed it with Kaizorian and the rest of the those. I don't know where you find them from. Those lunatics.
Yeah, they're all over the place in Africa, the diaspora everywhere. Yes. What can you say?
So if you want a more expansive conversation that not necessarily just stays within the Nigerian space but covers the entirety of the African space, I'll go follow to Niger. There's his link there. If you want to go and watch his, don't go now or maybe after the session is over. If you want to go and watch his last session, click on that link. I was there. I spent a moment there, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So if you want to go and follow to Niger and hear it, if you are not averse to him, like Bishop and Enigmatic, click on that link and go follow to Niger. So to Niger, over to you.
Thank you. It wasn't Bishop that wanted to depart. You know, I'm a very nice guy. I don't know why you say I didn't give you a fair hearing. I do give everyone a fair hearing. It's just that I do challenge.
To Niger.
Yeah.
Your name is very pretty. Your name is awesome, super. I only said what I said. A woman just threw me under the bus now, and I need to make it very clear of it. That was not what I said. I am saying the last time I was here that you took over, you dealt with me very officially, and that's a fact. And that's why I believe that I was not going to get a fair deal. So I sacrificed. I offered to just follow woman as if they go jeje, make I just follow and go jeje, so that I will not have a repeat of the last experience. So that's what I meant. No disrespect meant. I will, because out of respect, I will go out and look for your yesterday's episode and spend some time on it tonight and watch it. So I will come to my very objective conclusion about how I want to rate. So no disrespect at all.
No problem. Thank you. For that and all. So my own position is not necessarily. I'm not being unfair to you. I just we do challenge. I do challenge when people say things. It's my own opinion. You have your own opinion, and who knows? You might be right. You know, in this life, you know, we've all only got two heads, one head. I mean, and I've got two eyes. You got two eyes, so you might be right. It's just opinions, and maybe sometimes I express mine a little bit too strong, and but you know, don't take it personal. But I know you mean well for Nigeria
No,
too, don't you?
absolutely. I'm not taking personal. I mean, I'm very stupid. I'll listen. I'll listen. Don't worry. I'll stay some more time. Thank you.
All right then. Thank you. Who is next? Who is next on the line?
I'm still have the floor. So
Okay, all right then. John Lekoko, please go ahead.
Oh, hold on. He has the floor, but I have a question for him though.
okay.
I was in line.
Okay, go ahead with the question.
Yeah, thanks. So, my question for Ajelekoko is, do you have a penchant for a form of government that takes power from the people, like socialism and military rule? Because
that was a funny one, man.
yeah, I'm asking this question because I mean, I know you say enough for the military, but you have a lot of good things to say about military rule in Nigeria, but now we are into Niger, and you seem to be supporting them, and all these forms of government, they take power from the people, even though they pretend though that, oh, we are for the people, like this jokers in Niger. And just like the military people in Nigeria, yeah, they built road or whatever, but no, they took power from the people. People didn't have a real say in a democratic form of government, and you know that in democracy, for its pluses and minuses, it takes time because you have to negotiate with people, different constituencies and different people from different backgrounds. Unlike the military, they tell you what to do, good or bad, you have to do it. And I think also you probably prefer communism. In China, even though they don't have a true form of communism, but the people in power, the Politburo in China, they dictate to people, and if you don't go their way, you get punished. So, am I right or wrong, Mr. Jalekoko? Please tell us.
Look, I think a lot of you are listening to me with biased mind. The best form of government to me is democracy. And I will stand for that anytime, any day. But I don't like a situation where countries we gang up against group of countries, rather, we gang up against one nation for reason of forcing democracy through their throat. No, that is it shouldn't be like that. Particularly our neighbor, that is Niger. We should be able to use the power of diplomacy. So let me tell you, the power of diplomacy is stronger than the power of the use of force. The use of force never achieve any good result. The result is achieved that we have seen in the recent time is killing of people, destruction and demolition of, communities. Historical artifacts will be wiped away. And a lot of things that people have built and country have built for years will be destroyed. I don't like that. I don't like to see. Look, I mean, I don't like to see people going through pains, suffering, hardship, particularly seeing a situation where women, older men, older people and children will be teared away from their places
Parents.
of abode, ancestral homeland, and turn to beggar and turn to refugee. And they have to wait for people to come and feed them. They can't do anything on their own anymore. I hate that. And that is what we have seen all over Africa because of our, greed and useless way of, approaching, using force, the military force to achieve results. It never solves any problem. It usually adds more to that problem, make it more complex, and most of the time, make it an unending problem, generational problem. I don't want generational problem between Nigeria and Niger. Nigeria is a big brother. Nigeria has managed these people for so many years. Coup after coup in that country, we are able to manage them. Why are we not applying the same approach now? This guy cannot be there forever. If, as a matter of fact, the rest of the world should not have any input into this. It should have been an engagement between Nigeria and this country alone, because this country is inseparable from Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Nigeria should have made it a very strong statement that leave it for us, we will take care of the situation. And I believe the whole world will listen. West African group, or what do they call them? ECOWAS, they will listen. Nigeria have that power of this diplomacy. But what are we doing? Are we trying to use that power of diplomacy? We are not. But rather, we are ganging up, declare economic war against this country, small country. We have violated agreement we had with them by, between two of us, that they should not dam that water, River Niger, from their end, that we will dam it on our own end and supply them electricity. Nigeria is violating that agreement by cutting off electricity supply to that country. That is inhuman. Inhuman.
Okay, Baba Koko, will you allow interjection?
Let me run down. That is insane. That is unjust for poor people in that country. The military junta will not suffer that they have generator. Don't you see him posting with Sanusi? Don't you see light there? Are they in darkness? No, it's the ordinary man, ordinary citizen that will suffer it. So, but what? Look, now Bishop is bringing us a new information that three different rebel groups are now ganging up to say they want to launch attack. Who are the people behind the rebel group? Who are the people without them? We know how the game is played. So are we trying to tear up that country? What are we trying to do? We think we're going to escape the havoc. We think Nigeria is going to escape the havoc when the chiefs are down. You think we're not going to hear part of it? Definitely, we are going to go through the pains too. The havoc of it, we're going to smell it. We are going to eat it. So I don't, for your information, I don't support any military, but I don't want the use of force or war, military war against this country.
Baba Jale Koko, will you allow us to also talk too?
You will talk. Let me. This I've been on this platform since the beginning. I've not been talking, listening to everybody. So it's my turn. Let me talk. Then you guys will come in. So I just, please, I'm not supporting, but I believe that every country have their own sovereignty. Whatever they are doing in that country, we should be able to engage with them and resolve whatever political problem they're going through. It should be resolved peacefully for benefit of mankind and the poor people of that country. That is where I stand. I don't want Nigeria to participate. I don't want Nigeria to declare war on them. I don't want Nigeria to support enemies, to force them out. Let us employ the use of diplomacy and, to achieve results. That's what I believe. I don't believe in military rule. I believe in democracy. I stand for democracy. But I believe every country have the right to run their country in any way they like, in any form they like, without any interference from any country or group of countries. That's what I stand for. Okay.
Baba Jale Koko.
Yes, sir.
The star on the line. Yeah, good evening, everybody.
How are you, brother?
Yeah. Baba Jale Koko. I think the area where many people, especially on your own side, is where you are missing enough is you are taking it as if ECOWAS, Nigeria, we are at war at Niger. We are not at war with Niger. It is the military, the coupists, that they were at war against. And even when you want to negotiate, for crying loud, you want to negotiate with coupists. Diplomacy, and you cannot negotiate at the point of a weakness. I want to even that they listen to they give Lamido Sanusi space to even be me with them today. I should have even think that it is because of the adamant posture of ECOWAS and Tinubu in particular that made them to suspend that a little bit, because as we woke up this morning, Tinubu just announced additional sanction just to send a strong message to the coupists that whatever everybody could be saying, that he is not going to budge. If there's no an element of fears, these people, they will not listen to anybody. And let me tell you, the Niger president, Nigeria has a lot of stake in that place. We spend a lot of money, especially Buhari regime. And as we are talking now, the contract of $2 million, the rail line to Niger is on the pipeline. In fact, if not for this crisis, it could have started. This is where Nigeria are spending money. Nigeria government from the northern axis, and you are saying that okay, what is the interest of the Nigeria in that place? And let me tell you this information, classified information. The biggest investment in Niger is owned by Nigeria, even Yoruba person that is committed $200 million in that place, ceramic manufacturing company. They've not started production. They've been popping money in that place. What is going to happen? So the problem, I think many of us in Nigeria, we were the one that were giving the copies, the effrontery for them to be adamant because of the way we are criticizing Tinubu. Hey, you want to wait war against it? Now let me ask you, like Ajale Koko, Baba Ajale Koko, or any Yoruba man in this platform that is from Lagos State. If this issue were to be Republic of Benin by the side of Lagos State, are you thinking that the way Hausa, the Northerner, against this, do you think Yoruba will do the same thing? If it were to be, because a certain percentage of Benin Republic,
definitely Yoruba will be shouting too that don't take war.
Yoruba will not.
Hold on, Yoruba will shout to high heaven, particularly if it's a northern president. If we have a northern president, Yoruba will shout to high heaven that Yoruba to one benio, Yoruba to one later and criticize the yes,
how many people come from Lagos State here? Let us ask them, because before I relocated to Canada, I'm from Lagos State, and I knew that if this were to happen in Benin, okay, I will not be a part of the people that will be supporting a Kupist. Whatever, if the dialogue fails, then the military action is inevitable.
What we are saying, we have not even started any dialogue. We have not initiated any dialogue with them. We started imposing sanctions on them from day one.
Adali Koko, that is not correct. Stop misinforming people. Please, let's go back to record. No, please. No.
Adali
Koko just not want to listen to other people's opinion.
That is not correct. Stop spreading misinformation. Can we go to the records? Stop spreading misinformation, with all respect. Now, let's go back to the records. How did it start? You are saying that they did not give them the opportunity. About 6 or 7 things were outlined. Why is it that people are picking the last one, that is the military option? Why are we not taking the number 1 option, number 2 option, number 3? Hold on. You should hold on. I've listened to you. There were options that were given, about 6 or 7 of them. Why is it that we are now taking the last one, which is the military option, that if everything fails, we will not hesitate to take the military option? Why didn't you take the number 1 option, number 2 option, number 3, number 4, and you are always making reference to the last option? 2 days ago, I wanted to read. Hold on now, please. Yeah. I wanted to read the 2 documents. I wanted to read the communique of the ECOWAS exactly as it was read, and the President Tinubu's letter to the Senate. I wanted to read those 2 documents. Go back and read those 2 documents. At what point did the military option come forth? Was it the first option? Was it the second? Was it the third? Was it the fourth?
We are talking of economic sanction. When did we unleash economic sanction against this country? You tell us when we unleash economic sanction.
Okay, let me tell you. Now, just hold on. Economic sanctions are imposed in this manner. If you fail to do this at this time,
is it fair? Is it fair to unleash?
It is very fair.
Against
Can you listen to me, sir?
Against a country that is inseparable from us as a country. You
Can
want
you
to
listen,
impose economic sanction
sir?
against them, the
Sir,
smallest country?
sir, with all respect, can you listen to me, please? Sir, with all respect, I'm requesting for a personal meeting with you. Just tell me your city. I will come and meet you there. Now, what I'm saying is this. The conditions were very clear. Revert back. If you don't do so, we do this. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Those things were stated out. Nobody wanted to instill those, to enforce those things. But they were stated out clearly that if you fail to do this, this will be the consequences. Look, for everything, for every action or whatever, there is a consequence. I am not interested in conflict in that region. It is in the best interest of the Nigerian state that we avoid conflict. But if and when conflict becomes the last option, we should not hide away or shy away from it. That's my position. I don't want war there. I don't want military actions. In the first instance, there is not going to be war. I've said this repeatedly here. Baba Jame Koko, I know quite a bit about military operations. I know the strength of the Nigerian Republic. I can tell you precisely what we need to dislodge all the military operations in Niger and bring them to their knees. Honestly speaking, you will be shocked if I tell you we can achieve it in 48 hours without a single boot on the ground in Niger. Not a single one. I'm telling you this. You might not believe me, but I am telling you, we can disarm the whole Nigerian military without even sending one single soldier. It's going to be a complete air operation. Look, I shouldn't have said this. I spoke with a general in one of the armed forces of the Nigerian something.
So we're going to bomb
check out.
them? Is that what you're saying?
Forget bombing. Forget.
No. You said we're going to use the Air Force. So we're going to bomb them.
No bomb. No. Bomb them is very subjective. Bomb them is that you're going to bomb the country. No. There's going to be a clinical. When America took out Sulaiman, they did not bomb the country. They only took out an individual via drones. We have a drone capability that is only second best in Africa as we speak today. All thanks to Buhari, the very unlike Buhari. So let's speak facts. We are not going to war. I have said this here repeatedly. Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. We don't need to go to war with Niger. We can take out the entire armed forces of Niger in 48 hours. Quote me. All their entire locations are under surveillance completely, that can be taken out. I shouldn't have been saying this because I have this privileged information. But we can take them out. But I don't want to go to that level. But at what interest are we fighting?
Just hold on. You said you can take them on. Just hear this then. Listen to this.
Yes, go ahead.
And I have to say, this is one of the most interesting developments because Chad is also seen as a major node for the West in France. And they've been quiet about it, but they were not for an intervention. Chad had to be involved. I think they're very concerned about the fallout. And the other big heavyweight player that came in was Algeria. Algeria, plays a very important role in Africa and the Arab world. It exists in a geopolitical space where it's sort of a pivot point between African interests and Arab interests, and it's played that role for a very long time, since 1962. It has probably the most powerful military in Africa. It has, I think, 1,000-kilometer border with Niger, so they have a lot. And I think that Algeria, which has been heavily hit as well by a similar type of insurgent politics and a civil war, of course, is very, very sensitive to the idea of supercharging the war in this.
I hope you see that it's not that straightforward.
No.
The conflict is going to get out of control.
No. Can I answer you?
Go ahead.
Good. Look at check before yourself the map of Africa, the West Africa in particular, and look at the regions that are involved in this conflict. I told someone, funnily enough, this did not happen this year or last year. I think it happened about a couple of years ago, about the the map of looking at the map of Nigeria and of West Africa, and I said to people, why do we have Mauritania, Mali, and Niger as part of West Africa? Let's ask ourselves, do you know when you look at that belt, 90% of the inhabitable and inhabited regions of those 3 countries are towards the south that align with West Africa. The vast majority of the land up north of those 3 countries, Mauritania, Mali, and Niger, they are not in West Africa because the inhabitable places are in the south and they are very sparsely. I have been privileged to visit some of those places. So when
I don't understand when you say they are not in West Africa, they are clearly in West Africa. Are you saying they should be in North Africa?
Okay, let me answer this very straightforward. Now, I am saying, if you open before yourself the map of West Africa, if you look at Mauritania, the way it projects way beyond, even almost to the end of Morocco, Morocco should ordinarily be part of West Africa. Go and look.
Point your argument.
I'm coming. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You literally said West Africa should be smaller. We should consider it to the north.
My brother.
No, I'm not talking about size now. I'm talking about facts and realities. Let me just finish.
Oh my God.
But my brother, that is an artificial border made by the European colonial.
But that is what we live.
The Sahara.
That is what
Bishop, you know that the Sahara used to be green.
But Sahara, can you just let me finish my submission?
Yeah. Okay, don't bring that West African thing because
no, I need to bring it in. No, I need to bring it in. Do you know why?
Make the point.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? The why is that the real forces of the West African sub-region, including Niger, whether we talk of the places that are very close to Nigeria, I can't remember the name of the state now. I can't remember the name.
Don't bother.
Yeah, okay. They are the ones that are very close to Nigeria are the majority of the spaces that are close. You know, I mentioned 3 countries: Mauritania, Mali, and Niger, that are directly on top of West Africa. They are very big. Now, that belt that is in desert region, that is really mainly uninhabited, are in the upper region. The real region are the ones that are close to our own border. So if people are talking between, whether they are talking from Libya, whether they are talking from Algeria, whether they are talking from Morocco, they are only speaking for the space, not for the people. And there is a big difference. Speaking for the people, yes, let me say it again. They are only speaking for the space. Go and look at the map. Where the real 90%, hold on, let me I will land in 1 minute. I will land in 1 minute. I will land in 1 minute. Where 90% of the population resides in those countries, whether it is in Mauritania or in Mali or in Niger, are in the southern part of those countries, which are closer to the Nigeria border, the northern Nigerian border, the northern Benin Republic border, the northern what do you call it, Ghanaian border, the northern what's the other countries that follow those places. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Wow, that kind of sense is okay. Let me explain what you are saying here. That Russia, that has most of these people concentrated in one area, should give up almost 90% of its country. That North African countries that have most of their people concentrated towards the Mediterranean Sea should give up most of the part of the country that is in the Sahara, which is about 90% too of the land.
You don't understand where
you are missing it completely.
Let me help you. I got your point.
Okay, what is
you are the one that you play a clip for us now.
Thank you.
About people talking from Algeria.
Exactly.
And he is telling you that the majority of the population of these 3 countries I mentioned are actually living very close to West Africa, to the southern part.
Exactly.
That the link that all these countries have with Algeria is actually an empty land that does not even have any population. So they are just speaking to space. They are not speaking to where people are living. If there is a war or any problem in these countries that you mentioned today, it's West Africa that is going to feel it most, not in Northern Africa.
God bless you, sir.
That's what he's saying.
God bless you.
Okay, if there is a problem, who is going to start the problem in that country? Is it not the ECOWAS or this rebel group now, or probably being funded from external forces that is looking to start the trouble?
What he is saying that we have more stake than the so-called Algeria that you are playing the clip for us.
No, Algeria's military, that's what you're talking about. Algeria's military is way stronger than that of
forget about, you like all this comparison of military. Forget about it. Don't bring that one today to Nigeria. We are not talking about military strength of
don't bring that one. We are this military.
It's all the things that
talking about rebel groups. So
we don't want to.
Hold on, calm down. It's like talking about medicine, and you say don't bring out anything about anatomy and all that. What kind of?
It's not talking. It's not comparing military. We are not comparing military. He started an argument. He said that is talking about what Nigerian Air Force can do. But you now want to bring in that, whatever he says is wrong. That is Algeria that has the best military, air military, whatever. That's what you are trying to bring.
What I'm trying to make clear is that if we think we're going to go in there and just cause trouble, it's going to backfire big time.
Which cause trouble? Are you? We are not causing trouble. We are not causing trouble. Let me tell you, Nigeria. Let me tell you. Let me.
If I finish my point, then you can go ahead. See, if you go into a country like Niger, where they are fighting to get rid of colonial vestiges, these people have been impoverished.
That is what they made you. That is what you are. That is the interpretation that you are giving me.
They are already,
that interpretation is not a popular. It's not a popular interpretation. You are the people, the Nigerians. You are the one giving it that connotation. You are giving. You are saying it as if okay.
You will stand by turn. The people in the country can tell you themselves. You can see the stadiums that they were filling with people coming in over within short notice to show their support. And this is not fake. This is real. Everybody, if you go online, they will tell you. Even Europeans know that they know the reason why this is happening, because their nations have been impoverished by the French. The French is controlling their currency, controlling everything about their lives. When you want to apply for even this in the specs in some French countries, you have to run it through France and back to your country again. You can't even start thinking that it does and this is listing some of the crazy stuff France is still doing to them, and look at how poor they are. So if you have a military now that comes in and wants to change that, if you go and fight them, believe you me, all heaven is going to fall on you. And it's not only going to be on this thing, the people that go and fight in that country, like Nigeria now, the whole black community around the world. When Tinubu announces it first, you need to see how much hatred that was coming in the direction of Nigeria, because now what they are seeing is that Nigeria is the real problem in Africa, where they are using, the West is using them to suppress other nations that want to free themselves.
To Nigeria.
Brother, that is because
I'm telling you, I'm not even like that, but people won't even hear me.
To Nigeria, please, can I come in?
Go ahead.
Now, there's a difference between you be a participant and you
and being a moderator. Exactly, because you want to come and impose your destiny on us now.
Position. And
I am allowed to have my own opinion.
You are not. You are a moderator. You are a moderator.
No.
If you want us to continue here in peace today, you have to change.
That's why I have a problem with you.
Oh, so you don't want me to challenge your opinion? You see?
No.
That's not the way to challenge an opinion.
Can you please hold on?
My way of challenging your opinion is to give you concrete evidence.
Can you please hold on? Can you please hold on? If you are the moderator, please remove that garment of an antagonist.
No,
you will. Okay, good. Thank you very much.
I feel like it's false.
Then that means I as a contributor, I don't have a chance against you, because
Why?
you have you already have a already fixated position. So whatever my opinions are, it is. No. You are not being objective. Look, listen to me. You are not being objective. I want us to have a very intellectual discussion.
You've got to
You are
allow
the
people's
moderator.
opinion. You are
All
moderator.
views.
I'm allowing their opinion.
You
I'm
cannot
not
take
stopping their opinion. I just aired my own. They are saying I should not air mine.
Okay. Thank you.
Let us do it orderly. Yes, you are the one in charge. You can, direct. You are the driver. Take, let it be one person after the other. You understand what? Whoever that you want him to speak, tell that person, okay, speak. Whoever you don't want to speak, tell him to
He's also taking. He's not moderating. He can see when I want to talk. He said no. I should give him time to talk. He's not as a moderator. He should be throwing questions and be moderating. It's not as if you have let me also express my own opinion. This is my own time.
One man did it here. One man was demonstrating something here. Then somebody was giving wrong opinion. He brought evidence, then countered it. So if he's able to do it, I am not allowed to do that.
Hold on.
Let's have time limits, please. Let's have time limits, please.
Look, listen to people's advice. What they are advising you is that, look, direct the affairs. You should not engage too much in this. Give us more time to do it. You can do it as well. You can.
Is Tunaja the moderator?
Yeah, but give us, the panelists, the time to speak more than you. So that is what people want. Just do it. You know what to do. We cannot tell you what to do. Just do it moderately and let us do it moderately and let us move on together.
That's the thing people need to understand. Channels news is different from this thing, Arise and this thing. They are different. The people have different styles. Maybe you're not used to my style, but I'm not stifling opinion. That's for sure.
You are the moderator. You listen to people's view.
I do. I listen. I'm happy to listen to any views. But I'm also just like one man. I'm also allowed to call some opinion that are not very well founded.
That's fine. Let's just have time. Let's just share the time. Let's put time limits. Let's give three. Let's give
engaging in too much argument with people. That is what they are expressing. That's what they are saying here. Don't engage in argument with people, but direct the affairs.
Guys,
I understand what you mean. See,
let's have time limit. Let's have time limits.
Okay, you know what? Let's do timing. Then I'll do
that would be good.
Then everybody will rest. Because I'm not trying to shut down opinion. I'm just okay. Let's do time then. All right. But Bishop, you go now. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
My time now is at 23:15. So
don't worry, there's alarm here.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying is this on that particular topic, and I'll try to be very generalized. Look, I love Nigeria, and I'm very passionate, and I'm an incurable optimist. So I'm not being partisan about this situation. What I'm saying is this. We have a precarious situation on our hands in Niger Republic. Look, I'll take you back to 2011. There was a security report by the FBI and some global security operative after the collapse of, after the fall of Saddam. I mean, not Saddam Hussein now. What's that Libya strongman's name? Please help me.
Gaddafi.
Muammar Gaddafi. That there was a very heavy influx of small arms that is flowing downward. And I have said it here like more than 5, 6, 7 times that go and look at the Al Jazeera report. There's a documentary by Al Jazeera. They call it the Orphans of the Sahara or something.
Sahel.
Orphans of Sahel. Go and look at that report. Watch the first, second, and third episode. Immediately, what's his name again? I'm sorry. I'm trying to rush. Gaddafi fell. A lot of small arms by his soldiers because he recruited a lot of soldiers. But that region you were talking about from the those countries we mentioned, Mauritania, from Mali, from Niger, from Chad. He recruited a lot of people from Algeria. You understand? He recruited a lot of young people from there in his army into the hundreds of thousands. When he was killed, a lot of them escaped with their small arms. And there was a report by FBI that look, the flow of small arms coming down south, all of them, whether from Mauritania or from Mali or from Niger or from Chad or from Algeria or from Mali, were concentrating on coming to Nigeria. That we need to mop up, mark my words, mop up those small arms. And they say, okay, Jonathan said, how much is it going to cost? They gave him a budget of about $1 point something billion. And I am saying this to you. You can go and check. And they said, oh, $1 point something billion was too much. Oh, no. And Jonathan did not do the needful in mopping up those arms. Majority, more than 80% of those arms ended up in Nigeria. And that is the source of our problem.
How would that mop up been achieved? I don't know. I don't know
what they mean. But when they say mop up,
time is up for you.
No, but he has the question. It's not even up. Time is not even up. I started. Hold on. I started at 23:06. I looked at the time by myself. It's 23:09. So if you are saying
that's 3 minutes now.
We said I thought it's 5 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay. I hand up. If you don't want me to answer,
no, you can answer. You can take 15 seconds to answer.
Okay, now if you want me to answer. Now the question is, the truth of the matter is this. He said how? Now, those arms were flowing out. One, we agreed. When Saddam fell, all those people escaped with their arms. Two, that's a fact. There was a report by some global security agencies, and they submitted that report to Jonathan that, look, we need to, but we cannot mop up those arms without spending money. So the budget was about $1 point something billion to mop up those arms. And we felt the money was too much. Now, listen to me very carefully because I'm ending it here.
I think it goes too long, man.
I'm ending it here now. I mean, you gave me 1 minute now. Now, at the end of the day, we have paid more price. Stop. Hold on. I would leave here now. We have paid more price than that $1 billion have cost us to mop up those arms than prosecuting those wars. Because if we have spent that $1 billion in mopping up those arms, all the challenges and the problems we are facing now, we will not have faced them. And the same scenario is about playing out. Please. The same scenario is about playing out now with the Nigerian case. Thank you.
Thank you for completing. So who's next? Is that Jalekoko? You want to finish off, or some other person, like, is it Simba that is next after Jalekoko or Des?
Let me talk. No, it's not allowed. You have been speaking. It's not allowed.
Go ahead. I'm only
what I want to say is this. We have to be very careful about what we are actually saying to the public. It's very easy to whip up sentiments, to say, oh, people are suffering, it's the poor people that will suffer, all this. Those are the easy way, and those are not a concrete argument. If you look at the genesis of what is happening, if we remember, immediately America left Iraq. That was what led to the Arab Spring in the Arab world, and we all know what that one has led to now. It's always very easy for us to talk about the West, but I'm telling you today that whatever is happening in that region, both in the Arab world and even the Sahel region in Africa, they also have a religious connotation. And you know that we have factions within Islam, the Sunnis and the Shiites. We all know where Iran belongs to. We all know where Saudi Arabia belongs to. There are certain things I cannot say, but you cannot leave the hand of those two major Islamic groups in what is happening. The guy in Niger Republic today is an Arab guy. He's from a minority Arab tribe in the northern part of Niger. It was the effort of the last.
No. The guy is an Hausa guy.
It's not an Hausa.
No. I mean the president Bazoum is from an Arab small minority.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the post democratically elected president.
Yeah. You are right. You are
right. So we should not take religion. We should not take ethnicity out of this thing. All these things that you say, wow, and the Nigerians are very happy because they wanted. It's not true. Because that's what they are making us to believe. It's just like Nigeria. If everybody, you see people in the state of Nigeria now, and the way even obedient are shouting to the world on media, people would think that is what is happening in Nigeria, which is not the truth. So what I'm saying here, we have to be very careful. If we think, because military is just like the rascals that we have in road and URTW in Nigeria, that they don't have election. The only thing that they do is that whoever has the power, we just go one day, carry broken bottle and all those sticks, and then remove one leader. We cannot be promoting military coup as the best option for any country. If you allow this one to go, let me tell you, in 2 or 3 weeks' time, another guy can come and depose this one. Is that the route we want to follow? What do we mean by democratically elected? What democracy brings to the people is you have the option, you have a time limit, and whoever you don't want, you can remove that one by power by the people. So how can we now come here and be promoting just a small group of guys, maybe 10 or 15 of them that will carry gun and depose a democratically elected president, and will not think that is the wish of the people? Why did they have the meeting that they now say that the people agree that they should take over that country? Why are we pretending as if we don't know the truth? We know whatever we say today, we know that it will be there for people to listen to even in tens of years to come. We should be factual. We should remove sentiment from whatever we are doing. I don't think it's rational for anybody to come and be telling us on this platform that these guys are representing the will of the Nigerians, just because they have already sold out the things that people will listen to, that okay, because the French has not been fair to them, and we are against the French. All of us here, including Babajani Kuku, anytime military, even 1966, when the military people came and remove our democratically elected rulers that time, the same reason that they gave, they know the sentiment of people, they know what people are really happy. Hey, one may best, just give me 10 seconds. Okay, we are against corruption, we are against nepotism, we are against bribery, and these are the things that they know will appeal to the sentiment of the people, and that is what we are doing. So we have to be very careful. Thank you. Maybe next time I get time.
I must say, yeah. Your argument has slightly more merit, but I think there are other areas that we'll cover later on regarding your argument.
May I come in, please?
Sure. Yeah, but is it Babati's turn? Babati. Okay. Is it Babati or just Baba? Okay, Baba. Okay, Baba. Yeah. Okay, go ahead now. 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My take on this. First, let me correct the impression that we terminated the electricity in Niger. Rightfully, we have to do that. Buhari didn't do it in 2019, and I'm happy Tinubu has done it right now, because the original agreement in the 60s was that Niger must, I'm not saying must not dam the river Niger. They did. They've dammed the river Niger.
and they have a dam there, but they pretended that they are using it for agricultural purposes and still continue to enjoy the freebie of our own electricity. We need that mega supply to them in Nigeria. So we've taken it back, and I don't want Tinubu to return it again. 2, the military in Niger, whether they like it or not, they will have to go. We have forgotten, I said this yesterday here, uranium is at play here. Uranium is at play here. What's American 1,100 military men doing in Niger? It's because of the uranium. 400 Italian soldiers, it's because of the uranium. The French have gone. The mistake the coupists made was pandering to Putin, and that has woken up the American tiger. And they've given the coupists ultimatum. You have to go, or we will arm the other rebel groups within you who are in opposition to come after you. And that is why they allow Sanusi came in. Between Sultan of Sokoto and Sanusi, who is bigger? But the Sultan of Sokoto went in there with Abdul Salam. They snubbed him. But today, within hours, Sanusi made a phone call and they allowed him to come in. Sanusi left Niamey and came to Asu Rock.
God bless your wisdom. Thank you.
And came straight to Asu Rock to meet Tinubu. So there is arrangement going on. What we don't realize is that uranium, I said yesterday, America is very, very much afraid of a dirty bomb, which at times they call the Arab bomb. From uranium, you make plutonium. People use it for reactor, but the main thing there is about nuclear bomb. 6 kilos of plutonium made from uranium will give you a very powerful nuclear bomb that can blow up places. And if the Arabs wrap their hands around uranium, you know what they would do to American space. So this is what is at play here.
So I actually 6.91 kilos to be very precisely exact.
It will make a very powerful nuclear bomb. So it's about safety here. Those boys will go. Democracy is the thing in Africa. If you are not pleased with any government, you keep your card. In every country, some tenure is 5, some is 4. In our own country, it is 4. Every 4 years, go to your polling units and change the government. Military government has no space. Adventurers in uniform don't have a space in a place called Africa anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Shawso, please go ahead.
Thank you for that, Baba. It's just the first part of it that I disagree about. In Nigeria taking away their power, electricity that they supply to Niger, because you got to realize also that is good for them to do. I mean, this is not just about a military; it's also economic. It's what you do with your next door neighbor. You know, you want to light them up. You want to power the economy. That's that percentage that Nigeria offered to them.
No, Mr. So what happened is in the 60s, we had an agreement. If they dam the Niger, the flow of the river that will power Kanji will not be there. And we have powered not only Kanji, but Shiroro and Jeba. We have 3 dams.
Let him finish now, but it's not affecting our Kanji dam, so they are not powered.
It is. You need.
Well, Mr. Baba, it's my time. I'm sorry.
Power. No one has ever reported that. Go ahead, please. Show so.
Oh, hopefully I will get that time back.
Yeah, you will.
Mr. Baba, it is in their land, so they have the rights to build a dam. I mean, we see that same thing happening between today in Ethiopia and Egypt, another war that might be happening in the next 10, 15 years. The dam that the Ethiopian built, that Egypt have a serious problem with. And military possibly the most powerful military in Africa, Egypt, trained by US military with all F-16 and every other military equipment you can think of in the world. They have threatened Ethiopia about that dam, but Ethiopia have the rights to build that dam. So I still believe Niger too have the right to build that dam to help their own people. But put that aside, it is good for Nigeria to do that, my brother. It's a security, it helps your security. I'm gonna hit this more, my brother. I want us not to look at our next door brothers as far away or different or whatever. Our security in the ECOWAS link with each other. The United States is there in the Sahel and especially in Niger, not so much for uranium. The uranium percentage that Niger produces in the world is 7%. A majority of that go to Europe, right? The US is there. Mostly, if you look at it, they've been there for a long time. It's now people are hearing about it. They've been there for terrorism since the 1990s with OBL, Osama bin Laden, that area, Niger, Chad, Sudan. They've been fighting terror in that area for a very long time. So they're there. And Europeans also are there now because that's the last point for them to save the migration that is going. Speaking about migration, today we have another brothers and sisters, over 45 of them that sunk in the Mediterranean Sea. Our brothers and sisters that live in Africa would rather die in the Mediterranean than stay in Africa. Today, because Niger is the only so-called where they can mitigate that immigration flow because it's affecting them. You saw that in the last several years. You saw all that migration that came to their land. You saw from Poland to different countries in Europe building borders, chain borders, not to allow our people in. So it's not just about terrorism. Terrorism is a big one, but also immigration is another big one for them. They don't want that flow because it's all coming from Libya. Libya is a failed state, as you clearly stated. So Nigeria cannot allow Niger to be a failed state. You'll be surrounded by failed states. Chad is a military dictator. Sudan is done. Libya, look what's going on. Mali, look what's going on. Burkina Faso, look what's going on. We have terrorist group all over the place.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Kuni Samuel, are you there? Samuel, are you there? Okay, I think Samuel is not there. So see, regarding this thing, we have to always put ourselves first. Okay, you want to say something?
Yeah, to sure, that just spoken now. You said Nigerian cannot afford Niger to fail. But what we are seeing now with the rebel that are springing up, let's say 3 different group of rebel are trying to take up arms against the present military junta. Will that not turn that country to a failed state? Because
sorry, is there because I don't know. Let me just confirm because I'm not called on him.
Can I answer
are you there?
Really quick? Let me answer the question. Can I answer?
Hold on, because let me just confirm if Des is there. Des, are you there?
I don't think Des is
okay, it's not there. Okay, good. Go ahead now, John Coco.
So if Nigeria, another country that failed to use the power of diplomacy, but rather allow this terrorist group or the rebel to launch attack, 3 different. You're going to be the struggle. What is going to happen is the struggle for power. The 3 different groups when they get to demand, then I say, well, we want to be in charge of your affair. The other one also, oh, we are the one to, and then you're going to see a fight between them. It's going to, we're gonna be experiencing, experiencing the kind of situation we had in Liberia, if you might remember.
Yeah, well, sir, if the only person that could fight anyone in Niger is the electric democratic government. This junta will not be able to. They don't have the support to do it. They don't even have the military to go on their own and do it. So if that place in any way destabilized, the only people that will be able to will have the support, not just from within, but with the international community, including Nigeria, will be the democratic elected government. It won't be the junta.
Okay. Can I just say something about this? I think this talk where that some people have that, okay, the rebels should kind of destabilize the country. This is something they've been doing. If you don't give them what they want, they destabilize your nation. Even when you give them what they want, they still destabilize your nation so that they remain there. This is what they do in our countries. See, this is not about military or democracy. I've always said this. If we keep worrying about these systems of government or even economic systems, you're going to miss the point. Our survival is what we are looking at here. These people have been milking us dry. Look at the state of Nigeria. Look at the state of Niger. Look at the state of all black nations on the face of the earth. We are being suffocated with their strategies. They will tell you that, oh, if a military regime comes, we are going to threaten military action. Let them come. Let them come. If there's any time we can withstand all these threats, it's now. Because if they come, they know that there are other forces that are going to be against them. There is Algeria there. There is Wagner on the other side. There is Chinese on the other side. There is Nigeria on the other side. Sooner or later, the French influence, the French is still colonizing Africa. When ECOWAS wanted to create the eco currency, guess who hijacked it? The French hijacked it again. We couldn't even move forward on that. We can't have 4 refineries working because they have military bases surrounding us, sabotaging our countries. Do you know that when Boko Haram started, was the very year Nigeria grew the fastest in the last 23 years. That's when Boko Haram started in Nigeria. So how is it that economy is doing very well? That's when Boko Haram started.
Which year?
I think it's 2003. Just check the year Boko Haram started and check the growth rate. That is the highest growth rate in Nigeria for the last 23 years. That's when Boko Haram started.
The highest growth rate that we have was in 2012, and by courtesy of
it's not 2012. Okay, if you look at
Boko Haram started 2009, 2009.
Yes, that was the date.
Don't let us change it. Something to just suit your this.
Yeah. I think we need to. I think it's very important.
2002 actually. In 2002 it started. That's when Boko Haram started.
No, 2009.
Was founded. They say it was founded in 2002. Boko Haram was founded in 2002. So that's the year Nigeria grew the fastest. Since then, it's downhill since then.
It's not true. What you are saying is not true. I'm not saying you are lying.
It's not true.
I say what you are saying.
We had the highest growth under Jonathan.
Okay, let me check the Nigerian GDP growth rate. Let me see that. Nigeria. Let's just confirm it because when somebody, I wasn't even on DDP, somebody presented that information. Was it not even on this channel? I saw it. Growth rate, GDP, growth rate, economic, economic growth rate. So it was somebody that presented this stuff, and when I saw it in presentation, I said, "Do you know that year correlates to the same year as
you will believe because it suits your own narration also. You believe
it doesn't suit my own narration. Okay, tell me what my narration is, please.
Just permit me a quick interjection.
Okay.
Simba, please. There's this issue I have had about
Bishop
and statistics. Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yes, I can hear you.
There's this thing I have. A lot of figures are not correct. and people present them as facts. I'll give you just 2 scenarios and we'll move on from there. Some of these facts these figures being presented by so many of these so-called
Are you looking at it now? If you look at the figure here, sometime this year, 2002, 15%, and Nigeria has never achieved that since then.
Look,
so I saw that in the
what
presentation.
year was that? Please,
this
hold
one
on.
is the
Let's
actual
interrogate
data.
that. Let's
Okay,
interrogate that
please
for
do.
a minute. What year was that?
2002.
2002. And you are saying that we had a 15% economic growth in 2002. Are you saying that?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. It's going to take us a day to interrogate that and discuss.
I don't know.
But it's
No,
not
listen, I am
correct.
saying.
And I'll tell you,
This is what the data is showing. I didn't make it. Can you let me talk too?
Let me finish.
So you can't just shut people down. Bishop, you can't shut people down and
I'm
you
not
say
shouting
people are
you down
shutting you
now.
down and
What
not
do you mean
letting you talk.
shouting down?
Let me
Who is
make it
talking?
clear. Let me
Is
make
that woman?
I'm the one talking.
Is that True Niger?
Yes, let me make it
There
clear.
you are again.
Sorry,
What do you
hold
mean?
on.
Hold on. What do you
Hold on.
mean about no,
Everybody,
just hold on. Just hold on.
hold on.
You're not letting me talk.
No,
Everybody,
I was saying something. You are saying I can't shout you down. Was that shouting you down?
Everybody,
wait.
You did this exactly the last time we had it.
Bishop, can you hear me?
One
Bishop,
man. Why can't you stay away?
No, let other voices in. Let other voices in. Let other voices
No,
in.
but oh my goodness,
Yes,
this is not fair.
other voices
Look,
in.
this is not fair. This is not fair. You have done this several times, and I'm tired. And
I'm
we're
not
having a
blocking you. You are
conversation.
the one
You
blocking
jump
me.
in just to silence me.
No,
You
I'm
just
not.
jump in just to
Calm
silence
down.
me.
No,
Really?
I'm not
You are the one talking the
You
most.
just did that now. We're having a conversation. We're
Bishop,
having a just conversation. Am I fighting?
in here. No.
No, this is not fair now.
Can you hold on now?
One man. Honestly speaking.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on.
No. I am not holding on. This is not fair. This is no. We're having a conversation. We're not fighting. We're having a conversation. But you jumped in simply just to silence me. Come on. I mean, I'm tired.
See, all I wanted to show was that I wasn't the one that is saying it. It's the World Bank data. So please, if you want to attack them that they are wrong. Go ahead.
I am not going ahead. I think I've enjoyed every bit of time I've spent here. But that one man would jump in just to shut me down. I cannot stand it anymore. No, I am thank you for the time I have had here. Hold on, please. I
You have to
appreciate
be
everyone
objective now.
for the
We have to
time
speak
I
the
have had.
truth.
Can I speak, please? Can I? I am not fighting anyone. I am not fighting anyone. Can I speak?
Okay,
Please?
let Bishop speak now. Please give him
Go
time
ahead
to
and
speak.
speak.
I appreciate everyone for the opportunity to be part of this platform. But it's very obvious that my voice is not wanted. I will humbly bow out of this platform. There was no reason for one man to jump in just to shut me down. I appreciate every opportunity, every
Bishop,
minute
can
I
we
have
speak?
spent here. I'm
Bishop,
bowing
Bishop
out.
Jale, sorry.
I'm bowing out now
Bishop
and
Jale, sorry.
permanently. Thank you
Bishop
very much. I appreciate you and I love you all. God bless you.
How can this type of
Thank
stuff
you
get
very
you?
much.
Bishop
Good night
Jale,
and goodbye.
sorry. Bishop.
This stuff
Baba
shouldn't be
Bishop
happening.
Jale,
mi
sorry.
ò jà náà ṣé mò ń jà ní ṣé mò ń jà ní mi ò jà náà we are having a conversation. I packed. I have sacrificed 5 hours or 4 hours
Okay,
to be part
that's
of this
the one
conversation.
reason why.
So kí wàá ní mo ṣe.
Let us Eja Suru for look. Situation can happen, misunderstanding can happen.
Mi ò jà náà mi ò pariwo mẹ́ni kankan mo kàn èmi ò kàn share opinion mi náà ni. So why is it?
One man no so by when check voice me comment.
But I was one that was just oh my God.
I don't see it like it's shutting
Misunderstanding.
Me, I don't see it that
Look,
way. I don't see
misunderstanding. So let us let it pass by and let us move on.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll join you tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
We don't want it to.
No, it's okay. I'll join tomorrow. I promise I'll join tomorrow. Okay. No, money to rule. Money to rule. I have my. But I don't, yeah, I don't, but I find it, look, listen. I wanted to go when one man was going. I wanted to go with him.
Emma, but Sherry, in Kokotimo notice, voice, try to understand woman. That's what I noticed. Sometimes I need to come down, listen, get the bounce on first. Maybe the way Thomas does my address knows man back line. But to me, many times the man don't need arguments. I don't see like he's shutting you down, to be honest.
Okay. Okay, let me now put my own position. I heard you very well. Now, what happened now was this. I'm presenting a position.
Okay.
And was it argumentative? The argument one Benny, because argument now.
Let Bishop land. Let Bishop land. Let him.
There was no argument in what we were saying. It's just a position. I'm passionate about it, but there was no argument about it whatsoever. And there was no shouting. There was no shouting anybody down.
Another thing. Sorry, sir. Another thing. Most of the time, when you have arguments, Emani FFU platform is
No. That's not. This is the second time. No. This is the first time. No. That's wrong. That's not correct.
Because no.
No, now
this is the first time I'm hearing it.
That's you see.
This
one of
is
those
the first
things.
time I'm hearing it.
I mean, I'm surprised that
I know what I'm talking about.
This is the first time. I never heard that before. But
okay,
you know,
maybe we'll talk tomorrow.
Misunderstanding, low cost, but when Jackie pass by, and let's move on. Over
one
to
man had left. He had said good night. He had left.
No,
look. Oh my God! Can I talk?
Okay, please. Who wants to talk? Who wants to talk?
May I?
Yeah, go ahead, please. If you need to say something.
Guys, people are listening to us, and we have spent quite a bit of time about this one. Let's just enforce a time limit and let people speak. And the 15.3%, yes, it is possible because of, you remember, that's right before it's right after 9/11. Oil prices were spiking all over the world. So it is possible. Yeah. So let's pass this. There's bigger things to talk about.
Exactly. I was just trying to highlight a point that it wasn't mine. I saw it and I thought, okay, when I checked the same time, if I can show you the date of the Boko Haram this thing, so you can see it there. Look at that. When Boko Haram was founded, look at that. The same year when it was founded. It's not me that is making it up. It's just a fact of history now. And that's what I'm trying to, and it's very important that we use credible arguments, not personal opinions. And just, if I'm giving my personal opinion, I will say it, but this one is data that I'm just reading.
But that 2002, my brother, that 2002 is when it was founded. When Boko Haram became a really power to be a disturbance to Nigeria was way later on. That's like up to 2009, 2010.
If you want to ask that, depending on the question you want to ask, but it was founded against Western education. So in 2002, I'm just referencing when it started.
Right. So, no. I'm just stating the date when it started or whatever it started. The existence of it is what they inflict on Nigeria came way later on. So it doesn't even matter. I don't know why we even bogged down on this debate right here. We should talk about anyway. I apologize. I'm being rude as a guest. I apologize. But let's just go with time limit. I think that will help all of us and will help the people that are watching us too, because they need to gain benefits also.
Yeah.
And I'll quiet now.
Okay, so the original point I was making was that if you have nations that are not nations. Basically, they are basically subjects of colonial powers and impoverishing them. And you have a democratic system that they claim is running the country on behalf of the people, but yet still impoverishing the people, experiencing all kinds of corruption, and some of them even go on to violate the constitution by using their time in office to extend their term almost indefinitely. Some of them will want a third term, some of them want indefinite. That's a form of coup. And if you look at some of the coups that happened in West Africa earlier, that was the reason why many of the regimes, that's the military regimes, came into fruition, because they see their countries wandering away, and they see their leaders inviting foreign troops into their countries without even consulting the people at all. This is really disgraceful behavior of democratic, so-called democratic regimes. What happened to government of the people and by the people? Where are the people's voice in some of all this that is going on with them? When did the people consent to having foreign banks control their currency? When the people consent to having this in German soldiers, French soldiers, American military bases in Niger? None of them. The people don't have a say in that. This is the corrupt system that some of these military regimes are coming to kick out. If you hear the Burkina Faso leader, what he was saying, he was like, how can we have all these resources and look at how poor we are living? What kind of life? When he was complaining about this thing in the summit that they had in Russia, it was this in Ugandan President Museveni that told him, because that one has been in office for almost 40 years. He said, this is the problem of Africa, that he's been talking about it forever, that this young man now is asking the same question, that look at their leaders. The leaders are the ones perpetuating the power of foreign interest. And many of our people here are also helping them. If there is any time to shake off this thing, this is the time. Because the world is in flux right now, and America's power is not infinite as it was in the 90s or in the early 2000s anymore. If you cannot push it away now, believe you me, we'll miss the window we missed in the 60s and 70s, and then we'll be back to square one. Remember,
but we have to do it on our own way, not influenced by the outsiders. I agree
with you.
Not from an outsider. We have to do it on our own way. You know,
the democracies are not doing the thing they're supposed to do. We're not even getting what they call democratic dividends. Our countries are just still as poor. No refinery is working in Nigeria.
But my brother, yes. But going back to colonial, I know we like to blame that. But if you look at all other places in the world where they were colonized, where all of us came, got our independence around the same time,
all of them had military strict leaders that came and did the hard work.
Exactly. So that is the point.
All of them had military strict leaders to kick out all these foreign interests in their country.
They did. Yes, they did that. They look at themselves internally. They work internally.
Isn't that what Niger is doing? But
that's not what Niger is doing. That's what not Niger is doing, my brother. Because you have a military brother that took over, a government again that was elected by more than majority of the people in the land, over 7 million people.
See, so you actually believe this democracy? Since when did the people consent to military bases being in their country?
No, I'm not arguing for the military. I'm arguing for the democratic part, elected government. That's what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for military.
The elected part, you have to question whether the elected part is legitimate, because they
use legitimate. My brother, by the people that voted. They went to election, a runoff election. The first election, the candidate and the candidate that opposed him, right? For the main general election was a former president, and that candidate on the first round, the current deposed president was 35%, and he was 17%. Second round, this guy got almost 57%, and he got 43%. So overwhelming majority of the people less than 2 years ago spoke.
Yes, they spoke, but look at what they spoke for. Are you telling me they spoke for this poverty? They don't have a choice.
But my brother, you cannot change the world. You don't expect this man to come on. Let's be real here. I mean, why can't they blame the last 40 years since independence? I mean, this man cannot. You don't expect him to change the country in 2 years.
I'm not here arguing for military takeovers. I believe that in the case of Nigeria, we need a more advanced form of democracy. Otherwise, you see the same event occur in Nigeria again, because people sooner or later will get fed up. of democracy, because they see that the democracy is only for the rich. You see our leaders running to London, running to Washington all the time, begging them for money, and the money doesn't never trickles down to the people. You can't keep running the people. Like sooner or later they will turn. And believe you me, the entire African continent is moving right now. And if those people don't get out of the way, the ones that are busy want to argue for democracy, if you want to argue for democracy, this, you know what you want to do now? Nigeria should go and say, France, America, Britain, you know what you need? Remove all these things, all these conditions you put into these countries that has impoverished them. That is what you should be fighting for if you want democracy to be restored.
Brother, we don't even need to do all that by shrinking government. Today, from what I heard from earlier here, 44 ministries. Why not shrunk that? How much that would save? How much money that would save? How much?
Even if you take all the money to run government and give it to the state, it's still not enough. Our nations are being bled dry by foreign interests. And if the people don't do something about it, we will never get out of it. We'll be poor and enslaved forever.
My brother, if you look at our continent, look at our trade deficit in our continent to China, to the United States, to Europe.
Okay.
We produce things that does not, we consume things that we do not produce, and we produce things that we do not consume. We have to build those manufacturer bases in our land. And that would take all of us. That would take all of us, but inside Africa, we have to do that. And specifically ECOWAS, that ECOWAS African region, we have to do that. And Nigeria have to be the leader in that. And as I was talking the other day, you guys produce rice. We buy rice today from India.
See, ask yourself, why do you think it's not happening?
Because we don't have a strong leadership where we have open borders.
Yes,
that's
but
the problem.
Now, Niger has strong leadership. People are saying, why not democracy first?
What strong leadership?
What gave you that impression? What gave you that impression?
See, a leadership that says all foreign troops should leave his country, that is strong leadership.
We are used to that now. Even during if you know, I don't know how old are you. I'm very sorry to Niger. All these gimmick can only move people like you because you don't have a sense of
history. There's a lot of noise in your background. There's a
in
lot of noise in
Nigeria.
your background.
Okay, let me move to where the focus.
Yeah, let me just share this.
In Nigeria, let me tell you, we have had several military leaders that came in, and they have done.
Hold on, let's take a few minutes, then we'll react to this so you understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
An Africa expert, never been, but
it's a
there are a lot
bit
of
fast.
similarities in many global South, developing countries, formerly colonized countries. And something that I've noticed in my time in Latin America is that a lot of states are actually very weak. And in the global north, in imperialist countries, there's often this very anarchist influence in a lot of left-wing movements because the state is seen as the enemy, because the state is controlled by billionaire capitalist oligarchs and acts on behalf of the interests of big corporations against the interests of working people. So they assume that every state around the world is like that. And they assume also that every state around the world
is too fast.
You can't listen. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me get another with I think it's a bit too fast for some people. Me, I can hear it too.
Even in Nigeria, you should be aware of what you listen to. Who are these people?
They are human beings like us, but analysts.
But I don't think we should be having a white opinion telling us about our own land.
Hold on, it's analysts.
Often just really informed by my experience in Latin America, which again, I would never claim to be an African.
Before you please continue, they want to know who these people are, please. Where is your source?
They cover this in political events and geopolitics, basically.
Who are they?
You can see their names.
Where are they from?
They are from America, and the other one seems to be maybe the Americans. Hear how they speak now. Am I this thing? The granddad or something. Okay.
Similarities in many global South, developing countries, formerly colonized countries. And something that I've noticed in my time in Latin America is that a lot of states are actually very weak. And in the global north, in imperialist countries, there's often this very anarchist influence in a lot of left-wing movements because the state is seen as the enemy, because the state is controlled by billionaire capitalist oligarchs and acts on behalf of the interests of big corporations against the interests of working people. So they assume that every state around the world is like that. And they assume also that every state around the world is this hyper-militarized, violent, repressive apparatus like in the US, where, you know, police every year kill over 1,000 people. But the reality is that in a lot of global South countries, especially very poor ones, the state is very weak. And in fact, in relation to international capital, the state is much weaker. I mean, as an example, in many global South countries that, you know, like in Central America, where I know very well, the GDP of the entire country, all of the goods and services produced in the economy, is smaller than the revenue of big, massive multinational corporations. So if you're in a country like Niger and your GDP, your entire economy is smaller than the revenue of big multinational mining corporations, think about what that means in terms of the government's power, in terms of its relationship to capital. I mean, these are very weak states. And furthermore, think about their military capabilities, considering how few resources they have. It also, by the way, explains why there frequently are coups in these countries, and some of them, although the majority are not, but there are some progressive coups led by leftist anti-colonial military leaders. And, you know, in the case of Egypt, you had Nasser. In Libya, you had Gaddafi. In Burkina Faso, you had Thomas Sankara, who led a progressive military coup. And it's because in many of these countries, one of the only strong institutions is the military. So many other state institutions are completely weak. So the reality is that a lot of these people, they're not looking to abolish the state like these anarchists. In fact, it's the opposite. They have too weak of a state. They want a stronger state. And because the military is so weak, it can't actually maintain security. And that's, you have the rise of these fascist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which also have very questionable links to Western intelligence agencies, right? I mean, in Syria, in Libya, the US, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, they were supporting these so-called moderate rebels. And they were flooding these countries with weapons. And when those weapons go to Libya, they don't stay in Libya, especially after NATO destroyed the Libyan state in this 2011 war, and they killed Gaddafi. And then Hillary Clinton went on TV and said, we saw he died. All of those weapons went into neighboring countries like Niger, like Mali, like Burkina Faso. So you have a weak state, a weak military, a massive influx of weapons from the West to these extremist Salafi jihadist militias, which have a history of being linked to Western intelligence agencies and being supported by Western intelligence agencies when it's in their political interest. I mean, it is no surprise why many of these governments are looking for new potential allies to help them fight against these insurgencies, because clearly, over many years of US and French support, they have not succeeded in defeating Al-Qaeda and Boko Haram and ISIS affiliates. So, I mean, you also have to ask, is it in the political interest of the US and France to actually defeat these Salafi jihadist groups, or to just maintain the insurgency at a low manageable level? Not end it, but maintain it at a simmer, so when something like this happens, you allow them to attack the government, right? I'm not saying that like they don't even need to support these groups, but now they're going to be like, okay, we will allow these groups to attack the military government, which is exactly what's happening right now. There have been reports that ISIS and Al-Qaeda have been attacking Wagner units in Mali and also attacking forces on the Mali-Niger border. So again, does France actually want these groups to be defeated permanently, or does it want them to be maintained in a low simmer, which allows France to have an excuse to maintain its military occupation of these countries? And obviously the same is for the US as well.
So I just wanted to give share that information so that people, the viewers and the panelists, they get to see other people, the way they are analyzing the situation. And this is something I've been trying to get through to Nigerians, that if you look at out there, the anger against Nigeria in the African space is quite a lot. because they feel like Nigeria is doing the bidding of colonizers. They feel that Nigeria is doing the bidding of killing your own fellow black man because of the interest of colonizers. So that's kind of stuff that people, the impression people are getting of this policy Nigeria had towards this in Niger. I hope
Nigeria has what the ECOWAS has.
Okay, ECOWAS. Let's put it ECOWAS. But from the people, the way people look at it is that Nigeria contributes 70% to ECOWAS. But Tinubu was the one that first announced it. So Tinubu just put Nigeria's face on it, and that is what people took it to mean.
Because let me tell you, I agree with you, because where I work, I've seen a lot of people asking me, non-Nigerians, asking me these questions. That why is your president against the military coup in Niger? And I have to explain to them that he's not my president, he's actually ECOWAS. You know, as I said earlier to Nigeria, they know these military people, they know what we are paid to the sentiment of the people. It's just like throwing it there and say, oh, no, we don't want the French. We know, because they know that the people will actually buy into that sentiment. And that is what is reigning now. And what we are just saying is that we cannot say we want to eliminate one devil and bring another devil into our domain. We have to be careful about the way we are handling this situation.
Okay, let me ask you this now. Let me ask you this.
Just wait. Because if you look at the wave, I made mention of the so-called Arab Spring, what came out of it, because that time when it was happening, everybody was jubilating. But what is the outcome? Is that what we wish for? The so-called military coup that he was mentioning in this clip that you played for us about Gaddafi, about Thomas and Sankara and all those things. That was the same time we have the Buhari and Ajay regime in Nigeria. What was the outcome?
Yeah, so but he was talking about it from the point
issue,
of view of progressive.
No, just wait. Who are the progressive ones? Just give me one example. Which one is progressive?
The progressive one is like Sankara, because even
let me tell you, what did he do? What was the state of Burkina Faso?
I wanted to ask you a question. You don't want me to ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you now. So let's say this military regime now, as they are coming in, they mean what they say. They want to get rid of
just an assumption.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, let's assume that they actually want to get rid of the French and the American influence over their country, which gives them a better say and freedom to do whatever they like. Let's say they wanted to do that, and they are going to do that. Compare that to the democratic government that wants to maintain the colonizing policies of the French, maintain the foreign military base that threatens the independence of Niger and that of Nigeria too. So if they ask you to choose one, which one would you choose?
No, I will not choose this one. Because if you listen to the speech, that's just wait.
I want to know which one you choose now. You say you will not choose this one. Are you
because I don't trust these guys.
Okay, so you're going to choose the democratic government.
I'm going to take a democratic government because there's nothing you can achieve.
And maintains the colonial laws.
How do you know? It's only through democratic means you can also
But they've not been able to do it. They've not been ever.
How long have they been allowed? You know, from the history, how many years have you had civilian rule? How many years have you had the military rule in this same Niger Republic that you are talking about?
So you would rather have.
So if the old military, just hold on, the old military that ruled for decades were unable to remove the so-called colonial, I don't like calling them colonial master.
Colonial powers.
Then is it these ones, this bunch of hooligans that will remove them?
Mm-hmm.
It's not whatever.
They're already doing it now. That's what I'm telling you.
What are they doing? Let me tell you, that's why I want to refer you to the same clip. The guy was talking about power. If you listen well to the clip that you played, the power is not by mouth. What does he have? What power does he have to do such things?
What if I
He doesn't have the military power. He doesn't have the economic power. He doesn't have anything.
You don't let people talk. What if I told you that Mali kicked out the French troops from their country? They've changed their this in official language to French, from French to their own local language. They've kicked out the Mali. This is French.
I know. Let me tell you. Let's wait. Let me.
It's not sure enough. They have
just like to Nigeria. Just listen to me. Just like saying one military man just came to Nigeria now and said, no, want to change the official language from English to what? And say their local language. Do you know how many tribes they have in Mali?
Yeah, you can have multiple languages as much as you want.
You cannot have. You can only have one official language in the country. You can't have multiple languages.
But Simba and to Niger, even beyond that, since Mali military took over, look at the economic. Go look at the numbers. See
that's what I'm trying to let you know. That it's not by statement of the mouth. Let's wait and see. We'll all come back here to Niger. We'll all come back here and analyze the outcome of all these things that we are promoting.
Right.
And I hope.
And find that. See, you know what I say? Better to live this in a free man and poor than live a slave in a castle. And that is something people have to understand. That those principles, if you want to live in a castle as a slave, good luck. And we are not even living in the castle as a slave. We are living in the poverty as a slave too.
But to Ninja, we agree with that, right? But let's do it on our own way. If you go back to this junta, their first statement that they released has nothing to do with anti-colonial. It was an opportunity seized later on. It has nothing to do with that. They complain about economic and something else. Just security, like if you go back and listen to the last 30 years, it's the same script from every military coup in Niger. Nothing different.
Not even only in Niger, everywhere.
You know, so with our evidence that we have seen in the last 60 years, my brother, in Africa.
No, the last 60 years, the evidence you've seen is you've seen mixed coups. Some coups are for the West, some coups are trying to get rid of them, like the one in Sankara tried to get rid of them, and they assassinated him.
Sankara was a bright young man with a lot of great ideas, and too bad he wasn't given the opportunity. But he came with that like right away, and we all believe in him.
Are you looking at the number for the GDP of this in Mali? So when we say it's degrading, it's 2020 when they sanctioned them. Remember, they are still under sanction, and yet the economy is still growing. So let's not try to make it look like.
Well, but go back and look at Mali. 2020. You're talking about coming from COVID, my brother.
Yeah, exactly. Right? But they grew,
right?
Almost compared to the other, even before this. Look at the way they were when the French were there. Now, what did the French bring to them? Look at
you're not a good analyst. Where are you putting your cursor at the bottom? I think that was the only one that you have.
Oh, you want me to put the other ones? You
can even see tips up there. Even about so why are you talking? So why are you putting the bottom?
What are you implying? That I'm trying to hide the good news? I'm not hiding it. I'm just telling you that Mali's economy is still growing.
What about before?
Tell us the figure. How was that?
What about before that?
My brother,
before them, it was less in 2020. Then it emerged. Then before that, they grew. Okay, let me see. They grew 3.7%.
Yeah.
And the last time,
pick a year. You don't analyze by picking 1 year.
Hold on. 2019, they grew by 4.8% before the COVID-19 year. Then they dipped and they went out of it and grew 3.7. So you see what I mean? So.
What did you mean? COVID, every country did every economy went down during COVID. So you cannot adduce this one to military junta because before then they had a 4.8.
Yes. Oh, sorry, your this thing went down.
But to Ninja is even you go beyond economic, you look at the stability. of Mali to 2 years.
Mali, look at the economy; it's jagged all over the place. It's not a stable country. They've made the country has not been stable for quite a long time.
Exactly. So I agree with you. There's bad governance in Africa. That I'm 100% agree with you, my brother. And we need to look into that internally, to change that, right? But having a military coup, especially in ECOWAS, we have not seen good results with that in our history in ECOWAS.
You can argue that Sankara was relatively good. Rawlings ended up well.
How many years? Just wait. This Sankara that you are, did you even know when Sankara was there? Were you aware? How many years did he spend?
Yeah, he was assassinated now. But
no, that's what I'm saying. It's just like somebody referring to Buhari regime 1983 to 1985. The time is not enough to even judge, and we knew what we passed through during that time also.
No, Simba, the record is there of what this guy was able to do within that short period of time.
He did well.
The transformation it was able to achieve in that country, and it led by example.
But that's one out of how many?
And he changed the name of the country.
One out of how many? One out of how many? Yes, that brother was brilliant.
Rollins did well. Rollins did well too.
But if you look at Rollins' record, I would like you to go observe it again. It did well later on, based on different, especially
don't mind Nigeria. It was not during Rollins' regime that Ghanaians ran to Nigeria and came to Nigeria.
Yeah. So you're saying Rollins? See, let me tell you something. If you I think. Let me just finish this last point. See, what you are missing is that you are thinking that being a good leader necessarily means that people have to enjoy it a lot. It's where it puts you in the affairs of nations. Like if you look at Stalin now, during his time, it was very, very hard in Russia. A lot of people died even. But by the time he left Russia a superpower. So there is a difference. You have to try to understand. Sometimes leaders come, they do the hard work, things are not pretty, but what they leave behind, that's what
I hope you will be able to say that one. He will say, I hope you'll be able to extrapolate that one to what is happening in Nigeria now. You will not.
To Nigeria.
I hope that's what happens in the Sahel too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Remy, give me 1 minute. I will yield for you. See, what I'm looking forward to from this young guy, particularly that guy in Burkina Faso, I wish it can open up, it can draw up a roadmap that will take them to democratic rule. And he can sensitize their people, particularly the young ones, that this is their time to come and lead. And reorientate them that it is time for young people in Africa, the best of the best train, the best of the best brain in their country. It should discover them and groom them so that by the time it's leaving, it can hand over to young, brilliant, well-educated Burkinid, so that can show to other African leaders that, yes, look at what we have done in Burkina Faso. Young people all over the place to take the leadership of their country and take their country to a country of the future. That is the best thing that these bad politicians you see all over Africa have destroyed the psyche of people. So him now as the youngest president in the world, I think he's 33 years old or 34 years old. the youngest, just like Sankara. Sankara was the youngest in the world at his time too. So he can do that good thing for their country by mobilizing the young ones, bring them into political activity, and hand over to them and see, so that that can show to other countries in Africa that, look, Burkina Faso have people in their 30s running their country. Brilliant, smart, well-educated. That's the best thing that these guys can do for their country now. They have taken their country from bad leadership, criminals, colonial masters, and they should return it to people of the future, young ones of the future with brains, with digital brain that can lead their country.
So what we are doing now, is that we are experimenting now. So wait for the result of the experiment.
No, this is not an experiment. This is
It's an experiment.
No,
it's an experiment. It's an experiment as far as I'm concerned. It's an experiment.
New leadership,
okay,
new
let me have my time, please.
New leadership, new direction.
Okay.
Why do you trust? Why did you trust these people?
Because at least they are trying to do the right thing at the moment. Sorry, let me go ahead.
They have successfully sent away their colonial master. So what else?
Let me
colonial powers or colonizers.
Let me go ahead. Good morning, everyone, and I'm quite happy to be here again. I've been listening to you too, Nigeria, and recently I also listened to Babaja Lego talk about military rule. Let's face the reality here. Whether you are young or old, everybody are power intoxicated. Military rule cannot be compared to constitutional government in any ramification. Can never be compared. Whatever they sell to you today, that, oh, we are here to salvage our people. Our people have been poor, improvised, or being controlled by colonialists, and we are here to free our people. That is the lie they always sell. And if the so-called young guy in Mali we are talking today now, if people say, okay, let's give him a benefit of doubt, let's just leave him, I'm betting you that guy will stay there for the next 30 or 40 years. And nothing you are going to do. Every one of them always started that way. Even in Nigeria, when Buhari came, immediately they introduced war against indiscipline in 1983. Everything fell into order. Then later, he started sending all these politicians to even some 220 years in prison. Some died there, some did not die. But what I'm just trying to say is that what we lack here is patience. If we have a democratic government, like Nigeria, we have for 4 years. In 4 years, if people are not satisfied, if the old people come together, they will vote him or her out. Worst come to worst, 8 years. And they will vote him or her out. But you here justifying military rule for their intervention in Africa is taking Africa backward. Now, you might call it anything you like. Look at Nigeria for the past 24 years, where we have stable constitutional government. You cannot tell me that there is no improvement in Nigeria governance. You cannot tell me there is no improvement in, let me finish, please. You cannot tell me there is no improvement in Nigerian judiciary. You cannot tell me there's
improvement in judiciary.
Let me finish. When I finish, you have your time.
Improvement in governance.
You now call me.
IDP comes.
When I finish, then you can call
no
me.
refinery working.
I don't get.
No power supply.
I don't get.
Can the man finish, please? Can he finish for God's sake?
I know. I will give him time. Don't worry.
Now, let him finish.
He's going to finish.
And then I'm not going to finish so soon. So. And that nobody can tell me there's no improvement in legislative also. And I will tell you my reasons. First, in governance, people now have a say. People can also dictate what they want, although not all the 36 states of Nigeria are in the same pedestal this way. But I've seen development in some states that when people complain, the government listens and then they do whatever they want. And in some states, they do not do nothing. But I will also tell you that in all and all, we have seen improvement. I'm here comparing Ebonyi to the rest of the southeastern state. Ebonyi have shown the way. The same thing, rivers have shown the way in South-South, and Lagos have shown the way since immemorial to the southwestern state. And when you go to the non-central, I don't know about that because of instability between the communal clashes and the rest, but you cannot tell me that the same Benue 23 years ago is still the same, like it looks today, it still be the same thing. So when you look at it, we have our challenges. Fine, it's true. There's enormous corruption going on in Africa. Totally, we accept. But when you now juxtapose it with military rule, in military rule, I can bet you, Babajale Koko, I can bet you to Nigeria, if it's a military dictator that is ruling on in Nigeria today, they will find your family and hold your family. You cannot speak against any military junta as we are talking in this 21st century. Online, free, you can do whatever you want. But in military junta, if they cannot catch you, they will catch your family member. They will send them to jail and they will do anything they like to them and you won't do nothing. And I bet you guys will not be able to you won't have even the right to step into that country anymore if they are still ruling. So whether you toss the coin up and down, the military rule cannot be compared with constitutional government. Now in Niger, go back to Niger. I don't know whether it's 4 years tenure or 5 years tenure.
Time up.
You cannot say that. What do you mean by time up?
We are timing. You don't know we are timing. Sorry, we are timing. So that other people can be able to continue.
If you are timing, why is it only you?
Use 1 minute to use 2 minutes.
Hold on. I want to say something. I'm not saying I don't know whether you are timing or no timing, but I've seen you talk more than everybody here in the last 1 hour. You have bring photos, you have bring a lot of things. You have had altercation with the bishop, and I've been hearing for a long time. And I was here for nearly 40 minutes. And after that 40 minutes that I have opportunity to speak, you have spoke for more than 30 minutes.
Not likely.
He is the moderator now.
I know he's the moderator, but the way he is talking as a panelist also.
I'm timing now so that there's that came in.
Just calm down. When it does not go your way, you start to call timing or no timing. So in nutshell, my own is this. In the Niger, diplomacy is the watchword now. But in the event of diplomacy fail in the long run, I think military intervention should be another option. For me, as a Nigeria, I do not, and I repeat, I do not subscribe to military rule, whatever ramification, because they came in like a wolf, and they will tell you everything that you want to hear, and before you know it, say Jack, they will control everything. You can have the Babangida spend almost 9 years, Gowon almost spend 9 years, and all of them they continue to overthrow one another. And when the crisis will start, then you people will now say, so the best we can do, this democracy we are practicing is not perfect, but we are developing and we are improving. Maybe not to your own satisfaction, but to some people, maybe they're fine with it and things are moving slowly.
Wow.
So things are moving for majority of Nigeria.
This is why we're enslaved. This is why we were enslaved. This is what they don't understand. They would rather live in an idea that the Igbo man gave them of democracy. So let me just ask you a question now. I'm not going to talk. Let me just ask you a question there. Let me ask you a question. Let's see what choice you choose. So if they say you live in democracy and live in the condition Nigeria lives in, like IDP camps, no petrol, no refineries working, and no power supply and all the rest, or go to a more authoritarian system and get what China has today, what would you choose?
First and foremost, I've lived in China and you have not lived in China. China is not that authoritarian as what you thought, because I lived there for several years. So if the place
so you are saying China is not authoritarian then?
No.
Let's say you choose China.
China authority, whether they will not pick you up.
What I'm trying to tell you is this: because you guys do just believe in whatever the media sell to you, China also practices one of the best democracy in their own way, and this is how they do it. I will now tell you. Before they take any decision, they always have a meeting every year in which they draw up representatives. These representatives are voted by local council in various units. Maybe you call it polling units in Nigeria. And this representative will come to their capital, Beijing, every year, and they will spend 2 or 3 weeks. Before that time, the federal government of China will have drawn up the new policy, maybe their 5 years new policy or their year policy for the year. And when this representative being voted for, maybe directly or indirectly in their local council, they will not deliberate on this policy for their plan for the year or for the next 5 years. They do this every year. So this representative, they are also like a part-time. It's not like Nigeria, like full-time. So that is what they do. They also practice representative
centralized authority.
No, you don't understand. This is not about centralized authority.
Oh, okay.
And after, let me clear it for you. Each political council have a mayor being voted for by the local people or being directly selected or chosen by the local people. So like we have local government chairman, they call them mayor. It is this mayor that oversees some selected area because China is very big. They carve it out the way I don't know what the population they use or the landmass they use. So it is this mayor that oversees each of these small town or city. And then, in city, they now have a governor. A province. A province is equal to a state, but their province is much more bigger than Nigeria.
See, we understand that they have a structure.
I am trying to debunk that you say they are authoritarian. They are not authoritarian.
Okay, let's say they are not authoritarian then, but okay.
So, now continue with your
regime do have a structure too. They are not just there beating everybody. That my point is that even military regime, if you say they are not authoritarian, so you are willing to accept something that is at least less democratic.
I debunk your authoritarian. Now ask your question.
Okay, so you are willing to accept something that is less than the ideal democratic system that you believe in.
Two options again. Give me the two options.
The two options are Chinese system, or the democratic system that you have right now. Would you accept the Chinese system?
Chinese system. You talk Chinese system.
Okay, you said you don't want the term authoritarian, so I'll make it simple for you.
I know that I don't want the term authoritarian. I'm telling you that the authoritarian.
Let me answer the question now. It's simple. Between Nigerian system and China system, which one do you prefer?
You're just confusing.
Why are you ganging up against him? Why are you ganging up against him?
Babati, come on, man. Nobody's ganging up. We just wanted to answer a straight question.
Just answer a straight question.
I want you put the question to me again.
Okay, let me put it to you again. Do you prefer the kind of democracy we have now and get what we have, or get the Chinese system and get what the Chinese have?
Yeah, I will answer your question this way because I'm not a dullard, okay? I want a free human right where you have your freedom to some extent, not that you misuse it. And I will also look at the context of the national of the two city of the two countries. In China, they have only one ethnic, they have less than 2 or 3 ethnic tribes. They have the Han people, which constitute about 90% of the total population of the country of 1.4 billion. In Nigeria, we have 3 major tribes, and we then also have various ethnic groups in Nigeria, which language differ, which culture and tradition differ. So if you are asking me to look at it at the Nigerian context as a Nigerian, I would prefer the Nigerian way. Simple as ABC.
Okay, so you prefer what we have now and
like
live in this poverty. Okay, good.
Okay,
I hope our children thank you. No wonder we are where we are today. Because the moment tells you that this is what is good for you, you subscribe to it, even if you see the hell that is putting your people through. But it's okay.
You these guys are the one that the world think Nigeria is bad every time. What you spew in your mouth, what you put down on outside there online, some of these things are not true.
Okay, what did I say that is a lie, please?
Okay, I will tell you what are the things. What I think you say is a lie. First, you said there is huge poverty in Nigeria, and I think you cannot say all the whole population are poor. Second, you said there is no electricity in Nigeria, which is lie. There is electricity.
No, there is no constant electricity. That's what I said.
You did not say that.
4,000 kilo. What is that?
There is no electricity.
4,000 megawatts.
That
is what the country
produces. You said there is no food in Nigeria. Nothing is working in that Nigeria. Everything is on ground zero. That is what you present to
No, I didn't say anything. Nothing is working.
He didn't say so.
He just added Jarada. He just put Jara on top of it now. Jesus Christ! Don't even start with that one.
You are just being half smart. To be frank.
No. I see. I'm not trying to outsmart you. I'm just trying to get somewhere.
You guys, you continue to project. Now, let me give you a very good scenario now. The other day, you, to Niger, you showed the video of America. By drug, street that people cannot go to. They have their own problem. Fine, we have a problem in Nigeria. What we want our country to be, maybe they are not in that pedestrian. But we have witnessed an uninterrupted constitutional government for the last 23 years. We have seen a lot of pockets of development. Maybe not enough to you, but to some people, they will find, they will be happy. The same call Nigeria that you don't like. There are some, I use the photo of Lagos State and Akwa Ibom on some of my WhatsApp, and people here will ask me, is this Paris? Is this America? They will be shocked. No, this is in Africa. They never believe it's Africa. So the same country you said,
I don't know, man. This conversation is just going like some weird nether realm here. It's nether realm. You see, it's not real. What you are painting is not real. From my point of view, anyway.
What you guys are doing to Nigeria is totally
I'm not painting Nigeria black. I'm not painting Nigeria bad. I'm just calling it as it is. Okay, let me say this now. You have to calm down. Let some other person talk now. You can't just talk continuously.
Hello?
Yeah.
But we have seen some improvement. You cannot say it's been darkness for the last whatever, you know. We should not be comparing Western or Chinese. Why not come up with our own African way?
Okay, so the point I was making was that just because you have a democracy doesn't mean you are going anywhere. It might just be there buying time. You don't understand. Our forefathers traded with these people for 300-400 years before they finally colonized us. We keep living in a nether realm where you think the way they define the universe for us is the world we live in. The world you live in is this a cutthroat world where if you don't fight for yourself, you are done for. And there's a reason why young people are supporting these coup plotters now. Because when they see what the coup plotters are doing, their democratic leaders are not doing it. All their democratic leaders go and sleep in foreign capitals, go to foreign capitals for treatment, beg foreigners for money when they are rich. Come on.
But yes, my brother, no one is arguing with that problem. But the solution to that, to those young people and to help our continent, is not military coup. That's what we are saying.
That's the problem. The military is choosing to provide the solution because the civilians clearly refuse.
They have not. But they have not. They have not provided any solution. This Niger military don't have a solution and cannot afford a solution, especially if the ECOWAS continue with sanction and the international community.
In 5 years, sanctions will mean nothing.
It just show you.
In 5 years.
Show you the graph of the economic performance of Burkina Faso. Is it Mali or Burkina Faso, under which a military administration that showed that the economy grew? I mean, what do you want to talk?
And even when they are under sanction,
and when they are under sanction.
People they just think that just because you're under sanction, we buy into Western narratives too much.
No, my brother, it's just beyond that. I mean, it's just beyond that. You're talking about not just economic. We're talking about security.
With all the sanction on them, they were still able to grow their economy. We saw the graph. What is it that we are talking about? Look, when Buhari came in 2000 and what do you call it? Is it 2000? No. 1983.
83, yeah.
It governed for, is it 18 months or so? The Nigerian GDP was 15%, minus 15%. Minus 50%. This crappy, useless politician, within 4 years that they run the country at the federal level, they brought down the economy. How on earth the economy that was handed over to them by the military with positive GDP went down to minus 15%. Buhari governed that country for 18 months. He brought it up to 5% up. It grew by 15%. It grew the economy, the GDP by 15%. Go and check your record. By 20%.
Sorry, Angelico, if I can interject real quickly.
20% within 18. It grew the GDP by 20%. Go and check it. But yet we want to condemn the military we want to condemn them. Oh, we don't want them. But your
can you hear me, guys?
Your civilian will come and destroy the economy of the country. They make your economy unproductive.
So what are you really saying? That we should just stick to military government because
that is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
What he's saying is that all military regimes are not the same. All democratic regimes are not the same.
Are not the same. Don't put word into my mouth. That is not what I'm
And
saying.
I think when you look at the graph,
finish now.
Look at the pros.
Oh my God.
Look at the advantages and disadvantages of each system of government. Don't condemn one in totality against the other. That we have seen that is a failure as well.
So
and some people will come up with this argument.
Okay, can I interject now, please?
The worst of the worst military rule is better than the best. The worst civilian is better than the best military rule. Why must civilian rule be worse?
Let me ask you something real quick before Prince takes over. So on Tunaja's show, I had a proposal. So let me just say it real quick. I said, if it's true that, like you said, they have goodwill for the country, that military government should also head the transition back into civilian rule, where they can vet the parties, they can vet the system. That way, whoever is going to run for president is going to be pro-Niger as opposed to being a French puppet. So they will, but they have to then try. I say 18-month transition will be ideal in my opinion. Do you think that is fair?
Okay, go ahead, Ajane.
Just asking the question.
You mean 18-month?
Where the current military guys right now, they will be want to vet, like they will lead that transition where people will set up political parties, but they will vet the party. That way, anybody running that party is clean, not corrupt, not pro-West, but pro-Niger.
Yeah.
That way, whoever comes out, everybody knows, okay, this person is working for us, not a French puppet.
You see, they can do that. I subscribe to that kind of thinking, to me anyway.
So 18 months is fair enough, right? 18 months.
Oh yeah, very good. That's a laudable proposal right there. 18 months is fair.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of them wearing khaki for more than that, really.
Yes, 18 months or maximum of 24 months. Let them transition and let them have people that are really patriotic to their nation, not people that want to surrender the sovereignty of their nation.
So everybody knows, we know that these people they are one of us. They are working for us, not the West, not the that way. It's fair enough for everybody wins. Yeah.
Yes.
Would you say that the military leaders should be able to run in the democratic system too?
No. They should not.
That's what Egypt did, and the guy is doing well.
If they're if they are really sincere about loving the country like that, like they claim, they will help to lead that transition, but they will not partake in it if they are really sincere. But
the problem with civilians is that they tend to betray the nation very quickly. But then again, I get what your point.
I said they will vet them. Remember, they are the ones screening people for political parties. They will be the ones to vet.
I get your point. I take your point. I think maybe that's a good way to go about it. And you see, this kind of thinking, creative thinking, is what we need. Not just coming out and say want to go and attack our fellow African country.
I think we have already put this on the card before when we were discussing this thing some few days ago.
You want to take credit now. You want to take credit now.
No. Listen.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Let me finish. I asked questions yesterday or the day before yesterday. Now, if this military junta have good motive, the very first day they took over power, or in the first few days, they should have mentioned that we are just here for a short stint, and we are going to have a constituted authority back. Have another election in the next 6 months or 1 year. They didn't mention something like that. And that is why I suspect that these people are also in here for a long run, which is not going to be good for the country in the long run. Because you guys are the one condemning some of the dictators that will rule the country for 30 years, 40 years. One has Uganda, has the Yadema.
See, let's put it this way. This is Remy. What I want most is them to break the yoke of the French around their neck and to remove that military base that is undermining Nigerian security too.
To Niger, I will ask you some series of questions. Can a nation being in isolation to the rest of the world? Can you live in isolation to the rest of the world?
No, you can't.
When you want to transfer business, for you to have your foreign reserve or for you to have economic growth, do you trade among yourself? I mean, only in your country, or do you need other country to export your product to them?
Well, you know the French restricts their exports. You know that, don't you?
I am asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question. I say I'm not talking about France, Nigeria, or Niger. It's just a very good.
I'm saying that it's fine. It's good to trade with other people. You don't necessarily need to lock yourself off.
And when you trade with other country, they will accept your export into their country. What do they do? They also want you to also accept their own export into your own country.
Imports,
Fine. So when you are looking at it in that direction, then you will see there is a lot of negotiation. Because you are not going to be dealing with Nigeria. You want to trade with Ghana. You want to trade with America. You want to trade with everybody all over the world. The more you trade more, the more your foreign reserve expand, and the more you can provide for the citizens of your country. That is where the problem lies.
The problem is that they disadvantage us in doing that.
At that particular moment, every country are not equal. You all know this. You know the truth. You cannot compare the economic powerhouse like China, America, France, Germany, with Niger or with Chad or even with Nigeria. So that's where it lies, because there's a lot of
How do you think Singapore did it? You have to sooner or later take charge and start charge. The way you take charge is doing some of the things these leaders are doing now.
I gave you example of one thing, but you do not pick my point. I told you that 90% of Chinese are one nationality, the same tribe. So that means if, like Nigeria, we have 90% Igbo, maybe it would have been better. But where you have various ethnic groups with diverse interests, everybody wants their community or their own region to develop. Everybody wants something to come to their region. How do you balance that interest in Nigeria first? Because the interest is so huge that everybody wants to play, I am the big man here. So until we come together internally as Nigerians, form a strong bond, we don't care whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or Efik, or Ibibio. We are patriotic enough to support our country. If we are not patriotic enough to support our country, what is going on in Africa will continue to go on, because you people that will say, okay, military junta, let's have them, because we can give them room, maybe they can change things. And if they don't change in the next 30 or 40 years, another one coming, the same scenario will continue to play out in, year out. So what I'm just trying to say in a nutshell is that we are in the world of globalization, where every country needs one another. You can see the disruption of the COVID-19, what it does to the global supply chain. You can see the effect.
Let me just say this. I think sometimes you are overcomplicating what it takes to build a nation. It's not that complicated. You are overthinking it.
I know what I'm talking about. You understood it very well. But I understand what you are trying to say, that we should kick out the French, kick out the American, kick out this colonial master.
No, you don't have to even. You don't have to. See, you could decide that.
What I'm trying to tell you is that no matter how you are, you need the rest of the world to develop. I rest my case.
In other words, let's carry on with the way it's been going, isn't it? Let's carry on with this servitude mentality and these unfair colonial rules.
That's your opinion. I am just saying that no matter what happens,
you don't have to say it openly, but you're arguing for it. That's what your argument is arguing for.
No, don't put it that across. That is
and then you can just say no.
That your narrative is. I'm sorry, it's not what I'm trying to put across.
Okay, that's fine. I will
what I'm trying to put across to people is that as a country, you need the rest of the world to develop. Go and ask China.
No, I agree. I agree with that.
Can I say something, please?
Who is that?
Okay, go. Anybody can.
Is that Xiao So?
No, this is Joel of Nashville.
Yeah, Joel of Nashville, long time. I've not seen you anywhere.
Good. I did see you. I did see you. I did see you.
Is he recovering from the what happened to them?
Oh, come on, let's not start that.
Now. It takes time to recover.
No. So that the thing is that well, don't worry. But I've been seeing you. And me and Bati, they go there. I'm here sometimes. And anyway, let me know. And Bati agreed to. Please. I don't know who was the last person that spoke.
That was Remy Coca.
Okay, Remy Coca. Okay. Okay, Remy, good evening. Have a good morning. Look, this is the thing. It is hard time we kick these folks out of Africa. Now, I can see you are mixing the whole issue. Talking about that we need everyone needs someone, or you need I don't know how you want to put it, whichever way you want to put it. That you chase them out of your affairs does not mean that you cannot do business with them. And we are only saying that, we need to go back to the drawing board and start thinking for ourselves. Look at everything we have said, even into our names. We have given these guys so much. Can we have a different brand of government without calling it military or democracy? That was what I was telling one man the other day. I say we are suffering from the effect of lifting. We lift a lot. We love to lift. And it is not like we don't have those thinkers among us. But it is easier to lift, just like we lift crude oil. Just go get crude oil and go sell it. Instead of thinking about, okay, can we make this crude oil? How many products can we go from this crude oil? Can we even develop machines that can even process this thing? Because sometimes when we talk about refinery, that person build them. Someone built a refinery. Somebody sat down, thought about it. And who said that we cannot even build a simpler form of refinery? But the thing there is that we cannot think for ourselves. And we have one of the most useless, I think in fact the most useless set of leaders in Africa. And I'm not talking about the present one. I'm talking about, far before now. We cannot continue like this, Mr. Remy. We have to do things differently. Look,
when you finish,
before the election, because I know that Babati will not say I'm having a PTSD post-election.
No. I said no. Post-stress.
Post-election stress. Post-election stress. Whatever it is. But Babati, you now understand why I was shouting prior to the election. The news coming up right now, because the last time I came on the show, I was asking the show, why are we going to this war? Why? And if you see the way Tinubu is pushing this war thing, he is acting like someone that they have dossier on. They have dossier on him, but he is acting like someone that is being threatened from the inside. Look, the West can never give us leaders that will develop us. If we are developed, the West will go down. Mr. Remy that is talking about, we have to live in a world. We have to live in a world. We have to live in a world that is equal, that's equitable. When I come to America to buy a car, or I want to buy a house, the realtor will tell me, this is how much I sell it. The car owner will tell me, this is how much I sell it. If I want to be the refiner, they say, you are going to be the with so amount. You want to collect loan, you're going to take a so percentage. This is the West. But when it comes to Africa, they will not tell us how much we're going to sell our stuff. Tell me how that will make sense. Okay. And I think that is where this whole conversation I overheard to Niger, you know, and I know that Ajede Koko is on my side.
Can I quickly respond to you?
You know,
and make some clarification?
you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
First and foremost, I am not here telling you guys that you cannot kick out the French or America or wherever you want to kick out from your country. You can go ahead and kick them out from your country. But what I am telling you is very simple. We live in a new world, which is a globalized world. We need one another for trade, for business, for whatever you want to do. And if you want to be part of that big player, you must come in a position of a strong. You must be. You must come in a position of. I mean, you must be. You must come in a strong position. I don't know how to put it, but what I'm trying to say is that,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you must come from that position. When you look at our continent and when you look at our people, it is the same people that will tell you that we want the best for Africa. It is the same people, the black men, that will sell you out again. Now, just opposed to those countries that have developed in the let's say 20 or 30, and in spite of 20 or 30 years, their people form a bond. They came together as strong, and people put in the work, and they have a very good external policy. I mean, their foreign trade policy or whatever policy they have, and they continue to help one another. And you can never, all those countries you are talking about, Singapore, and you want to talk about their famous leader, is an authoritarian, but it meant well for their people. I totally agree. But since that time, Singapore have had uninterrupted constituted authority for the last more than 40 or 50 years now. And they became one of the developed nations of the world. China is still a developing country because of some other indices they use to measure developed countries. But they have come together as a one, and they put their people to work. I want to tell you something now, that in the Cultural Revolution of China, a professor from a city, let's say you are a professor of Unilag, you will be taken from your Unilag and thrown to Adamawa or Taraba to be a farmer there. That is part of their cultural. They don't care what you read. They take a lot of city people, they throw them to the countryside to go and farm. We need food, because they share food among themselves. They don't care whether you are Chief Chunaja from Tennessee or wherever you are. They throw them out. These are the people.
That is authoritarian.
What I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that their people sacrifice for the nation.
No, that is authoritarian. That is by coercion, forcing people.
Yes, I know.
So that is the system you are recommending for us.
That is what you, Baba Janle.
So that is the system you are recommending for us.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you some fact. That is what.
I think this stuff lies beyond. See, whatever is going to get us out of the mess we are in, he's going to have difficulties. If you think these petrol difficulties we are experiencing is difficulties, we are not ready. Because this world doesn't force a living.
They are forcing people to farm.
The world around,
how is that different from military rule now?
Cultural revolution about 60 years ago or more than that. I'm just trying to say here is very simple. For your nation to develop, you must come together as one. Not that some of you are not on board and some are against, some are for it. I also mentioned one thing here last week. I said Nigeria should come up with their own kind of democracy, because I don't believe totally in American democracy, because it's too expensive.
Call it democracy. Don't call it democracy. That's what I'm saying. Call it something that every one of us can relate to.
Just call it the government.
The government. You understand me? Call it something all of us can relate to.
Whatever you call it, I'm trying to say that the American type of government, I think is too expensive. And I mentioned that pick a little bit from America, pick a little bit from Nigeria, from Britain, or wherever you want to pick it from, and then grow with our own. That is why people still complain about Nigerian 1999 constitution, because it was fashioned by the military and it's not good for the country. And of course, they have seen a lot of constitutional amendment over the years. Rome was not built in a year. But if you are also coming here telling us that, okay, maybe we should have a break, let's give the military a chance again so that they can put Nigeria in the right perspective. I think that's what Babajale Nigeria are trying to say. Let's have a coup in Nigeria and let them have 2 or 3 years
Well, my brothers,
For me,
my brothers, can I jump in?
Who is that?
This is Shaw.
Okay. As a Joel of the Night finish. Okay, I think he's done.
I'm not done yet. I was just saying. Don't worry. I'll just round up. So my own thing is just this, right? Like I was saying, right? The issue is this: whether we chase, if we chase them out of Africa, what we are chasing out is the imperialism, the act of trying to oppress us. It's what we are chasing away. We are not chasing away the normal civilians. We're not chasing away different business opportunities. Remember that we have things that we could negotiate with that they don't have. But the thing there is that because of their control, because that they feel like we are a conquered continent, they can come and fix our prices. They fix the prices for crude oil. They fix the prices for gold. They fix the prices for diamond. Tell me one thing that we produce in Africa that they have not fixed the price. We cannot continue that way. Look at what that guy from Niger or Burkina Faso was talking about. How can you sell a pound of uranium for 218 and you give the producing country, the producing country 5%, and you take 95%,
wow,
and you go home and you sleep, and you sleep in your bed,
and that's what is causing all this problem. You see why?
That is what is causing all this problem, because this is look at it this way again. You come and you buy crude oil at how much a barrel now? Probably let's say let's give it $100 a barrel, right? You buy crude oil $100 a barrel. From crude oil, you make kerosene, you get fuel, you get diesel, you get even the dashboard that we use in our cars, right? You have over 20-something products coming out from that same crude oil, but here you are buying it at $10 at $100 a barrel. That is what is underdeveloping on. These are the real issues. So when Gaddafi was making a case, because this is one of the reasons why I believe that they killed that man, when he wanted Africa's currency to be in gold, when he was looking for a United States of Africa, this is what leaders, thinkers should be thinking of, because it is easy to divide and conquer. Very, very easy. And it is easy to, to cheat our continent if we have like Mauritius, Niger, Chad, little country. But if you were coming into Africa and you're coming to talk to someone first before you go into other states, like the United States, sometimes I don't know why Africa cannot be led by one president. What is our population? What is our landmass? In Nigeria alone, how many senators and House of Representatives do we have? What is the size of the United States compared to Nigeria? Texas and Tennessee alone is bigger than Nigeria. And America has about 50 other states, about 48 other states. But I don't know where I'm coming from. I'm not looking at it, but I'm talking about the population. I know you want to go to the population part, but you get the idea. The thing there is that we don't need 300 and something people to be at the House of Rep and another 100 people to be at the Senate. Doing what? That government is expensive. We need to get something that is beneficial, something that can be aligned to Africa or aligned to Nigeria. Let me talk with Nigeria first. Then we move it off from there. Thank you very much.
Can I jump in? Just to share quick information. Look at this in France's this energy consumption per capita, 6,700 per person. This in kilowatts per capita per annum. And look at that of Niger. And this is people that are supplying them 1/3 of their power supply, raw material. That of Niger is somewhere 68, while one person in France is 6,700 and something kilowatts, while Niger is 68. And this is the core of the problem. These people, they are too selfish. They don't even understand the idea of sharing. They must well give them zero. You can't live in a situation like this. If you divide, okay, 1/3 of what is coming from Niger, which is the 1/3 of power supply of France, let's say 2,000 something. 2,000 something. Look, this one is still 68. Not 200, not 300, not 400, not 500. 68.
Tunaja, why don't you calculate all the francophone countries? Calculate all of them. That will
look at that. Look at African countries. Yeah,
no,
if you look at African countries.
I said francophone. Only francophone, the one colonized by France. Yes.
Yeah, look at Chad now. Chad was colonized by France. That's like 13. Guinea-Bissau. Yeah, if I'm not Guinea-Bissau, is it France? I think is it France? I think 20. Somalia 21. Burundi. Look at the African countries, black countries, most 29. This in Central African Republic. You just look at the list. Most of them.
Even add Haiti. Add Haiti because it's also a French colony.
Oh my God! Even Ethiopia.
But all that though is all based on bad leadership. It's not so much about democracy. It's just a bad leader.
That's why we should focus on leadership instead of worrying about whether it's democracy or military or whatever.
Exactly.
What are they doing for your people?
Yeah, it's all that is leadership, and that leadership come among us. We elect them.
Wow, like African countries
that elect them.
Look at Nigeria, 144. That look at that. It's just African. It's like African countries. They made the bottom side for African countries.
Tunaja, if you remember prior to Buhari's election between Buhari and Jonathan, when it was Obama and John Kerry, when John Kerry, the West do not have to come and vote in order to influence your vote. What did Obama and John Kerry do at that time? John Kerry, if you remember, came to Nigeria. Where did he go to? He went to the north. He went and bowed to the Sultan in the north. And he came and he had a meeting with all the, the 19 other state governors in Nigeria. When he came back to the United States, Obama invited the 19 state governors to White House. What do you think that is? Prior to the election, Obama was telling Goodluck Jonathan that there must be a transfer of power if another winner emerges. If not, America will be ready to make sure that they maintain law and order. What does he mean by maintain law and order?
That is threat now. That is threat.
It's a threat. So
threat with their military base right in next door.
Exactly. So when you look at that, who was Buhari's? Who was the person that they contracted to help Buhari during his campaign? David Axelrod. Who is David Axelrod? David Axelrod was the chief campaign officer of President Obama. So that is the point. So they also influenced our election in Nigeria. This Tinubu that came in yesterday or 2 months ago, it is almost the same thing playing out. They will always have their stooges, whether as a military leader or as a civilian leader. So it's about time the people of Africa stand up and say, enough is enough. If they're going to kill us, then they kill us all. After all, the people here, the blacks in their own country, they are revolting and they are getting results. Why can't we?
I think we should just pursue the Singaporean policy of the poison shrimp policy that they embraced. They said if anybody attack them, by the time they are done with that country will be sick. And so that's why they are so strong militarily, and they feel like if anybody attacks them, they will pay a dear price for it. That's how Africans are supposed to be. You have to take that mentality that don't fear anybody. Just understand if you are running out of fear, you know you are already dead. If you say, okay, enough, you can't take my stuff for free, and they try to challenge you, tell them, if you try that, you are going to pay a heavy price. Even if I go down, I will make sure your whole empire falls. Because remember, they have enemies too. They have enemy. This is why North Korea is tempting America all the time. They're like, come, don't you want to come? You want some? You want some? But America will be like, no, I don't need this drama, because they know North Korea is like a poison shrimp. You go and fight North Korea, you're going to be stuck there. And what happened in Afghanistan is going to look like a child's play.
No, you forgot what happened to them in Vietnam. You forget what happened in Vietnam. Now they run. America ran. They run away. They lost that war. Don't forget, because they were killing. Because if you remember those days, where we watched those
so you and this thing, you're having a conversation and you're
Yes, we're having a conversation and sidelining all of you. You are free to talk. You know that. Anyone can interject. You are free to talk. Anyone can talk anytime.
Anybody can join.
We are criticizing the West, and we have criticized the West for over 60 years and not looking at ourselves. Again, I am from Sierra Leone. It's not American ruling me. We have our leaders that we have a two-party system that we have elected that have failed us for 60 years, but my people refuse to look at someone else because we based some of it on tribal and ethnical and regional lines. I'm not going to blame America or Britain for that. I'm not going to blame them for that. I blame my own leadership in my own land.
Nobody says you should blame them. Who said you should blame them?
Well, for right now, from the conversation that you are going with to Ninja, we are blaming the West for everything that they have done. Don't get me wrong. Yes, they influence our life big time because we allowed them. We have allowed them.
So I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming us. That's why I say we should be doing so and so things. But they are a problem. But that doesn't mean you blame them. Everybody has the right to for their own interest, isn't it? Why are we not working for our own interests?
Exactly.
That's how we should look at it.
And exactly. And the way we do that is by having one voice, like an African Union. We should not have, for example, our African Union built by the Chinese. The Chinese funded and built it, and they were able to spy on us for several years before we even find out.
Yeah, we got rid of all that. Now, what is happening? We are taking money from many of these countries. Yes. Do you know what is going on in the African Union right now? $600 million they spend each year, and they about 40%, 60% of that money comes from outside Africa.
From the European Union and America. They fund our budget.
Let me show you how ridiculous it is. And this is exactly, people should hear this. This is exactly what many African countries are going through. They are standing their people down. This is a continent with 1.4 billion people. Yet, the African Union begs foreigners for around 400 million a year, when they could just say one person in Africa, $1 a year, they would triple their budget, they would double their budget to triple it. But yet they wouldn't even do that. Why? It tells you that these people are standing their people down. They don't want to use Africans for anything. They are just, it's almost as if they are governing us for foreigners, like waiting for their masters to return. Because why are you not telling your people to pay $1 a year?
Exactly. Or even use our resources that we have as a reserve. Sierra Leone alone, diamond. How about Niger, gold and uranium? I mean, we got so many resources that we can use as a reserve that no planet, no country in the world can tell us anything.
You know what they said? They said 40% of African countries don't pay into the African Union.
No, they don't. 40%. I mean, Sierra Leone, our budget is all funded by the European Union and America.
We are the ones causing it. I agree with you. Yes. And this is what the people, that's why the people are supporting military regimes, because they see the civilians, they are not doing anything. They just talk. And they go and beg foreigners for debt relief and all this stuff. They are not doing anything. They leave their people, their young people are on the street not having jobs. They won't recruit them to defend their country. They won't do anything.
But the military, my brother, the military regime, for some of us that have lived under military regime, have seen no change for us. In fact, for us, some of us, it become repressive until it led to a civil war where 300,000 people died, including family members.
All that was in the 90s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the glory days of America, when America was supremely powerful, when the Soviet Union fell, that was when Africa was on fire.
It was on fire.
Rwanda was happening. Nigeria was on fire. Everybody, most parts of Africa was on fire. Somalia, everywhere.
But today, even today, Africa is in fire. Look what's going on from Ethiopia. Come down. We're on fire.
Happen again. But what is going on now is that development is beginning to return to the continent.
Amen.
Because of the French, because of the Chinese, and the Russians, in terms of trying to empower some African leaders to challenge the West. Not because they like us, because they want to deny the Western powers control over Africa too.
And to Ninja, we have Chinese company today mining in our land. They build their own railroad. When we don't have a railroad, that railroad go from the mining company to the sea.
In your country,
in Sierra Leone today. So we don't even know what the Chinese are taking.
Train lines in Nigeria, and they do build train lines. I don't know how they are doing it in your country. And this is the thing now. This is where Nigeria comes in. Nigeria, when I keep arguing that Nigeria needs to be a lot more robust. If Nigeria was a lot more robust militarily, in West Africa, who will be controlling events there? All this nonsense that they are extracting from West Africa, it's not going to be happening.
Exactly.
You don't want military intervention in Niger. But now you are also talking Nigeria should be too robust, and when we want to do that, you guys condemn it.
Hold on. What you don't understand is if Nigeria is militarily robust, do you know what that will mean? Nigeria will already be strong at home, and then they will go to Nigeria program and say, you know what, the French stop. Hold on. They will tell the French stop what you are doing there. They will tell the Americans leave that place because now you don't have military. The military regime don't have any excuse to come in now.
Yeah,
because Nigeria is strong.
They will not even come, my brother. They will not even come, my brother. If your spear is strong, they will not come. You know, even if they come, it's from a little bit from outsider. Right now, they're directly in because Nigeria is letting that vacuum of power. And so we have different forces, different interests from outside the wall influencing our region. And it will affect Nigeria more. This I like to emphasize this. You guys are the power. It's the biggest economy in the continent, the biggest economy in ECOWAS, the most influential country in ECOWAS. Use it, and it will help all of us.
Yeah,
it will help. I think in terms of military, Nigeria is a strong force in West Africa.
Yeah,
but unfortunately,
very specific in West Africa.
Yeah, in West Africa, I said West Africa. I did not say Africa. Tell me which African country their military are much more better in terms of air capability or even artillery or wherever. Tell me which in Africa. In West Africa.
Okay, West Africa. Of course, Nigeria dominates West Africa.
I mean West Africa.
Yes.
None.
None. None. But Remy, you have to also evaluate that with the rest of the world, not just Africa.
The way I see this thing is this.
And we are ranked 35 in the world now. So what is your problem?
What kind of 33rd in the world? I don't know how you manage to rank 33rd in the world, but that 33rd is based on other.
Check it now. Actually, you need to check it.
No, I agree with you. I probably agree with you, but I don't believe that.
So when you see something that is good, you say it's not right. Then when you see wrong thing,
do you know how many countries that are smaller than Nigeria in population? Nigeria population, where are we in the world? Is it not about?
Forget about it. You are talking about 35.
See what he's doing.
I greet everybody. I've listened to everybody since morning. Yes, I could not jump in the system. I'm not feeling too well, but in as much I'm very simple voice, I can come in and talk to him. I talk to everybody.
Yeah.
Give me 20 minutes. I'm leaving, so I'm going to the hospital for checkup. Simba, you're a doctor, right?
Yeah.
Who is that person?
What? Simba is a doctor?
Yeah, what please? I'm getting dizziness. If I wake up in the morning, I have a heavy head. If I look down, my eyes will be turning me. I don't know.
When did you check your BP?
This is consultation time.
Let me listen to my patient tonight. What's the problem?
They check my brain. They check everything. Everything's okay. But now
have you checked your blood?
That's what I'm going to check now. I'm going to hospital to check my blood. I want to check.
Go and check your blood. Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, let me come to this Niger matter. I don't know why we are overflogging this issue. I think I heard France have attacked Niger. Is it fake story? Fake news?
It's probably fake news. They try it. All hell is going to break loose in Africa.
I don't know.
Are you kidding yourself? Nothing is going to happen if they
watch now, watch. All hell. See, they tried that with Ethiopia. They tried to do that with Ethiopia. It didn't work.
Please grant me
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but anyway, I had early morning Bishop was talking about border locking and all that. Yes, France locked, Niger locked their border. Then Nigeria, but Niger did not lock Nigerian border. Why did Nigeria have to lock their border? You know, and Niger covered, stopped their hair, closed their airspace. If Mali should close their airspace, that would be big problem for Nigerian economy.
Airline, yeah.
Air this thing, air whatever.
How? Why? How?
Because Nigerian airlines have to fly around instead of flying over Niger and Mali.
We are taking economic blow right now because Libya is totally on lockdown. And Sudan
we don't have any direct flights, especially.
Hold on. Airline pass through Libya, Sudan to come to Nigeria. Right now,
which airline passed through that? Which airline passed through that?
British Airways, all the airlines coming from Europe.
No, just wait. No, you can't say hold on now. You just wait so that I will tell you. If you are going through Ethiopia airline, you don't fly that place. If you are going through Emirates, most of the airlines that passes through Nigeria doesn't fly through those zones.
No. It's not today happened. They've been routed since 5 years, 6 years back. Every airline.
What I'm saying, which airline? How did they pass? Why would they pass through Mali? Why did they pass through?
It's not to do with a particular airline. It has to do with the aviation system in the world. They have rerouted everything that passed through that place to a different direction. And now, if Mali and Niger should lock down, no airline, nothing will pass through that place. BA. So that would be on that channel. That would cost more money.
BA does not even pass through that. That's not the route to BT.
Sorry, BA don't have a special route. They all fly one route. Every airline follows national standard route, just like maritime. Now, if they lock that place now, that would cost more money.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? You cannot just assume that something is happening. Well, you have to explain.
Hold on, I'm not assuming. I'm telling you from what I'll be watching here on Japanese.
Are we see the map there? That's the airline radar map.
They have stopped.
So this is what is going to happen, just in case somebody is wondering. If Niger is shut out, no aircraft is going to fly through this region again. Now, if this one closes to Nigerian airlines have to fly through, that's coming to Nigeria has to fly.
So where are they going through that route?
They want to go to Europe. They want to go to Europe. If they want all
Europe. You are going to Europe. Wait. What are the airlines that fly Nigerian route? Tell me.
This is KLM that is there.
No, just wait.
They are all airlines that are coming to sub-Saharan Africa will suffer.
No, just wait. I'm giving you. Let us. It's something. It won't take us minutes. Okay. If you are okay, let's say what are the popular airlines that goes to Nigeria?
The popular airlines that go to Nigeria, like British Airways, Flight, Air France. So go ahead.
Sorry, not by popular airline. Airline does not, and a single airline does not have authority to fly by himself. It's regulated by a body. What's it called? Something, whatever.
IATA.
Yeah.
IATA.
Yeah. Where are they going? I'm telling you, let me tell you, if Emirates takes you from Nigeria and you are going to US, the first place to go, they'll take you to Dubai.
Yes, no, you're wait, my brother Simba. You are not.
Oh God.
We're not getting.
What is the point?
How about going to Europe?
No, let me tell you, if Emirates is take you from Lagos to Nigeria, just wait. If Emirates takes you from Lagos to, you are going to even London, they first of all take you to Dubai before they take you to London.
Even
I hope you know that.
Will take you to Addis
Ethiopia will take you to Addis Ababa. KLM will take you to wherever their country is. So we don't have it.
Simba and Remy, hold on. If they're taking to Addis Ababa and taking to Dubai, they will pass through Nigeria. They're not going to jump.
They will not. I just came back to Saudi Arabia about a week ago. That's not their route. That's not the route. They will not pass through Nigeria. How can you be going to Addis Ababa and going to Niger? I'm telling you the route that will pass through. You are telling me, hold on. When last did you travel?
See, not by shouting.
Can I just talk to
Hold on,
this guy?
let me land this
You
point.
keep telling me, hold on. Okay.
Sorry, Simba, Tunaja, sorry. I'm not trying to correct Simba. Simba, I'm not here to correct you. You can say whatever you want to say. If you like it, it's okay. But it's not how you are saying it. Every airline work on a regulated body. Right now, Libya and Sudan is locked down for years, and that's why airline route is different. So the route you are seeing right now, the Emirates is following, anybody is following, it's a new route. Simple as ABC. Just like maritime. If maritime they lock, if they lock the Panama Canal, you have to, or Suez Canal, you have to find a different route. Every ship pass through Suez Canal, that border Egypt, Djibouti. If they lock it, if Djibouti lock their seaway, you have to look for a different route. That will cost you more money. No ship go on a different direction.
You are seeing to Nigeria. If you want to look at the map that you are showing, you can even see that even that route, that zone, is not a busy zone.
Okay, can I make the point that I'm trying to make? Okay, so if you look at this map here, this is Nigeria here. If somebody wants to go to Europe, especially Europe, and we're not talking about America or Dubai, you have to either, if you want to take off from here, you have to navigate through here. Then try to avoid Libya, because Libya is not you can't go through Libya. I'm not even sure you can go to Sudan because it's a war zone too. So if that area is not suitable, then you have to try to avoid this thing again, Niger from here. If Mali blocks his border, that's even worse. Now you have to go up to this side before you start heading north again. And if, let's say, what's the name? Senegal. Okay, Senegal is fine. You can go to Senegal, Mauritius. You see, now you have to go from this side. And it's already happening. They're talking about it on the Nigerian news. It's costing Nigeria 1.5. They say it's taking 1.5 hours more time to get to Nigeria from Europe because of it. That is a cost that we didn't see coming. We were just putting sanctions on Niger without thinking about the cost.
But you are forgotten. No, just wait. Are you think so? Is it only Nigeria that will feel it? Even their citizens will feel it. But that means if you are no, just wait. Yeah, that means there is no flight, there is no aircraft that can get to Niger, even though they are all citizens.
See, but just look at this now. Look at this map. Hold on. Let's just look at this. Just look at this map. Look at Africa. Look at Africa. Look at this.
You can see that. You can see that
it's like we are a dead species. Hold on. It's like we are a dead species. We don't exist in this world, and these leaders are coming to fight it in some of all this. Well, you don't understand how desperate things are. I just showed you the powers of the power consumption of Africans. Just look at the difference. It's like we are dead. We don't even exist. With all the land mass, 1.4 billion, what are we doing with it? This kind of living has to end. We can't live like sooner or later they will come from where they are and decide to take our own continent for us. Because
you are not getting what you are saying. What you are saying is that what makes you think that is the military that will liberate Africa?
Which country was not liberated by the military? I don't understand you. Which country was not liberated by the military?
We've had several of them that came before. What did they do?
No, it's like
why did you put all your trust in this?
Because that is how the world works.
Sorry, to Niger, which countries were liberated by the military?
Which country was not? Is the question you should be asking.
My closet office.
It's very funny.
No, because it's not which country which country was not. Every country has to have a solid defense. Even you as a human being, your body has immunity.
The military is for defense, not to rule a country. They listen to the civilian leaders, okay, not to take over a country or rule a country. That's not the way it works. So don't say which country has never been liberated by the military. They are doing their job just like the police. They're not special.
Nations are saved by nationalists. All the nations that have been founded and made strong were made strong by nationalists. Sometimes they come in the form of military, sometimes they come in the form of civilian, sometimes they may even come in the form of monarchy. It doesn't matter. Sometimes when we are worried too much about the system they come with, we don't worry. We should be looking at what is happening. Are they making the nation stronger?
Let me interject you because good evening to everybody on the panel.
You've been very patient to Pansa.
I have been. I'm always patient.
Don't start now.
Like we're starting off where we stopped the last time, right? So let me ask you right now. I heard the Sierra Leonean I believe he's from Sierra Leone. The gentleman there is Shaw So, and he was praising us. He says Nigeria, it's the giant of Africa. They have the military power, economic power, and everything, right? So now I'm going to pose the first question to anybody, but especially you, to Nigeria, as far as Nigeria is concerned. How many active military personnel do you think we have? Do you
About
know
150,000, if you're not up to.
Well, you tried right there. Altogether, the military personnel in Nigeria is 215,000, right? Active personnel is 135,000, right? So 85,000 personnel is fit for service, whereas 80,000 is paramilitary, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you go to Niger, it's about 10,000. They have zero reserves, zero, right? So you think about that. Nigeria is ranked by Global Power to be about 36 globally. Nigeria Army is ranked about 119. But all this is just talk, whatever numbers Nigeria is giving to them. Because when you look deep down into the Nigerian military, the total tanks they have 177. Now, how many, knowing Nigeria, how many of those tanks do you think are fit for service or modern tanks? Nigeria has zero.
God.
Nigeria has 15,000.
Why are you saying God? Are you is
God. What is wrong with our people?
No, don't say that now. Why are you saying
Let me land. Nigeria has about
15,000
15,000 armored vehicles. Niger has about 728. All the self-propelled artillery in the Nigerian military is about 30. Niger has zero. Nigeria has about towed artillery of about 330. So when you are looking at Nigeria, they're talking all that bullshit, right? Altogether, they have 144 combat aircraft. But no Nigeria, how many of those do you think are serviceable that can really go into combat? Only 14 fighter jets in the entire Nigerian military. 14 fighter jets. 28 trainer jets. About 52 helicopters. Knowing Nigeria, how many of those do you think are serviceable? So it's not, you can't come here all the time thinking that the military, it's enough to defend against, let's say, Western powers. Or when you're looking at Niger and Nigeria conflict, you have to factor in the Soviet Union, or whoever's going to support them. It's like what happened during the Nigeria Civil War, Nigeria Biafran War, right? A lot of people, they keep talking, mouthing off. That was a proxy war for the resources. Same thing going on in Congo, something that's happening now in Niger. If you just left Biafrans to fight Nigerians, period, no outside interference, Biafrans would run through that country in 48 hours.
Based on what?
Listen.
Can I reclaim my time? I was talking.
Let me just land on my.
No problem. You can come back.
Let me land. All right.
I only have 10 minutes more. I'm going to stop for checkup, and if I let you land,
I understand. I'll try to make it a couple of minutes here. So what I'm saying is,
no, a couple of minutes not enough. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, the main reason why I joined, it's not about all these small points here. We've talked about these things for decades. We know we have a problem, but the main reason why I interjected is that to Niger, civilian government, the people, that's the only thing that could save Africa, because we're so backwards. We have to do the right thing. The corruption is killing us. Most of the people, unpatriotic people, are already they're proxies for these Western countries that you're talking about. The people have to take back that country, and any of these, obviously, democracy is the best thing. The military, if you have power concentrated in a cabal of military people who trained in London or something like that, in England, they train. All those are spies. We don't have a single patriot in the Nigerian army. You don't even have a single patriot in the country. As far as I'm concerned. So what you have to stop having a low-life debate when you have a Sierra Leonean here. He's got more class than all the Nigerians here put together. He's right here talking. Every time you have somebody from another country mixed up with Nigerians, they outclass us. Why? Because we've made a deviation instead of dealing with the truth. Somebody as educated as to Nigeria, you are arguing for a military government in Nigeria, and people are engaging with you in that debate.
Hey, Pansat, but you
That
just
is
made
a
a pronouncement.
settled issue.
Pansat, you made a pronouncement right now that if the foreign powers hadn't been involved with the Nigerian civil war, the Biafran nation would have run through Nigeria. Based on what?
Let me tell you
What
why.
you yourself, you're
Let me
talking.
tell you. Hold on.
Please,
Here's
Daddy,
why.
please,
Let me
please,
answer him on that.
Please, Daddy, please. Pansat, hold on, please. I have my 10. Please give me my 10 minutes.
Well, you asked me a question. Let me answer it. You don't have
You
it.
guys answer me.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to take your time. Sorry.
Let me answer him. Let me answer him quickly. Paul, please hold your peace. Hold your peace. I'm gonna answer. Then I can.
Answer him later. Let me run through my memo.
But what do you have to talk? You have nothing to talk about.
You
have
do
nothing
not
to
have
talk
to talk about too. You come here and tell us how this and that.
Okay, go ahead. But let's listen to what you have to talk about.
Now. Let me just
let's see what you have to talk about.
If you don't like what I'm going to say, then mute yourself. Then once I'm out, then you unmute yourself. Let me have my own peace. I've been here for 8 hours.
You just like to disrespect people by telling them to hold on. That is your whole game.
I'm not disrespecting you.
You're disrespecting me. I could be your dad.
You cannot be my dad. I'm 50.
Yes, I
can. You
can.
be my dad. You can't.
You have no respect.
You can't be my dad.
All right. Okay, then go ahead.
Remove your camera. Let me remove my camera. Tell me if you can be my dad. You can't.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You like to insult everybody by telling them to.
Anyway, sorry for all these things. These Tinubu sympathizer or Batifies and all that who want Tinubu to show strength of force. I think they need to remind our jury that 2027 is fast going from Tinubu, because everything right now they are penning. When we talk here about ECOWAS invading Niger, they say it's not Tinubu, it's ECOWAS. It's not Tinubu, it's ECOWAS. But have people seen international media? Have people seen Nigerian media up to Punch and channels? Even yesterday, sanction that they want to the new sanction they want to put on Niger. Let me read one to you. Niger, military options open as Tinubu order more sanctions against individuals and entities. Why can't they just write it? ECOWAS open more sanctions. I don't know all this.
Because that is our media fallacy.
Oh, why I'm reading just
it's a media fallacy.
Hold on. Sorry. Why I'm reading one to you? I've been seeing it since 3 days now. Different outlets trying to think like show of force. They're trying to put Tinubu at the first front. And when people push back, they say, no, it's not Tinubu, it's ECOWAS. Why can't Tinubu media aid? Why can't Tinubu media aid correct them now before it's too late?
You have forgotten. But they said it yesterday. Tinubu aid came out and said the same thing. He rebuked it. He said it was not Tinubu, it was ECOWAS. Why you say hold on? It's not hold on, it's insulting.
Wait, hold on now. I'm running through things and you are telling me you answer me and I'm responding back. So hold on. As to that newspaper, the new sanction, is Tinubu there? The sanctional papers, is Tinubu there? Why can't a jury address that? Now, why I'm saying this, 19 states out of 36 states, which is not a state, they didn't pretend about it. They came out strongly against the invasion. What does that tell you?
How did they came out?
They came out and the Tinubu has a meeting with them, and they all did not back military invasion. They asked Tinubu to look for a different.
If they said they don't want military invasion, does that mean they're against?
I'm talking to the.
If somebody is responding to your statement, you say you should hold on. Continue whatever you want to say. If you want to say it, continue.
You are putting is if you think I'm arguing with you. I'm going to the local politics of the local politics. If these people say they don't want it, then you find a way to say the politics not to offend them. These are their people. They see all these news. They see people are trying to pen it on. Politics just started right now. I believe Atiku is going back to run again 2027. And this is how politics starts. But we might brush it over that is nothing. And if 19 states and their people, we are seeing them agitating, they don't want military intervention. And from today or from now, anything that is going on in that area, let them put it on ECOWAS. People should put it on.
Okay. Sorry, Speaker. Does anybody know for a fact that 19 states came out to oppose
The governors, and it's 19 governors. So that means they're representing their states.
19 governors came out. Anybody can verify that? Is that true?
Yeah, people had meeting not today, 3 days ago, and they all kick against it before saying to even refuse the letter Tinubu wrote. You know, but what I'm saying, when we argue about it here, we keep directing us is ECOWAS. But what medias are carrying?
I'm sorry. Quickly, also on that point. See the way, yes, ECOWAS is the body, but the in any organization there has to be a leader. So it's not. See now, Tinubu, right? Or Nigeria has become synonymous with ECOWAS, but they have. See, that's what, especially in the Western media, they have to, just like the U.S. And NATO is the U.S. and NATO. There has to be somebody named mentioned as the head or the leader of ECOWAS, and that's why Tinubu's name is synonymous with ECOWAS.
Sorry, who's the head of NATO?
The U.S. pretty much.
Ukraine war, when they keep saying NATO are invading Ukraine, apart from the Russia U.S. proxy section, have you ever seen them accusing U.S. inside? They keep up calling it NATO, 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 NATO.
No, well, that's what you said. I mean, there's never been a NATO without the U.S., especially when the U.S. funds NATO pretty much as Nigeria funds ECOWAS. I don't know why you say. I'm not sure the point about being mentioned Tinubu. It is ECOWAS, but again, it's quite obvious that Tinubu has become synonymous with ECOWAS, and that's just the way the narrative is going.
Exactly, and when people like Tinubu and his acolytes ignore the red flags, this is not the first coup. There's been a series of coups, and they all ignore the red flags of these coups because they benefited from it. They probably sell ammunitions or peddling these guns and all these Western powers who've been colonizing our states. And have their generation tried to integrate Africa and try to actually have a real military? They've seen how it's done everywhere else in China, right? They've seen how it's done. You don't see one ant going to fight. They become a colony and try to pull some forces together if they say they're going to attack some wasps or whatever. We're way behind. There is no patriotism. These people, somebody like Tinubu, is trying to whack the dog. For those who are in the United States, they know what it is. And most people know that's what it's doing. But anyway, I think War Peace has made his point there. I don't have any issue with what he's saying.
Okay.
If I want to conclude, I want to answer Prince Daddy's question very quickly, and then I will.
Okay, you should answer.
I will yield the mic after that, please. Prince Daddy, what happened in the 1960s is that the Igbos, the Southeasterners, mainly helped to bring independence to Nigeria, and they were dominant in the military and the government, in all forms of the government, right? From the north to the south, from the east to the west, were mainly Igbos in the Nigerian military. But the British discovered oil somehow by flying over our country, and they discovered oil. So they wanted a piece of it, and they caused a war in that country. At that point, the Easterners, Biafrans, only had in mind that the Fulanese and the Northern Muslims over there who've killed a lot of our people were the enemy. So they made a very big mistake of going over there to go fight those people, passing through people like War Peace's area over there in the south. They should have started wiping them out from there. Those are the enemies. It's not just the Fulani. Everybody who doesn't want progress for Africa is the enemy. They don't have a gun. They don't have a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. These Biafrans left them, crossed them over to go all the way to the north to go fight. Instead of start wiping them out, once you pass Enugu and Onitsha, you start killing anybody you see out there that's resisting. They didn't do anything like that. So they hate us. They help the enemy. But the British were the ones with Egyptians flying airplanes at night, bombing and killing our people. It's just like what's happening in Nigeria right now. They have 10,000 soldiers. But if you get into a war with them, if Russia backs them up, do you think you're going to go over there do anything? You can't do anything because they're going to be able to bring Mali, bring Guinea, all kinds of people to be allied with those people to fight. So no, during that war, go check your village in 1966, 67. See how many soldiers are in your village or your town. You probably don't have any. So that war, it's a combination of all Nigerian states, aside from the southeast, killing their own brothers and sisters for British resource control of our country. It's exactly what's happening now. They're never going to stop until they're stopped. So when you come here, when you see people talking nonsense all the time, Nigeria is going to defeat the Biafrans. You cannot. Nigeria has 10,000. So just one manufacturer in Enugu would make bigger, fresher tanks today, make helicopters, make fighter jets today in the southeast. So when you say Nigeria doesn't have ammunition, why? Because they're not making use of the resources they have in the country, in the southeast.
They are not making use of the people, period. They are standing.
But look, I'm asking him specifically. We fought a war for 3 years. We made our own ammunition, Obunigwe, all kinds of things. Nigeria doesn't want to reintegrate his people. They want to keep talking nonsense, insulting their people. Now, when you look at women from all over the country, they're not a part of our country. Women is probably about 50% of our population. And they want to really get it.
Is Biafra still an open wound in Nigeria, you think?
It's not only an open wound in Nigeria, it's an open wound for black people, for blacks, period. Because they know the last vestige, you cannot colonize Southeasterners with religion. You can't come over there and make us Muslims. You could forget that, Jack. You cannot have Tony Blair or this Indian guy they have now come say, let's say P2B is there, and you say you want to come take the oil. He's gonna say, no, but we need the oil for our people. We need the oil. These people that own the oil, it belongs to them.
Okay.
Right? He's gonna be able to say because he's the true Nigerian. The Southeasterners are true Nigerians. They're true Africans. We can never let anybody else come in there and take our resources. That's why they hate us.
We still have Easterners as governors.
Wait now.
Those are not elected by Southeasterners.
Folly, sorry. I want to tell Pastor this. With all respect, not disrespect. Disrespect.
Yeah.
When you call Peter Obi, that Peter Obi will be there, then he will not let the foreigners to take their oil. You're not sure of that.
I am positive because look, listen to me. It's not just P2B. I personalize it. Listen, let me tell you something. Go and try it today. Okay, go and gather Southeasterners. Okay, in their midst, go ahead and try any of those things that work everywhere. There's not a single Southeasterner that will let that happen. Not one.
Pansat, you give so much credit to yes.
Daddy, let me talk to this guy. Now,
okay,
talk to me.
We have they never tell you. They only tell you when they put Southeastern together, things will not go wrong, and things are still going wrong in the Southeast. Where's this guy? Eze. Not Azeri, but Eze. Okay. Eze, he has contract to be guarding pipeline.
Right.
You never talk about him, but why is he guarding pipeline?
Okay, hold on. Let me answer you. Hold on. Let me just answer the little one. Hold on. War Peace. Let me answer you, and then you continue. Let's make it a dialogue, right? You have to understand what the phenomenon that's going on in the Southeast, right? They had tried everything else, and there was no way to penetrate the Southeast, right? That's the what they call it, or the conscience of the country, right? So what they've then did was to go and have by rigging elections, they're using criminals, people we reject. Remember, everybody that's rejected by Southeasterners becomes prominent, maybe in APC or the Nigerian. For example, somebody like Ojos Okalo, right? Or Joey Bokwe, or anybody. Otto Eze has not a single respect in the Southeast. Yeah, he's a billionaire.
He's a criminal.
You see other people worshiping him because he has money. In the Southeast, he's a nobody. Nobody cares about him.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Pastor, hold on. Sorry, I only have 5 minutes left. I'm leaving now. But hold that statement and let me quickly say this. I don't know. Say somebody from Ivory Coast is here. My business partner is from Senegal. For Senegal, you guys know Senegal is in a big shit right now. Senegal is a puppet president on power right now. There's an election they did that France heavily backed, and the guy for the people is in jail right now. They put him in jail right now, and they're actually shooting at protesters. There's more than 300 that have been shot dead. They don't even allow protests. Why? Because there was a big discovery of crude oil and gas in Senegal, which the first barrel will be out from start drilling from next year, 2024.
Exactly. Hold on. You like to say hold on.
You now.
Hold on. I've got your point. I got your point.
No, you don't get my point. Let me finish. You don't know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, but try to finish in 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Go
sorry.
Pastor, allow him to finish. I beg. Allow him. He's been here
no
for
problem. No problem.
So
he's never going to finish.
Contract. Where's the contract? Anybody just guess the entitlement of the contract was Ajip is given to Senegal. I saw this yesterday. Ajip is taking 90%, while Senegal get 10%, and the people on the street rioting. And this same government is the first government to support this ECOMOC sanction that their force is ready. Why is France playing this francophone country like this, like puppets? It's very bad. Okay, the last one, I want to use the floor. Is it not a hard time for the Blue Ray to start working in Lagos? This is the time we need the palliative. The Blu-ray, they promise everybody work in April.
They commissioned.
They commissioned. That's the elephant in the room. Nobody's talking about it. And last but not the least, the Dangote refinery, this scam that is going on there. Dangote refinery, according to what they say, is not going to work in 2025. And they already gave Dangote a license to be lifting fuel for a refinery that's not even started working. And the NFPC said that
unbelievable.
Hold on, let me finish, please. NFPC said they are not privately limited. They don't have hand in regulating fuel price, but they are capping fuel price at 560. That means Dangote must sell above 560. Nobody sells below 560. What is NFPC still doing in regulation of petroleum? If they are PLC, the biggest scam going, they just changed the name from NFPC to
all right, we have somebody from Sierra Leone here. Why don't you?
Yeah, and Siemens, you know Siemens start to work 2030. The deal they signed is 2030 that before Siemens start working. So we have a long way to go. I thank everybody. I yield the floor. See you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming in, World Peace. Yeah. Who's next? Foley B hasn't said anything now, has he?
Yeah,
Foley B, are you there? You want to add to the conversation, or you just want to listen for the time being?
No, I just tried to interject that my brother was talking about Southeasterners being what's it called? I
the conscience of the country.
Yes, I actually support him, but into some extent, I will actually ask him: the people govern the Southeasterners, are they Fulanis, or are they white, or are they foreigners?
Okay,
That's a good question.
That's a fair question. Let me answer.
That's a good question.
Yeah, here's I just said it's a new phenomenon in the country. Okay, most of those people who are governing in the Southeast. Now remember, that's why you have the sit at home. The sit at home is not directed at Nigerians. It's directed against the governors and their people in the Southeast. Right? None of them have the people's mandate. They're rigging the election since APC came in, and before they've been rigging and putting in people such as the one in Imo State. He didn't win. He came in fourth or something like that, and they did it through the courts and they put him in there, right? So they've been rigging the elections, but our people have been rejecting him. The senator that's in prison right now in the UK, he actually came to Germany and he was beat up and sent back home. People like Ojos or Carlos, how can he win an election in Abia State? It's impossible. But they rig him in. What a total useless person. It's so corrupt, right?
Actually,
this guy.
I understand you. The same thing happened to president's election as well. That's the same way the people are operating.
It's been happening in the Southwest,
The
but they
same thing
don't
happened
care.
to the chairman of the local government and even to the level of councillors.
Right.
Everything happens. So Nigerians are not.
Nobody you see over
Nigeria,
there in the Southeast is elected by the Southeast. They don't
they
want
are, Nigeria are wholly saying that they have democracy, but to us here, I believe we don't have democracy. We only have people conquering the society, all in the name of democracy. So we don't have democracy.
Folly B, you could say it on your platform, right? I've come here. I've said it. I've heard people say, like Jewel of Nashville here. They keep telling Nigerians before and during the election that, look, our leaders are no good. All right. Now, before that, though, you would see people such as the ones on this platform accuse the Igbos, Southeasterners of always supporting their own. Right. So they can't win either way. We've come to our fellow Nigerians.
For us to get Nigeria right, we must go away with the level of with the ethnicity, religion, whatever.
No. You can't. We have to solve that problem. It cannot go away.
We have to go away from that.
No, you can't.
I think he's right. We have to move away from it because every time we keep hacking back to ethnicity,
no, you can't. Let me tell you why.
Takes us backwards.
To Nigeria, you cannot. I'm not gonna be in a rose-colored glasses with you. We have a problem that most people have, but through education, for example, from this platform and other platforms, right? You want to confront it. It's something that could be solved.
The problem is it's a feature of almost any nation. Just name one problem you have in the Southeast. I'll tell you other nations that have similar problems.
That is true. But to Pansat, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. So it appears to me that the Southeast is perhaps the most homogeneous region in Nigeria. And of course, somebody said earlier, it's not the Fulani or other tribes that rule in the Southeast. And you guys claim unity, claim to be the best at everything. If that been the case, how come you guys haven't been able to put things together, given also that you guys are well traveled? You claim to have a lot of money. Who exactly are you waiting for to come to your rescue, to fix your place or make you the region, the most attractive region in Nigeria, perhaps in Africa?
Okay, let me answer you that question. But by the way, when you say attractive or the best and all that, right, you have to understand that our dignity and our progress is not measured in infrastructure, say roads or buildings. It's in our heads and our character, right? So you have to start looking at that to know if we're making progress or not. But to answer your question more specifically, you must understand that something happened in Nigeria in 2015, okay? Everybody in the country was sailing along. We thought we were beyond the type of ethnic religious jingoism that we saw. In essence, somebody like Buhari could never come back to be a president in Nigeria. But to everybody's surprise, the Yorubas made it happen. Buhari's run for office 3 or 4 times before. And he usually gets the same kind of numbers he got from Southeast, about 3-4%. Nobody in their right mind is going to put a military thug, a coup plotter, who was in office for about 2 years and brought all kind of hardship to the country, killed a lot of our people, including activists and world-renowned figures such as Fela Kuti, right? Put him in jail, did all kinds of humiliation. He ruled by decree. Thank God, Babangida removed him, right? But who would have thought in 2015 we're gonna go from Jonathan, who wasn't perfect, wasn't a Jeffersonian Democrat, that's true. But how do you go from Jonathan to Buhari? It was a big surprise to the entire country for
Let me answer the question.
any progressive. Yeah. Pardon?
Let me
What did
answer
you
the
say?
question. Yeah, I
You
think
want
the
to answer?
reason why, actually, I personally, 2015, I voted for Jonathan, but then I didn't vote for Jonathan because Jonathan is the best. I only voted for him because I know he's better than Buhari. But it's not every one of us that have that kind of mind of actually picking the best for the country during the election. Some people will follow, or what's it called, numbers of people that are actually talking about the person coming. But we, in our own caucus, we think critically before we choose the leader that we want, that we want to vote for. So what actually some people did then is that Nigeria has just a two issue: corruption and insecurity. And with Buhari's past record, they believe him coming, he will tackle corruption with his kind of person. And as a general that have been in the war front before, they think it has a solution to issue of insecurity in the land. That's what actually prompts some people. But people like us, who can see beyond what is happening, the same way we have it in 2023, when people are shouting for what's it called, Tinubu, Obi, and what's it called again, Konkaso, Atiku, and we are picking Showore over every one of them. So we have our mind in place that okay, this is exactly what we want. Wherever we want to have elections, we want to pick the best among them, not the person that people are following. Okay, and I think until Nigeria gets to that level where they'll be thinking of who can do the job, not who has the number to win the election. But what we are doing here is people that have the number to win the election. That's who we followed. Instead of us thinking of who can actually do the job on our behalf. So I think the time is coming that we'll get to that level. So people did not support what's it called as Buhari because they know he can do it, but they believe he has the power and he has the platform to win Jonathan. That's why some people actually voted for him. So that is where we find ourselves where we are today. I think.
Can I quickly respond to you for the
Yeah, I'm listening.
First thing, when we talk about politics or when we talk about election, everybody have a right to vote for their candidate they think in their mind is the right candidate for them. It's for all these candidates to go outside there and sell their manifesto or sell themselves to the electorate.
Okay.
And when election take place and they prefer particular candidate that has the highest, because it's just by the number, the person that have the highest number of votes and the spread according to the constitution, they will be declared winner. So if you are supporting Showore, if majority of Nigeria they did not see Showore as who they really want to be, you can't blame them.
No, you are not getting it.
No, let me finish. The choice a nation chooses depends on all the people in the country.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer.
Let me give you an instance. For example, we have not seen Showore in any public position in Nigeria to measure his character, to measure his achievement, to measure his temperament. We have not seen him there. That is one thing is lacking. So, but the other candidate, we have seen they have had some position before, maybe as a former governor or as a former head of state or something like that. People can judge them. But Nigeria is not a country you just come from nowhere without no previous achievement. You can't judge everything from that angle. So
please let me come in a country whereby some people have taken over your resources to campaign. They have taken over the media. They have taken over all the what's it called, the platform for you to even sell out yourself. How do you rate that during election?
That is when we talk about this kind of democracy. Money plays a big role. If you don't have money, if your manifesto is good enough,
let me
finish. If your manifesto is good enough, maybe people will sponsor you all over the world, putting money into your till, into your bank party account so that they can sponsor you, that you can compete favorably. So, but if you cannot, if your manifesto is not good enough, or people don't believe in you, that's why people won't donate to your cause.
Okay,
So,
okay, sorry,
whatever you
sorry.
are saying here, I
Sorry,
know,
please.
your guy, but unfortunately, it's not playing the right politics.
Sorry. If you're talking about manifestos, okay, can you just actually point out to a manifesto that Buhari, that Obi, Governor Obi actually gave out for you people to follow him in mass?
No, I am not.
Wait now, and give me the manifestos that Atiku put in place that make people to follow him, and give me the manifesto that Tinubu put in place to make people to. These people only have the platform. They've stolen a lot of money
so
to
that
buy
is why you guys
to buy people's conscience, to allow people to buy the influencers on their behalf.
The problem with
So
Nigeria,
you cannot get the kind of election we want in that kind of space.
No, you don't. You know what? You are just looking at it in a simplicity manner. Look at this last election that panned out. Obi came into that election with some few months ago. I do not support Obi, so for sure. And he also put out his manifesto there. He went around all the media houses. A lot of people believe in his cause, and they donated money to him. He has a lot of former president and so many people on his side, and they put him money there. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you have to look at politics.
I will ask you a question. I will ask you a question. If you want
let
to
me quickly finish my thought, then you can
all
ask
right,
your question.
all right.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that you are looking at it.
I want to ask that question so that you can add it with what you want to bring out.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. If you want to pick somebody from your mind, somebody that actually have the mind of the people among all the contestants in 2023, you want to pick somebody that actually believe in people, that can do anything for people. In your own mind, please, who will you pick among the candidates? Forget about the money, forget about the platform.
I will still go ahead and pick Tinubu.
Wow.
Let me answer your question. Just relax yourself. Calm down.
I'm calm down already.
I will pick him because he's a good head hunter. He has made a lot of men, put them in, help them to achieve their dream. Maybe governors.
Which dream are you talking about? Growth of a nation, individual.
Listen.
For a nation to grow, or for individuals.
Showore has a dream of becoming Nigerian president, maybe for the last 20 years, and he has been trying. So
yeah, let me tell you something.
Your ambition
let
can
me
be
tell you something. Let me tell you something. You don't need to become you don't need to become president of your country or minister of your country before you give your service to them. Okay? You can give out your service to your
nation. Don't let me answer all your questions and then you jump in again.
Okay.
You just allow me to answer you because you have a very good question.
You gotta give the Sierra Leonean a chance to talk to us too. We have a guest here.
So I picked Tinubu ahead because he has made men, he has even tried to support the president, even the so-called Jonathan, he also supported him in 2011. So he has supported a lot of people, and we can see the result. Your Showore, apart from Sahara.
So he has been supporting president that failed the country, right? So your Tinubu has been supporting
you are here because
president that failed the country. He supported Jonathan that failed the country. He supported Buhari that failed the country. So are we sure he's going to?
So please, what do you mean by achievement? I want to know what you mean by achievement.
I will tell you. I'm talking about.
Is it by making criminals who take control of the country that you call achievement?
Tell me what Showore have done to his own locality.
Okay, wait. Let me just tell you something. At age of 21 years, you hardly see anybody in Nigeria that can govern a government, a student union organization at age of 21 years.
I beg, forget that. Let's talk about real stuff. What about 21 radically talking about?
Wait. Please, what we are talking about here, it has to start from there. Life has to start from that place.
He's not the only guy.
That is where lies
Foley,
That is where
don't
lies
waste your
started.
time. These are Tinubu apologies. They will
No, I
not
know. I know. That was
leave them alone.
And they show red
Leave them,
sympathizers. I mean, that's a problem.
leave them alone. See,
They
this is
show
their
red
Tinubu
sympathizers.
now.
Listen,
Within how many months? The
Who is
currency is
defending
already
Tinubu?
destroyed, and they continue supporting him. Leave them alone. You cannot argue with them. You can't
say to the question
Foley,
earlier,
there is
many
nothing you
times,
can tell them. They cannot listen.
see, instead of
This
blaming
is what
Tinubu
this is the
for
kind of
what the
Nigerian
people
that
want,
them and
instead
their
of blaming
Tinubu.
Tinubu for what the people
This is
want,
the country that they like, a country that economically battered, that we battered the future of
no,
the common people.
not
That
entirely true,
their country.
but
This is the country they like.
not not
Just leave
true.
them alone, Jare, pẹ̀lú wàhálà wọn.
No, not true.
Who is defending Tinubu? Who is defending Tinubu? I have something to say, please. Who is defending Tinubu? Who is
Yes.
defending Tinubu?
Tunaja, you sleeping? I'm talking to you. Dollar is around 115.
Let me chime in.
America,
people have their conversation.
What's the topic?
I think
can I
now it's just free flowing. They are just talking about what they want to talk about.
you not called me. Can I step in for a minute?
Yeah, Prince Daddy. Yeah, you have been quite patient. Let Prince Daddy have a say, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
A lot of things I want to like touch on, but to the question about, say, politics is a game of numbers and popularity contest. I'm going to put it that way. See, Tinubu will only support a candidate that the people want. We all know that consecutively over 3 elections, Buhari had 12 million northern supporters. So he had a big support from the north, but his inability as a politician to be able to traverse to the southeast or the southwest was his big problem. So there came a master political strategist in Tinubu to help him. Okay, the fact that you think he did a horrible job should not be blamed on Tinubu. Quite frankly, that's he understands politics and he gave the people what they wanted. Well, what about Jonathan? Yeah, a person from South needed a support. Anytime all these politicians need support, they go kowtow to Tinubu and it helps them. Okay, so you can't blame him for their poor performance. That's not Tinubu's problem. You should, at this point in time, we should try and blame, if any, Tinubu for the job that he does, not what other people
so
did.
you don't want to question him for supporting and for supporting bad leadership that have taken the people on the path of failure. You don't even want to question. You don't want to see him.
I just explained to you.
A non-feature, a man that cannot see. Why has he been supporting failure? Why
see, sometimes you see, Tinubu only has 1 vote, and if the people want Buhari, for example, they get what they want. Tinubu just happened to be the vehicle that helped him to achieve his goal.
You can't hold him accountable for anything.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. But why should you hold him accountable? It was not. He did not even hold. He didn't even hold.
Many times I can't believe what I hear from you guys.
I'm sorry.
I can't believe what I hear from you guys sometimes.
What is wrong with the ministerial list? They've not even assumed the position of authority to be able to perform.
Even with that,
what is wrong with that?
Even with that, you are part of the problem. That should tell you that's the problem that we have. Why would you?
It's not. It's a problem because you want to talk about it as a problem. It's not a problem.
You want to send somebody to send it to verify. You don't even attach their portfolio. So which question are you asking?
Was that the first? Is that the first time in Nigeria's history?
That's an error. That's an error.
No, it's not. It's not an error because hold on. When people like Ogbeni and Enigmatic comes to the platform, and they are able, because they pay attention to the politics in Nigeria, and they're able to assign.
They are just noisemakers. They're just
You can call
noisemakers.
you can say whatever you want to say. That is fine too. That is fine too. You can express your opinion. But let me finish on the point.
Normally, because I don't come up on the show like that, he only come out to cause anything. It's cause people. And the magic is empty. He's an educated, empty person. He just comes there and
say, okay, say, well, no, say, well, but if someone like myself, I'm able to agree with him, they can as well put me in the same category, which is fine. Not a big deal, by the way. But at least I learned from him, and I'm saying that he's able to tell based
to the politics that you like. It speak to the
no, but by
politics.
Coco,
That is
no,
why, man. So
no,
Tinubu cannot. When will you people even try at once to hold him accountable for anything?
Everything we will. See, it's just unfair. It's unfair and underhanded to blame somebody in power for less than 2 months.
Do you even know? You are talking about
and somebody's already complaining. It already shows that no matter what it does, that is Tinubu we're talking about.
Even let's talk about the democracy that we're all talking about here. Our democracy has been defeated already. Because in an election, the number of people that actually came out to elect a president for the country of our numbers is a sign.
It's not a sign. It's part of the propaganda that you guys pull around.
Things have gone wrong.
No, it's not.
Things have gone wrong in our system.
Well, because you guys are so keen. No, it's not true. By the way,
why are we having election out of 90 something million people registered as a voters, eligible voters?
Yeah, and perhaps more than half of those people were fake people. But anyways.
At the end of the voting, we only have 24 people coming out to vote.
What were the reason? Sir, okay, sir, answer this question. What were the reason that culminated? What were the reason that culminated to that low turnout, so to speak? You know the answer.
People have lost interest in that.
It's a lie. It's a lie. You know the answer. You won't say the truth. You won't say the truth. I know you won't say the truth. Number one, let's start with the cash crunch. Hold on. You know the truth, but you won't say it. I know.
No, I don't know, please.
So okay, if 90 million people truly were registered in the BVAS or by the BVAS, why do you think that such a low turnout came about?
Because people don't trust the process anymore.
No, that's a joke. A few months ago, a few weeks ago, people were still registering, and all of a sudden, from 90 million, it dropped so low. Could you not tell, based on that timeline, that something quite monumental perhaps occurred, and which we know? So you're saying that 90 million of registered, and only 19 million voted. What happened? Say the truth. What happened?
What's the truth? Please tell me the truth.
There we go.
I want to know the
truth. We know. Okay, we know the cabals were at work. They strongly despised Tinubu to taking over the mantle of the nation, and that's why they orchestrated this cockamamie gas issue before the election, and the criminal what do you call it? The Naira redesigned. See, you guys don't complain about that. They redesigned the Naira. They spent billions of dollars to do order. They spent billions of.
I understand.
Let me finish my point. They spent a bunch of money to do that, and we all know.
I don't know where you live. But I live in Nigeria. Me, I don't know where you live, but me, I live in Nigeria. So I should be the one that will be telling you the factors.
No, what do you mean? I was just in Nigeria not too long ago. What do you mean? What does it matter? Because you live it. By the way, this
you can be in Nigeria. Maybe you go. Maybe you are in Lekki or somewhere else. You are not.
Is that not part of Nigeria? Lagos is not part of Nigeria.
With people on ground. You may not be relating with people on ground. You may be relating with people on. I
It's not in Nigeria. It's in United States.
No. Prince Daddy. No. Funny is like Baba Jere Kuku.
Is it tourist?
No, he used to enter Nigeria and feed out. Then he was bold enough to come out and visited Nigeria
he was able to interview all Nigeria, and all Nigerians are in poverty. He's somebody that cannot boldly enter Nigeria. He hid to enter Nigeria, hid out. And he will say he understand Nigeria.
Can you
For me,
listen to
for
that?
me, I
Is
live in Nigeria.
anti-people's voice you are listening to there.
For me,
A
I live
man
in
that
Nigeria.
he always find every fault on Nigerian people. Oh, Nigerian people, they are lazy people. Every time you want to put the blame on Nigerian
It's
people.
not, you always, you know what I've noticed in you, Baba?
No, you
always
just
like,
put
you always
Nigerian
like
people
to
down.
whip, you always like to whip people's sentiments.
But Nigerian
That is
people
not, if you are a politician, you'll not be a good one. Because always whip, whip out people's sentiments. You know what appeals to people, and that's what you go to for. You are not being sincere in your discussion. You always like whipping up people's sentiments. That's what you do.
Let's take about
of
10 minutes
what
to
of
round up.
you that
I think we've gone 9 hours.
People all the time. You are always finding blame.
I'm not anti-people, because these people that you claim you love, you excuse me, wait. You that claim to love Nigerian people, you are there in America. Just hold on. You that claim to love Nigerians, you are there. You are there in America. Let me talk. You are there in America.
Hold on, Simba. Calm down. We have a guest here. That's from another.
It's not a guest. Sure, it's not a guest. You might be taking the guest. It's our brother. We'll be here together for some days. So it's not a guest today. So if Sure knows you want to talk, so you can't use that one.
If you're not
so
going to be
Simba, can you just shut up so that other people can talk?
Yeah, please.
Are you the only one here? You're just shouting.
Please.
This is not your yard sale.
Now,
come on, bring it down.
Mute him now. Mute this Simba right now.
I think let's just start rounding up, because we are going to be closing soon anyway. Let's just
mute him.
rounding up.
Was talking, and he's just going to take over from him and start. We have a guest here. We have other people watching.
Well, he's been quiet now. Let's
mute him.
Okay, I have the floor tonight, just so let me round it up if that's okay.
Prince Daddy round up, please.
So yeah, I was just responding to, I think it was Foley, right? That all the shenanigans that happened before the election, those are the things that culminated to the poor turnout in the election. Given that people were cash strapped, people could not even use their own money in the bank to cater for themselves and their family. And you don't think that was a big problem? What a wasteful expenditure, so to speak, when it comes to the redesign of the naira. That's perhaps the worst expense Nigeria has made in many years, actually, because it served no purpose. The whole goal was to circumvent Tinubu's chances of winning, and we all know that. But to claim right now that 90 million people registered and the low turnout somehow somewhere makes Tinubu illegitimate president. I know that's how you guys want to spin the narrative. Okay, the man has only been in power for about 2 months or so. He has ministers that not even assume their portfolios or the different ministries, and somehow some way is being knocked down right now for selecting poor personnel for these positions. See, it's okay to express your views, but sometimes you cannot continue to convolute the whole space by your own personal feelings and emotions. It doesn't serve anybody. We should always say the truth. I mean, we can't even go that far. Even Peter Obi that didn't even win anything. You guys are already telling us how great it would have done. Imagine that. He's not even doing anything yet. But you guys are telling us how great Peter Obi would have done when it comes to managing the natural resources of the people in the Southeast. You guys are quick to give credit to him. But to the rest of the people, it's like they're non-existent. It's the most brilliant.
About him, you don't want to know anything about him. You already read what you want to know about him. You are ignorant.
No, that is not. That is say. I didn't come late to the game. I always tell people.
I always hear you.
I always tell people, Peter B. I started learning about Peter B 5 years ago. About 5 years ago.
You're either supporting, Sowore or you're supporting Tinubu. These two people that have called now, if it is Sowore, where has he worked before? What has he done in the past? You say
nothing.
It is a student union. After student union, then what? Nothing. If I ask you about Tinubu, you guys say that he raises God from the floor. Today, who are those that are foot soldiers? We have seen the people he has appointed. We have seen how Tinubu is a master in selecting people or selecting talent. Look, guy, if you want to address this issue, address it straight. Please stop calling out people's candidates here because we're not going to be here. Because if you call Obi, I'm going to come for you. Like because you don't have any.
You can come for me. That's not a big deal. But let's talk about Obi. Obi. I mean,
between your supporter of Tinubu and Obi, you are just opposing your own tribal candidate. That is the problem with all of you.
Exactly.
So you can continue. Those supporting Tinubu that are Yoruba, we have seen them. And those that are supporting Obi, we've seen them, they are Igbo people. So
it's a lie.
That is the problem. Majority. Yeah. These your tribal nonsense that all of you are playing as being the problem that never let you that has been the problem that is ravaging you people.
But Angelico, we don't like to pretend though. We don't like to pretend.
Solution to the problem of that country. Those of you on the opposing side, the Tinubu supporters that are purely Yorubas and the Obi supporters that are purely Igbo, you are just supporting your tribal sentiment and this.
No, Angelico, that's a sweeping statement, which is incorrect. I mean, me is strictly based on performance. I don't care where Tinubu comes from. It's not true. It's not true. It's strictly based on performance. But as for Tinubu, we have his record. We have Tinubu's records.
Jewel cannot tell me, and Pansar cannot tell me that their support for Obi is not because it's an Igbo man.
Theirs is strictly tribal. Theirs is strictly tribal. It has nothing to do with performance.
They are all tribal. All of you are
not me.
Before
not me.
I supported Obasanjo, supported Yaradua.
No,
because you don't have Igbo candidates.
Exactly. That's a good point. Exactly.
Before so, all these people, I wasn't calling you.
See, to Peter B, for example.
Leader from Igbo land are supporting Obasanjo back then. That is
yes.
Why.
Yes.
Follow him.
Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend.
So you guys should just stop fooling people everywhere.
I didn't you say what did you say? What did you say about
yourself with this dirty politics?
Hopefully,
about OBJ now. You're just talking. What did you say about OBJ? What happened to OBJ?
He said because you guys do not have any Eastern candidate, that's why you all supported OBJ. And OBJ, it seems to be more inclined to talk about, guess what? Talk about the Southeasterners. But guess what? It did nothing for them. It's a fraud.
You. Anyway, I don't want to.
Gentlemen,
but you know what?
Let's settle
gentlemen,
this
gentlemen.
Yeah,
gentlemen.
Sure,
let me jump in.
As you're jumping in, here's what I want you to discuss. I don't know if you're familiar with Nigerian politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Candidates of the 2023 election. You coming from another country, if you're familiar with Tinubu and his record, and you're familiar with Peter Obi and his record, and also Atiku Abubakar, let's say those three are the major candidates. Could you enlighten us? What do you think about that election and those candidates? Thank you.
Well, I mean, vaguely, but the problem again with the problem that you guys are facing is the same issue we are facing, whereby majority of the population and majority of us are not looking at the person based on their vision and their policy, but we're talking about regional, where they came from, or tribe. And we see that too in Sierra Leone, where we have this division where the parties, the two-party system is divided by regional. And based on that, when a government comes in, it's not as bad as you guys, but with us, the government that comes in usually will bring in all people from his tribe or his region, blah, blah, blah. And we're not having a true vision. We're not having a debate based on ideas on how to move our land forward.
Exactly.
And this is a problem.
But this is where you come in not to talk in abstract terms, right? I asked you if you're familiar with that election that just took place in Nigeria, right?
Right.
In order for you to be on this platform to talk, you have to have been some kind of a political, what do you call it? Somebody interested in politics, right?
Yes, sir.
In Nigerian politics. So you should be able to, as an African, determine what's best for our continent. Who out of those three that are the major candidates, who do you think is type of leader that Nigeria or Sierra Leone or Ghana?
None. None to me, because their vision was not bold enough for me to move Africa.
Okay,
you know,
but hold on. Maybe it's not to your taste. What would be your perfect candidate? You have a tripartite type of decision to make in this case, right? You have it's not what do you call it? You know, it's three people. Here in the United States, we face that issue where if I'm to name somebody I want, it may not be Trump, it may not be Biden, but if I have a choice to make between those two, right, I have to choose one or the other. So you have if you are gonna, you have to be honest in this kind of situation. You have to don't speak in abstract terms. Tell us why you would even
in Nigeria,
like Tinubu. If you're not a Yoruba, why would you want Tinubu to be your president if you're not a Yoruba person? Why? I don't see how
like for any reason. For any reason.
Well, I mean, again, you guys know the politics behind that much more than I do. But Mr. Timbu, right now, I'm willing to give him a chance based on this Niger process, because he spoke about coup before even the coup happened in Niger. And I took what he said seriously, especially his first meeting with ECOWAS, when he spoke about that strongly. And for me, I like that leadership style based on that, only if he follow on that. But to choose between the three, I don't know. I mean, I cannot, because I don't know the details of their policy.
Let me enlighten you a little bit. I think it's fair for you to know. If I told you out of the three that Peter Obi, let me give you what's not in dispute.
We can't go on too long, though. We have to shut down.
I will try to make it brief here, give him a chance to answer this, because it's important.
Tonight, if you spread propaganda, you have to give a rebuttal also. You can't just let Pansar run around with fake news.
Okay. Others should be able to talk to. That's true.
I'm just gonna give him what's indisputable, right? If there's anything you dispute from what I'm gonna say, then you could chime in. Number one, is a two-term governor. He has no convictions. He has not been charged by anybody in the country or outside. He's a businessman. He's prudent. He managed the resources of his state very well in those 8 years. He claims that nobody's bought him a bottle of water since he left office, which, when juxtaposed against other governors in Nigeria, is just absolutely impeccable character, right? Other governors get paid a lot of money, or they use their control of their state to keep fleecing the state, tipping their hands in the tail, public tail. So this man has no known criminal record allegations against him. There's a mention of a scandal here and there that didn't amount to anything. He denies it. He's an honest person. He's a Christian, a true
You are
Christian.
selling your candidate, my brother.
No,
You are
no, I'm
selling
just
your candidate, brother.
this is just facts. Now,
You
if
are just
I'm
selling
wrong,
somebody. You are just selling
no,
somebody to
please,
someone.
let me land on this.
This
So
is marketing. You are marketing Obi already.
no.
It's not marketing Obi. It's not marketing Obi. Dispute what he
You are
said.
marketing him
It's not
already.
just saying
Okay,
that.
just 1 second. Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Yeah. So, and then to cap that off, he was able to ignite a civil revolution in the country where a lot of the youth support him. He moved from a party entrenched interest, and then moved to what's called the Labour Party in Nigeria, that's never been in power before, and he galvanized people from all major tribes, including minority tribes, and created a revolution in the country. And he's been, an adherent Democrat, right? He's younger than all everybody in the field. So now there is a whole host of virtues with virtually no vice, right? So now you have such a person, and he, as far as his curricula vitae, was a businessman in the United Kingdom, has a clean bill of health over there. He's the CEO or chairman of 3 banks. No scandal there. No scandal in the state where he was. He was able to raise his state from number 27 in education to number 1 within a brief period, to number 1 in education, and so forth. We could be here all night talking about his virtues. Now, you just oppose that with Mr. Tinubu, who's forfeited $400,000 in the 90s to the United States for heroin dealer. Let me land.
This guy just market the
Jesus Christ. That is a long sales pitch, man.
Can I have this for president too?
We're talking about Peter B, the angel Peter B, an angel, and Tinubu the devil.
I get where he's
I mean, it's over. The game is over.
No, Tinubu is better than the other candidate.
To be sincere with you, if Nigeria is a serious country, all of them supposed to be in jail by now.
Among the three of them, Peter B is still better.
All of them.
Why would Obi be in jail?
Why would Peter be in jail? Why? What did he do?
Okay. Let me just say some things. There is an allegation during 2019 when Kadirat actually interviewed Obi with Atiku, because Obi wants to vice Atiku in that election. So that the lady asked Obi a question about him investing $30 million of his estate in his family's business, pretending as if the business is not for his family, because his name was not there, but his family's business was there. He wants to deny it initially, but when he knows that the lady actually had the fact that he was part of the company, that was when he now accepted that is his family's business. If that happened in China,
hold on, brother. When you say family business, when you say family business, right?
Yes.
Hold on, my brother. Because we've had this thing about family business, right? So if you invest, right, in First Bank, for instance, right, and you were in position of power, and you invest in First Bank, you invest this money inside First Bank. So you call that, like you say, that it's a family business. So First Bank is a family business because you invested in First Bank.
As people in government, as somebody in the government, you have to stay away from anything that has to do with your personal business or your family business. Yes. This company is Obi's family's business. Obi himself accepted.
No, my brother. What's the name of the family business he invested in? What is the business he invested in? Like you said, it's a family business, right?
This is not an argument. I can look up the video. This is not an argument. Obi accept it that is his family's business. It's not his business.
That is true.
I can look for the video and send to you. I can send this video to you. He accepts it by himself.
No, you are misrepresenting facts here. I'm asking you.
No. I can look for the video. Wait, I can look for the video and send. Obi, this is not an argument.
To the obedience, Peter B is an angel. It's almost
what of the bank where he have majority share?
This is not an argument here. I'm not arguing it with you. It's a fact that Obi himself
where he invested Anambra State money. What of the bank where he have majority share? Where you have been the chairman.
What about the Panama Papers? What about the Panama Papers?
This guy is question is not his thing. The way people are painting
cover your face.
It's not his thing.
Hold on, please.
That bank you're talking about is the bank Anambra has been using before Peter became into power.
Man, you guys, just hang it up, man.
You don't see conflict of interest
let's
here.
go with Tinubu's resume. Tinubu also was a two-term governor.
In Nigeria,
okay, it was the number one. Yeah.
Let me tell you, it's one thing you do that really surprises me because ordinarily you're very fair, you're very educated, and I could just say that we actually even hold the same philosophy about all these things. But one thing you're doing that's bewildering. It's almost crazy, you know. It doesn't go with
which is what? What is that?
Which is succumbing to saying things that are untrue about Peter Obi, or accusing otherwise intelligent Nigerians like yourself who come from the Southeast of supporting Peter Obi because of his tribe. Do I look like somebody that will support somebody because he's from my tribe?
Oh, come on, man.
Where I have just said to you
Obi because
that
he's from your
tribe.
No.
If you are supporting him because it's
I
from
just
your tribe.
told you a minute ago that a lot of
you guys can continue to lie to yourself. You can't lie to us. You know why you guys are supporting.
They even support Atiku. They even support Atiku when Obi was trying to debutize Atiku.
I'm addressing.
These people support Atiku because of Obi.
I remember before prior to the election, they asked Ajele Koko if he doesn't support Sowore, who is he going to support? He still said, I think Tinubu now as second choice. Yes, or he got Tinubu.
Who said Tinubu second choice? When have I ever said I'm supporting Tinubu?
There was a time.
When did I say I'm
hold on? Before that election.
Hold on. There was a time one man stood
That's true. That's not
that. I never said so. You guys are liars. You're trying to lie again because I'm exposing you people that you are a tribal. You are tribal politics that the people are playing. Both of you are ganging up against me because I'm exposing both of you. You are all.
Hold on, let me finish this. Okay,
political
please,
agitators. Tribal political agitators.
Okay,
that's what stop lying to people here.
One man to that question to all of us.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Here could be biased. That region is known for myopic politics, right? But in your case, it's a disappointment. I am asking you today,
particularly this pastor that is supporting Biafra before you jump on me. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
Is it not Nnamdi Kanu that you are supporting before became?
Okay, I'll take this call. Angelica, go ahead, but I want to talk to Prince Daddy when I
you are supporting
Nnamdi Kanu. But see, my perception of Peter B actually came 5 years ago. You didn't care to know about that.
And when Obi came, and then Peter B was jump on Obi.
Peter B, I knew about Peter B 5 years ago. When everything I know about Peter B were actually things that is said by himself, no propaganda from other people. Back then, 5 years ago, Peter B was about China. That's what you freaking knew. Okay.
Let's even forget about his kind of person. 2019, Obi was campaigning for Atiku. And in
that's what I'm telling you. No. Peter B was campaigning for Atiku, but hold on. Peter, again, listen.
Wait.
No. Peter, I watched Peter B and I didn't watch Atiku.
Wait, in 2023, Obi is still telling me that Atiku is my mentor, is my leader. So how do you want me to leave your mentor
to come and vote for you, that they are still mentor, that you are still mentee.
Peter
B is an opportunist. Peter B is an opportunist. We all know that, so it's not a big deal.
Prince Daddy, what I was saying
but yet to you, Pansat, my perception about Peter B was about 5 years ago, if you care to know. About 5 years ago. That's when I learned a lot about Peter B from the horse's mouth, not what people were saying about him. And I was able to put him on the scale. Allow me.
Okay,
I was able to put Peter B.
Then I'll talk to you after that.
I was able to put Peter B on a scale based on his intellectual ability or capacity, his ability to analyze situation, and his global worldview. And I said, this guy is a lightweight. I'm telling you, this was back with Atiku was even non-existent. Actually, back in 2019, I actually regarded Peter B more than I did Atiku. I did not even remember watching or listening to Atiku. He doesn't even speak anyways. But Peter B, I spent a lot of time. I'm telling you, I watched Peter B talk about his time in Harvard, about his philosophy, about China, and about a whole lot of things. Like in this election dispensation, Peter B talked about how pretty much how great Egypt was. And believe it or not, Egypt is one of the poorest countries in Africa, actually. It shows how myopic Peter B was when it came to understanding Egypt.
You are just misleading me. You are just here to mislead the fact. He talked about the power sector.
I'm going there. I'm going there.
Has a higher
He talked about the power sector. He talked about the power sector. Well, he talked about the power sector, but he didn't talk about the corruption in Egypt. He didn't talk about hold on. He didn't talk about how many he didn't talk about how many billions of dollars the United States allocate or really give freely to Egypt every year, and also the military aid that Egypt gets. Egypt is. Well, of course, yeah, because Obi can.
Let Jewel come in a little bit.
Obi like to shoe shine and his followers. And I'm always surprised. Actually, Pansat, you talking about me. I'm actually surprised that you are a supporter of Peter B because you're quite intelligent also.
Obi is Atiku boy. Leave them alone. He's Atiku boy. He can't leave Atiku. He's an Atiku boy.
Stop it. Stop it.
Obi winning Nigeria is still them winning the election, not Nigeria.
What are we talking about? Somebody was at the time our organ or our boss or something. Does it mean that
he's still Atiku boy till today?
So even till now.
But that's not against the law, though. That's
just playing on you people intelligence. You guys doesn't know.
Is that a criminal offense?
If you have a mentor,
we are all condemning. We are all condemning our past leaders. We are all condemning our past leaders. I want to know another generation.
For his boss.
You are still telling me they are past leaders that you guys.
Everybody. Okay, gentlemen, time to round up. We've got to, wind the show down now. Thank you all for coming in. Till next time. Good day and have a great one.
Okay, can you leave Prince Daddy and I and